What's up, Ross? Welcome back. It was indeed a total blue victory. I was refreshing that Polymarket page last night for the Dem Sweep. The Democratic Sweep, bro. I was refreshing this and I saw it tick up. I was like, okay, 96%. Let's go. It's in the bag. Let's go. 98, 99. And it was so satisfying, okay, to see it hit. When it hit like above 99. Goated. Thank the Lord. But yeah, was a total Dem Sweep. You are a very evil man. What's up, facts over feelings? Very evil seems harsh. Goddamn. Okay. Maybe a little evil. Very evil. Bro, what'd I do to be very evil? Don't know what I did to achieve that level. But yeah, it was nice to see. Total Dem Sweep. Even though I don't even know. I never looked too far into the Virginia Attorney General. Non-Fon is a little freaky evil. This is true. The Virginia Attorney General dude, it is text messages. I don't know, that guy from the stuff I saw probably did not seem like a great dude, at least like interpersonally, but you know, as long as they got a D next to the name, guys, okay. I don't, you know, I like I said, I never looked too far into it, but insert freak cat image. Me for real. Insert Sonic freaky gif. I love that gif. But like, I don't know if it's if it like it could be the case that even if he's not a good dude interpersonally, maybe the Republican candidate would have been bad. And I don't trust that. Like for example, like all the states and all the attorney generals that sued the Trump administration over the freezing of the SNAP funds, over the not using emergency funds to fund SNAP, I believe those were all Democratic attorney generals. There could have been one or two Republican attorney generals in that mix, but I believe it was all Democratic attorney generals. So it might be worth having a Democrat almost no matter what, if it's the case that really only Democrats are going to be the ones suing over things like that. But by the way, he still has not actually started using the emergency funds, right? Last time I checked, that was the case, but maybe that's changed. Hold on. I fucked everything up for the IRL stream. I think we're good. Yo, Tusker Johnson, thanks for the $2 Canadian dollars. W Islam, well, I appreciate it, based. It was the Islamic State of New York City. is soon to be upon us, guys. Sharia law. Shakira law is going to come for us all. Also, not fun to MAGA coat for the blue wave. Blue wave is hilarious. Yeah, I've seen, obviously, like, the biggest things I've seen is just, there's one person who's somewhat influential. I forget who it was, though. I just saw on Twitter that said, if we don't course correct, same thing's going to happen in the midterms. But, I don't know. I think most people just said, oh, Democrats are celebrating that Democrats won in their own states. And it's like, okay, that doesn't really seem to be true. But last I heard, I think Trump used the excuse that, like, there were two different courts who ordered it, and they didn't say how exactly to use the funds to not pay out the funds, but the new caliphate shall rise. Real. Trump administration also said it was $4 billion short of the expected $8 billion cost to fund SNAP for the month of November. That could be true, but I thought it was maybe they got around to figuring out how to pay for it. Do you believe that someone can be neoliberal if they oppose income tax, wealth taxes, and VAT? I get like technically those are not incompatible. Like I'm neoliberal, and to some extent I oppose income tax, in that I don't think income tax is the optimal tax, right? Wealth taxes, I would say that's opposing wealth taxes is an indicator of being neoliberal, right? Like that is a neoliberal position to oppose wealth taxes. To a lesser extent, I would also say it's a neoliberal position to oppose income taxes. I think if someone opposes income taxes, they're more likely to be neoliberal. But I don't think that's like, I think you can be a neolib and support income taxes. That's fine, especially because, you know, that's what's actually implemented today, not only in the United States, but a lot of other countries. I mean, VAT, I say if you support a VAT, that's an indicator of being a neoliberal. Technically, I don't think opposing a VAT would preclude you being a neoliberal. Like if you just want to say, instead of a VAT, I want a DBCFT, that you're still a neoliberal, brother. I guess you can do that. But to a Georgist, I mean, in the narrow sense that like I want resource rents to be socialized, I guess. Like in that, like ideally, resource rent should be socialized. The implementation might be a little weird sometimes because of waterproof footwear. Oh no, because of fucking fuck the shareholders reel. Because of a state's ability to identify it and any impact on like future oil exploration, for example, that could be impacted by a tax on oil profits. Guess I am in favor of neoliberal now, since I am not in favor of wealth taxes / serious. I'm income / corporate tax build. Corporate tax is not a good tax. It's not a good tax for doing anything people want to do. It's not even particularly good at taxing corporations. Because a lot of the incidents for corporate taxes probably fall on consumers for higher prices and laborers via lower wages. But so you want to nationalize gold reserve oil, etc. No, I don't think you have to nationalize it, and I don't know why you would nationalize gold reserves necessarily. You could nationalize like the mining of gold or whatever, I guess. But like when you say gold reserve, I just think of like someone who is holding on to gold as a store of wealth. There's no need to fucking nationalize that. But like I think there should be some type of resource rent tax on stuff like that. But moderate though, I'm pairing that with economic rent systems. Just do the rents. That's all you need is the rents, bro. All you need is the rents. Did you hear about Charlie Kirk getting assassinated? What? Shit, do I have to check the news? What just happened? Huh? What? My hero. What? What? Oh no. By the way, first of all, real quick, I gotta join the VC in like 5 minutes or whatever. We did go last stream, obviously. If you guys didn't catch it, I'm assuming most of you guys caught it, whatever. Had fun at the Unfuck America tour. If you guys don't follow the Instagram, that's usually whenever I do IRL stuff, I post the best pictures and clips or whatever on the Instagram. And it was fun. So exclamation point Instagram in the chat. And I'm tempted to go to the Phoenix event because Z was there and Z was tempting us to go to the Phoenix event. But that would actually be like close to $1,000 to go to. It'd be a lot of money because the plane ticket's $500 and you gotta stay somewhere, then you gotta get an Uber and you gotta eat, and it's expensive. But I'm tempted. Unfuck America tour is crazy bottom text for real. But I do believe, I always forget if this command actually works. I believe exclamation point insta works. Exclamation point only fonts. Yeah, we don't know that yet. It does work. It actually worked twice when I pasted it into Twitch. But yeah, we're about to be talking to people as a Gibbs panel about Trump and Gumboat diplomacy, whatever. Exactly that will entail. I'm assuming Gibbs will have something a little more specific that he did not mention to us, but I'm assuming it's going to be probably about Venezuela, probably some of the Iran stuff. But the non-fun wholesome posting is on Instagram, and then the non-fun shit posting is on Twitter. Although my Twitter post do way better. It's got 200 likes. It's me and the photo I took with Destiny. Bro did not fuck with the Shrimp Welfare Project, sadly. Only fonts would go hard to be. I mean, I don't want to. Twitch like does not let you promote that website, even if you do have one with content posted to it. And I will say, technically, I have an account, and technically you are able to follow it. Now there's no content there, and you cannot subscribe to it because there is no content. But if you guys know what's that website I'm talking about and really, really want to follow that account and in no way see any content there because there is no content there, that is an option to do. Don't lose Joe. Trust in Joe. The spirit of Joe Biden, the ghost of Joe Biden, was guiding the Virginia voters. Okay. Anyway, waterproof footwear. I have no clue. I'm just gonna say China, maybe the U.S., Germany, Japan. Okay, China makes a lot of it. I'm gonna guess Vietnam. Not that much of it. Germany, okay, decent amount. Number 5. Japan. Oh shit, Japan was a bad guess. Oh, Japan was a bad guess. Oh, bad guess. South Korea, Afghanistan, Italy, not Afghanistan. I'm gonna guess the United States. We're not a good guess either. Italy, I should have guessed Italy. Netherlands, France, Germany. I could have guessed Italy. And okay, anyway, we're about to get started here, I think so. I'm gone. Right here. I won't be gone until I need to be gone.
I think the Trump administration should blow up Discord too.
True.
Discord
gunboat diplomacy, some Discord.
Gunboat diplomacy.
The Don Rowe doctrine. We'll get him another 3 minutes.
Let's talk about Barbary pirates.
I was hoping someone would bring up the Barbary pirates.
Yeah, we weren't like England and France and paid the bounty. We said, "Fuck y'all, fuck y'all bounty."
I don't think so, Papa.
We gonna come over there and stomp a river.
And I think we should kill all the shrimp on the way, slowly,
Evil.
with as much harm as possible.
Horrible.
I mean, that would
horrible.
And that'll be long-term burning of their economy.
Yeah.
we didn't do that.
If the shrimp all die over there, they, then what are they going to feed the pirates?
Yeah, and I think land boarding is torture.
Land boarding.
Yeah, because they're in the
I
water.
didn't realize that was a thing.
Yeah, you
Waterboarding a shrimp would just make it happy. So
You mean flambeing? Flambeing would be closer to it. How the hell are you, non-fun?
I'm doing pretty good. After last night, actually, I'm doing okay. So,
should we get some pussy?
What did I miss?
No, the election.
Oh,
what, Democrats winning when they were already going to win?
What do you mean?
no.
A
It's a
lot.
landslide. Hey, Gibbs, don't do that. You let him have his moment.
Yeah, listen. Hey,
Not only, like a lot of people overperformed their polls. Even it was I think it was unclear whether or not obviously these are. Some of them are like New York City's a blue area or whatever, so it's not super surprising Mondami won. But Virginia's, Pennsylvania, they're somewhat purple. Like,
What did someone said something about Georgia, and I was sitting here trying to recall who was the Republicans' last Georgia candidate before this guy. It was Herschel Walker, right?
No, this wasn't a Senate race. This was some fucking menial. I didn't go out and vote. So what you see in these lower level elections is only like 25 to 40% turnout of the general electorate, and it ends up being Democrat heavy because they have a higher preponderance voter base. Anyone that didn't see this coming kind of, I worry about you a little bit. New Jersey, I could have seen Chitterelli flipping it because of how well he did the last time he ran, but otherwise, the rest of them were pretty much able to be predicted.
Yeah.
And Jones had a little bit of a scandal, but it wasn't as bad as hiding up a transgender individual sexually assaulting girls in a bathroom like what happened in 2022.
Obviously, voter turnout for like off-year elections is going to be lower than like the general election. But for one, I would imagine historically there are like off-year elections that Republicans have done better in than this one. And
when they had
two,
higher propensity voters, yes.
I know at least for New York City, voter turnout was really high. Now it could be the case that everywhere else voter turnout was super low.
The voter swap of high propensity voters versus the populace has only happened over the last 10 years. And 2022 was the year that the GOP's party size took a lead over the Democrats for the first time in almost 100 years. So this party swap is something we're currently in the middle of.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's Democrats have won every special and off-year election that they were supposed to, and many they weren't supposed to in like the last 3 off-year cycles. Since Trump won.
We go ahead and get started, but I want to hear what your grand prediction was. Did you read the tea leaves, Non-Fawn? What was your implication? You think that there's a big swing coming, or what is your?
Not necessarily that I think there's a big swing coming, but I think it's a success for the Democrats that Democrats should be excited about. Obviously, I'm sure some of it represents, frustration with the Trump administration. That doesn't necessarily imply that the midterms are going to, Democrats are going to have another epic, super big blue wave. But I think it's a reason to be excited, a reason to celebrate, a reason to have hope for the future.
Sure. Let me ask this, because I'm interested in this a little bit, and I have a theory, right? So I think that maybe it's a little bit in line with what Tyler just said, but this isn't even the midterms. This is like the off year. Right, I don't know what you would call it, right? But it's like not the midterms, it's not the main, and usually in my mind, this is where you have your more extreme candidates that are gonna show up, from either party. You're gonna have your Republicans that are diehard in the weeds, libertarian, or some crazy nationalist or some shit, or in this case, Madami, I think is pretty in the weeds for the Dems, and then I feel like this is when the extremists get the power and they go, hey, you should all be more like this guy. And then they pull the moderates away, and then I don't think that works. I think this is in the long term. Are you not concerned that that's what's happening, especially with somebody like Madami winning?
I'm not. This election doesn't give me a bigger reason to be concerned about that than I already was. I'll say I don't think it's I think populists generally are starting to do better, but I was already concerned about that. I don't have a super big reason to be concerned about that.
You didn't make you more concerned, I guess.
It did not make me.
Madami is just slightly to the left of De Blasio, and probably less to the left of someone like Brandon Johnson, who was.
I don't know. Did you see his speech last night? That was pretty terrifying if you're a conservative, small government.
All the
I don't even know
somebody like that.
A lot of the Democratic successes were in state legislators, and I don't think that those were all populist people either. I'm sure it makes sense in New York City we would see Mondami win or whatever, but we also saw just the Virginia state legislator, right? And I'm sure most of those people were relatively normal people.
Could you see in 4 years of running for president and be oh, he's the new Mayor Pete?
Well, I doubt he's going to run for president, but
sure.
I think we're going to tend more populist over time. I think both sides are going to do that, but this is not super flashing lights concerning to me. It's just a trend that's been happening. And like I said, I think a lot of the successes were on the state legislator level, and those were not insane populist people. Those were relatively standard Democrats for the most part. I would guess at least.
Do you have any thoughts on this, Grid, before we move to our main topic?
No, not really, man. I think Mom Donnie is irrelevant to me at this moment.
I have one, but it's more on the structure of the Democratic Party.
I have zero interest in New York City at the moment, so I don't.
I do like the Peaky Blinders get up. You got going with the tie and the hat and everything. It's very.
I will say, I wore my Trump tie in honor of our young friend Non-Fawn there.
The line between the line between moderates and populists in the Democratic Party has been blurring over the years to the point where it's hard to find a difference between them. They believe the same things. One just has a more extreme solution. They both think Israel's committing a genocide. One of them thinks they should be BDS. One on the other side thinks that they should not exist as a state. If you go issue to issue, they agree. They just kind of disagree with prescription.
I don't want to repeat the Israel thing again for the 5th time this week. So we're going to move on to the main topic of today, which is, hey, we're going to be talking about gunboat diplomacy. And
wait, where's my buddy? Is my buddy going to be here, or is he?
I don't know, but if I have to back you, I guess I will. But yeah, he looks. I don't know where he's at. But yeah, and we're already 5 minutes over, so we're just going to run it. And I messaged him. We'll see if he shows up. But yeah, we're going to talk about gunboat diplomacy. And it seems like we're returning to a little bit of what they're calling the Don Roe doctrine instead of the Monroe doctrine. Do we like it? Are we fans? I'll start with Tyler. Will you go ahead and kick us off?
Yeah, it looks like on the most 3 important counts, this is legally sanctioned. There's precedent for it from the last 3-4 presidents. It's, actually goes back much further than that. It's publicly approved. It's looking like 60 to 70% public support. And I'd say that it is warranted based on the drug war. These are kind of Trump's strengths: national security, war on crime, border security. I'd say these fit really well into what his agenda is, and I don't see anything legally wrong with it. So why the fuck not? Why not use some of our military to actually help the United States for once instead of everyone else around the world?
All right. Well, thank you so much. Grid.
Yeah, I mean, we have historical precedents going back to the founding of the country. Again, I love this topic because it allows me to talk about the Barbary pirates and how we whooped those bastards with only 100 Marines. That's all it took. That was the end of that. I think that anyone who thinks that what are they calling them, narco terrorists now? I've seen that term used. I'm not really sure that it actually applies to the Venezuelan, Nicaraguan people that we're going after. But I don't have any problem with warning them once and then, shooting down these boats that are violating our borders, violating our laws. I don't have any problem with it. Mainly because they're not citizens and they're, narcos, trafficking. So that's about it.
All right. Thank you so much. Non-fun.
Sure. I mean, I don't think that sort of the most drugs come from Venezuela or the gangs that Trump is targeting in Venezuela. It seems like if you wanted to get the best use of our military resources on the margin to combat drugs, you would do it in Peru or Bolivia or Colombia, and that you'd potentially even do it with the cooperation of some of the governments there, and that would be less likely to provoke any type of actual state-on-state conflict. I don't think that any of this stuff is particularly legal. I don't know exactly whether we're talking about international domestic law, but I mean, the Trump administration themselves has given contradictory readings on what what it is. In the brief that Trump gave to Congress justifying these strikes, he said the United States is engaged in a non-international armed conflict against these cartels who we have designated foreign terrorist organizations. I don't think there's any precedent for designating these types of people engaged in the drug trade as foreign terrorist organizations unless they've actually engaged in some type of armed attack against U.S. citizens and everything. And in the AEA proclamation, the reason Trump is able to say Venezuela is committing a predatory invasion or whatever is because Tren de Agua is apparently connected to the Venezuelan government, which if that is the case, I don't really believe it is, but if that is the case, we would be in an international armed conflict, not a non-international armed conflict. So I don't think I have any reason to believe it. It seems like probably illegal. It seems probably not the best use of our military resources if we truly want to combat the drug trade. And I think it has the potential to provoke some type of bigger state-on-state conflict that I would not be particularly interested in foreseeing.
He brings up an interesting thing I've seen today, that China and Russia are sending weapons to Venezuela and radar systems and whatnot. It seems like they're trying to maybe make this into their version of Ukraine for us. Is not something y'all are worried about here on the right here?
With Venezuela?
Yeah, you think they could just give them enough to keep bleeding us over time, with their you know, if they have like the new Russian air systems, the defense systems, and you know, they're giving them.
Russia's too busy sending those to Ukraine, pal.
Russia couldn't even defend the proxy immediately. Hold on. Russia couldn't even defend their own proxy state immediately to the south of them, let alone their ally who gives them tons of drones and drone parts, which is Iran. So Syria and Iran falling without any Russian help. Why the fuck would they go all the way across the world to help Venezuela when they can't even help their allies? Like, I don't see it as a major threat at all, really. And
are you concerned at all about the potential, how costly it would be for the U.S. military, like to have any type of? I'm not worried
about that at all.
If we had a strike in Venezuela, let's say, which doesn't seem particularly unlikely that we're
not striking in Venezuela.
Even if we
Trump has suggested that we should, and it certainly seems like there are a lot of military resources being deployed to that area that don't make sense if we're not planning strikes within Venezuela itself.
Okay, but I'm dealing with what is actually happening, and there are so far no strikes in Venezuela itself. Now, if there are strikes in Venezuela without the permission of their government, then maybe we have something to talk about.
Well, hold on,
we still don't.
Wait, one, I think it's fairly likely or probable that we're going to hit a strike in Venezuela, and two, why would we give a fuck about what their government's permission?
I didn't want to say that out loud, but I just wanted to, I mean, does it matter? I mean, we've got a carrier group literally off their coast right now. I mean,
which for one, I would say that carrier group probably is
right.
Evidence that we are planning like an actual strike within Venezuela and not just like going after like certain boats in the region or whatever.
So what?
But secondly,
I want to hear.
My point, are you concerned at all? Gibbs was talking about any potential relationship they had with like China and Russia or whatever. I don't know if I'm super concerned about that, but I am concerned that if we were to strike within Venezuelan territory, that would lead to some, like, probably not full out war, probably not full scale invasion or anything, but some like state on state conflict that would be a lot more costly to the U.S. military than simply taking out a few boats, like I said, probably illegally. We can discuss that as well in the Caribbean.
I guess to my righties, what I'm saying is I like Venezuela. Their government will roll over within like 2 weeks if we actually invade. Like, I'm not super worried about that.
Their own people will roll their government over.
But yeah, I mean, I think there's maybe, but they have the same problem it has with like Mexico, where they have like a bunch of like semi-state like actors that are like the narco terrorists or the like narco like government like things, and I can see those easily getting backing from China and Russia, and like suddenly those guys disappearing into the jungles of Venezuela and like turn into a problem, just like the communists did there for the last 60 fucking years, and they never dug them out. Like, I don't know why there wouldn't be a threat that like they could bleed us like the Afghanis did.
I don't think.
Let me answer this question real quick, because I think that I don't have any fear.
I'll let y'all respond, then we'll go to Castle.
Because Bill Clinton attacked Yugoslavia, Kosovo, and a bunch of other places. Barack Obama hit Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, and other places. Joe Biden hit Afghanistan and Syria. There was other instances where Trump did this in his first term to a bunch of different places as well, where he dropped the Moab. I mean, we were at war with Afghanistan at the time, but he dropped the Moab. He hit Syria. He hit Iran. He hit in Gaza. Like, there's a bunch of instances. He hit Iran recently, too, in his second term. This does not mean we're at war with them. And again, if this axis of evil we're worried about coming in to fund Venezuela was actually capable, why didn't they protect themselves and their allies? They got crushed. Iran got crushed in a 12-day war, and Russia didn't help them at all. China didn't help them at all. Why are they going to turn around and help Venezuela, who's not their ally, who's just somebody that kind of sides with them?
Well, the answer to that would be cost effectiveness. If you can give small arms and training to groups like their little cartels, that's much easier than like
small arms or training. They've got arms and training. Look, come on, let's just be honest about Venezuela narco guys, right? Like, they're literally like one of the last existing slave trades in the world right now. They have entire villages that are literally made to work at gunpoint, and you want to defend any of this? Like, anybody? This is insane. You think China wants to get involved? Do you think China wants those headlines? That's insane. That's a reach.
Well, they said they want to get involved. That's why. I mean, I've only quoted the biggest thing.
Get involved and have all of these people. Have.
Well, China said that today. China said they were going to get involved today. They're going to send them weapons and supplies and training.
Well, they'll sell them stuff for sure. They'll sell them.
Let's go to Castle since we can come in here late. Thank you, Castle, for filling in for a drop. We appreciate it. What are your thoughts on gunboat diplomacy and the return to, I guess, what we're calling the Don Roe doctrine? And you've heard some of what we've talked about so far. What are your thoughts? And thank you again for filling in.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, are we specifically talking about Venezuela or just in general? I know I kind of came into it.
Yeah, we were starting with Venezuela. We can open it up from there, I guess. There's, other countries involved as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess gunboat diplomacy in general, I don't have a problem with. I think the way it's used, I can definitely make an argument about what's recently been going on in the Caribbean and Venezuela and the boats. I understand the argument against that and why we're doing that. I mean, listen, when it comes to targeting cartels and stuff, it's really not going to solve the problem. It's missing the forest for the trees. You can attack as many cartels as you want. People in the U.S. are still going to demand drugs, whether they get them legally, illegally, whatever it is. So I just think it's a waste of ammunition, really. I mean, it's like, going after an ant colony. It's thousands of them. You're not going to fix the problem. So I think we're wasting our resources there. And Tyler, I think you mentioned a few examples of how we used force against other countries in the Middle East. And I think when you're talking about terrorism, that actually is a severe threat. I think that's just a little bit different, where I would understand using force in that manner to restore diplomacy. So I think it depends on the situation. Right now in Venezuela, I wouldn't really support
Syria. We weren't attacking terrorists. Syria, Iran, several of those countries, we're attacking their government. Like, we attacked the Syrian government.
But their governments, I mean, Syrian government was also with support of Russians attacking U.S. troops.
Oh, for sure.
So
they were not terrorists.
I understand that.
And
I think frame this a little better, right? Let me make sure that we're understanding what we're really talking about here. These are targeted airstrikes and attacks on go-fast boats, blacked out speedboats. They're and the narco submarines, right? They're very targeted on very specific. They aren't randomly attacking Venezuelan fishing trawlers. They're not randomly just guessing that, hey, that might have drugs on it. These are verified. Like, these are surgical strikes, and I don't have a problem with that. Now, if you want to talk about, it's not going to make a dent in the drug trade, I think that will, right, and the risk.
It has, Grid. It has, Grid. Did you know what's happened? All right, guys, here's some cool tidbits. It's interesting that Papa Gibbs knows these facts. Did you know that we are at the highest numbers imported of cocaine since the 80s? It's actually surpassed the 80s. Here's the other kicker. It's the purest it's ever been because of Trump's war on fentanyl. So not only did Trump get rid of the fentanyl, we now have the most pure Colombian Bam Bam and the highest numbers we've ever had here in the United States.
Hopefully we'll get some clean heroin, too. We don't want that clean heroin back.
I'm just saying, I don't know if that was his plan, but I'm a big fan of that policy so far.
So, real quick.
Okay, wait, just real quick. I just want, so for, like, most of the things Tyler mentioned, most of the strikes he mentioned to both me and Castel, like, these are things that either we have to permit, like, for example, with Pakistan, many of the strikes we did within Pakistan, we had the permission of the Pakistani government to do, right? There was something, like, I know the raid on Osama bin Laden's compound, like, we did covertly or whatever, but there are many strikes in Pakistan we had the permission of the Pakistani government to do. So there's no risk of, like, going to war with the Pakistani government.
I don't know if I'd say
or
many,
there were things that probably did escalate the conflict, like, at least until, like that got the U.S. more militarily involved. Now, it is the case that, like, once the U.S. military is involved more heavily, we can achieve aims that we want or whatever. Like, obviously, eventually the Syrian government, was overthrown or whatever. Like, that's probably a net good for the U.S. or whatever. I'm not arguing that old military intervention never turns out to be net good. I'm just arguing, like, it probably is the case that if you do a strike within Venezuelan territory, even if it is against a cartel or whatever, a cartel which, again, by the way, Trump has alleged is connected to the Venezuelan government, that probably does have a pretty big risk of provoking some type of state-on-state conflict with Venezuela. And even, like, I can see there's a possibility that actually turns into a war that is not good.
I wouldn't mind a little bit of a U.S. interventionism again, which I normally don't. But, Venezuela used to be a prosperous, wonderful country, and now it's a fucking shithole with literal slaves, like literal, like not making that shit up. Like it could use a little freedom ringing in the
Well,
morning.
I mean, remember last year he was hiring Cuban death squads to go hunt down his dissenters, if I recall. But let's just look at a far-reaching thing. I think that's interesting. Today I was reading was that Iraq had just had a meeting with their
I'm gonna game
Department
on
of War,
myself.
whatever,
I'm
had a
gonna get
meeting with
derailed.
Pete
We're never
Hegseth,
gonna
right?
get through the
And
points I try to bring up.
apparently the Iraqi department, the head of war guy, cited that he was concerned about U.S. intervening in Iraq again against Iranian militias in the way that we were doing with Venezuela potentially. And I was like, well, that's interesting that, different regions of the world, they're both concerned about how we're going to react. Is this something that we want other countries to be concerned, like, oh, daddy U.S. might come back and lose the stick? Well, like, what are y'all thoughts here on this?
Absolutely, peace through strength. But going into like what we were just talking about, almost all these military interventions, when Clinton went into Yugoslavia and Kosovo, they could greatly opposed it. Biden and Trump and Obama all attacking Syria. Syria's government greatly opposed all the attacks on Iran. Iran's government greatly opposed it. There's a long list. So if we're just going to cherry pick out a few in Pakistan,
that led to like a prolonged conflict with Syria. Eventually, the U.S. came out on top, but like we had troops on the ground in Syria for decades.
We still do, but they're there mostly to deter Iran. We are in South Syria.
The actual
the troops on the ground in Syria were also there to deter the Assad regime from attacking that little pocket we had, were they not? Weren't they literally training Syrian rebels too?
They were there to protect the Kurds, but we were also working with Syria to fight ISIL in the region as well. So it's kind of a little bit more complicated than that. But most of these strikes did not have government support. I just went through the list of mine, ran it through Grok and asked, and they were telling me that only some of the Pakistani ones, Yemen was in full support and Somalia's governments were in full support, but that's about it. And the rest were not. Almost every single one strongly opposed Biden, Obama, and Trump, and Clinton all doing these types of bombing.
Sure, I said I said they either had permission from the government there, like some of the strikes in Pakistan. I know some of them were done covertly, or they did lead to prolonged conflict. They did lead to some type of prolonged intervention. The U.S. came out on top in many of them, or whatever. But there's still conflict in Yemen. I don't think we have any troops on the ground there, but I know we have troops stationed in the Middle East to deal with that threat still. I know we actually, it's funny, we don't have an aircraft carrier in the Middle East for the first time in like 20 years because Trump sent that one to Venezuela. Or we have, we did have troops on the ground in Syria. We still do. They were, to my understanding, they were training Syrian rebels as well. They were protecting the Syrian rebels that were in the little U.S. autonomous zone. I don't know when we first put U.S. troops on the ground in Syria.
They were long before the strikes. That being said, most of these governments did not agree with it, and most of them, Kosovo didn't lead to a longer war, Pakistan didn't lead to a longer war, Yemen didn't lead to a longer war, Somalia didn't lead to a longer war, Syria didn't lead to a longer war because they were already there. Again, in this one as well, we have a ton of examples where that's not the case. And then your other point earlier is, why don't we just go in and work with these governments? We've tried. The Trump administration canceled $50 billion, or was it millions? 50-something million or billion going to Peru specifically to help fight drugs because they refused to work with us. They wouldn't let us do drone flyovers. They wouldn't let military go in. They only would work with the DA if the DA had enough proof to prove that this drug organization exists, and they weren't allowed to go in and do spy work against them. So Peru has been pushing us back and not working with us and not allowing the military in the same way Mexico is, the same way Argentina is before the current leader was in there. Most of these countries are saying, no, you cannot put your military into our country, as well as the subject of tonight's debate. They will not work with us at all. They are hosting.
Venezuela is one of the worst offenders. Like they absolutely have refused all U.S. support, aid.
Yeah, no one is arguing. The Venezuelan regime is obviously hostile to the U.S. No one argues against that.
And they're working with the cartels. It's proven.
Yeah.
Which cartels? Wait, Tyler. Do you recognize? Hold on, just real quick. Do you recognize if they are working with the cartels? If they are working with the cartels, then Trump's justification for these strikes or whatever is not true, because he said the United States is engaged in a non-international armed conflict against foreign terrorist organizations. If it was the case that these were truly working with the regime in Venezuela, it would be classified as an international armed conflict.
Wait, well, hold on. Is that the same as like?
I mean, you understand that we have a $50 million bounty for Maduro's arrest that is effective right now. That's the president, in theory, president of Venezuela. Do you think that we're really worried about sparking a conflict with them when we've put a $50 million bounty on their president?
I don't think. My concern is I don't think Trump is seriously concerned whether or not he sparks a conflict with Venezuela. but we probably should be
Obviously
considering.
not. He put a $50 million bounty on their president.
If we did have any type of state-on-state violence with Venezuela, there probably would be some prolonged U.S. presence in the region that would draw away resources from other areas. I recognize, like, for the conflicts Tyler mentioned again, like Yugoslavia, obviously, like that conflict died down or whatever. There were ceasefires that the U.S. negotiated, but for every other thing, there's like still some conflict involved in those areas that the U.S. is still, at least to some extent, actively involved in. The U.S. is still, to some extent, actively involved with the Yemen or whatever. You can say that's good, and in some cases, it might come out that we might come out on top of those conflicts, but it does lead to some prolonged U.S. intervention in these regions. In some cases, good, some cases bad.
I'm honestly okay with it escalating in Venezuela.
Let's hold on. Let's let Castle get. Let's let Castle get it.
I think that the country is failing. It's to the point where the United States government, a foreign entity, has put a bounty on the president of another country. Do you know how dramatic a step that is? And you're talking about, you're worried that blowing up some narco boats is a big deal? Like, honestly,
I'm worried that if we do strikes in Venezuela, it would provoke a bigger conflict. But you seem to just be saying that we should provoke that bigger conflict, that you just want war with Venezuela.
I'm saying that I'm not concerned about it.
Let's go to Castle. Go ahead, Castle. What you got?
All right. So I just wanted to kind of lay groundwork for where the other side is on this. So are you guys arguing that there's no limits to gunboat diplomacy, or like what would the limits be, I guess, for either Grit or Tyler? Like what could the U.S. do that would be deemed, I guess, illegal or an escalation too far into gunboat diplomacy, just so I can understand like where to argue from?
I think that step one would be the designation of a terrorist. If you look at what Trump has to meet with criteria, they easily fit the criteria of being designated as a terrorist. We can get into that if you want. So that one's checked. Two, I would say that anything, I think there's a day limit. I think it's 80 days or 90 days. Congress then has to go on and improve that. So if Trump ignores Congress, that's a problem as well. Or I think too big of action, like sending in a squad to go assassinate somebody at the higher ups, or direct military engagement, since this is more of a proxy state. Mostly the Cartel of the Sun is the one significantly tied to the government, and they work with Tren de Aragua. If we kill the Cartel of the Sun and it ends up being a military officer out of uniform, which a lot of them are, then I think that's fine. But if he's in a military uniform in a military capacity, then I don't think that that's good.
What if, let me throw one at you, Tyler, and then I'll let Grit answer. What if, like, they hire, I don't know, what if Exxon decided they're going to hire Blackwater tomorrow to go capture Maduro?
Blackwater.
Sure, that's what I think.
I think that's already happened.
Bush tried to do something similar. Bush tried to go in and get Guevara.
Would that be too much of an escalation?
Let me hold on. I can actually answer that. So we've already got CIA covert missions people. We've had them in there since.
Sure, I'm sure we've had them in there for the decade. But like, I'm asking.
No. I mean actively in there doing sabotage, gathering intel, that sort of thing. And those were acknowledged as authorized in October last month. Like that like they said. Yeah, the CIA are actively operating in the country right now to sabotage and gather intel on these narco operations. Now, obviously, they also think that the president of the country is a criminal, and they may be going after him. I don't know. That's a CIA thing.
No, but what if they hired like Dog the Bounty Hunter and us five, and we were going in there with a squad up and with mule teams?
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, but like, would that be too much of an escalation? I mean, he might not. He might. Somebody might.
Do that.
What if somebody did that? Would that be too much of an escalation? I guess is what I'm asking.
I have no idea.
You just said we have a $50 million bounty on him.
Yeah, we have. Like, I mean, you want to go down there and get it, baby? Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, if we go down there and get it, like, is that going to be like World War III? Do we? I mean, you brought this up. You said, hey, it's the escalation. Okay, if random American citizens, in theory, decided, hey, we're going to go try to get this bounty, would that be like a wartime escalation? I think non-thon would say yes. You're shaking your head no. What do you?
I mean, private citizens can do whatever they want.
Iran puts fatwas on people left and right. I don't think that's a declaration of war.
What do you think, Castle? You think that would be a declaration, or like if I don't know, you and me and the buddies wouldn't try to get him?
Well, I think if you could prove that the U.S. government was behind it, then
they are behind it. I want the $50 million bounty.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If this isn't just a private citizen going on their own, then if it's the U.S. government, then yeah, I would definitely take that as an act of war. And I think too, like back to my original point, just to understand the escalation point, for Tyler Grid, like the people in Venezuela, let me grant you that the strikes are drug boats, because I've seen on Twitter, oh, they're not drug boats, oh, they are drug boats. Well, let me grant you that they are going after actual drug runners to these countries. Mm-hmm. Do we know who is on those boats? Like, do we know if they're Venezuelan citizens? Do we know if they're Brazilians? Do we know if they're Colombians? I'm saying that I think
if you're running a blackout,
you don't know, and we're bombing
in the middle of the ocean at night. If you're running a go fast boat in the middle of the ocean at night with no lights, and when the helicopter or whatever their drone or whatever they've got when they announce in Spanish stop, and you don't stop, that fits the narco profile, and they'll light you up.
Sure, I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying
the answer is no.
I'm saying
the answer is no. I mean, the answer is no.
We don't know for sure.
The answer is no. But if there were a U.S. citizen on that boat helping smuggle drugs, and we just bombed a U.S. citizen, I think that would be.
Well, he would be a criminal by definition.
Yeah, he'd be in a terrorist organization. But
hold on.
Wait. No, Kessel's making a good point. We don't actually know 100%. When Biden bombed a car in Kabul in 2022, I think it was, he ended up killing a family of 10 when they thought they were targeting a terrorist and made a massive mistake. We have to trust our intel agencies are doing their job.
In order to be targeted, just based on in order to be targeted, you either have to present an actual armed threat to the U.S., right? Or you have to be a member of an organized armed group that makes you liable for status-based targeting. I don't think there's any reasonable world in which we can consider these cartels an organized armed group under which people would be liable for status-based targeting.
Definitely an organized armed group.
Well,
not under the conventional international law definition.
I do want to push back against one of these things, though. Hold on. I think they're just as culpable as whenever we bombed that American citizen. I think Obama did it, and he was like, "This is a terrorist," right? But then it was a journalist or some shit. They're probably same gray zone, terrorist organization and a cartel. However, I remember people were pissed. But hold on, people were pissed about that. Because you're not supposed to bomb U.S. citizens if you're not with a U.S. drone. We're supposed to bring them in, give them a trial. Sure, if they're actively out there fighting and shooting at us, bang, bang, and they get shot by a SWAT team, that's one thing. But I think it's different than whenever it's like, hey, we got Reaper Prime up here flying, and it fires Foxtrot 3 at me, and I'm dead. I think that's a little different. Wouldn't you agree, Grid? You want to get hit by the Reaper Prime while you're walking over here?
That's why I don't do narco. That's why I don't do narco.
What if you cross the street jaywalking and they're like, hey, get that fucker? What's the that's the next step.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
It's the next step. Yeah, wrong place, wrong time. I mean, I'm with that's one step towards big government. If we're like, hey,
you do want to make a hypothetical, right? If I were flying my plane and my radio went out and a jet pulled up next to me and said land or die, and I couldn't hear him, and he made clear signals for me to land, and I ignored him and maybe even gave him the bird because that's my style, that's my personality, and he put a missile up my ass, there wouldn't be a damn thing anybody'd say about it.
Oh, Greg, come on! If you're not doing anything wrong, if you're not, why should you land?
If you're just flying over my ranch and the F-16 pulls up and is like, "Hey, land," and you're not doing anything wrong, I would have a problem if they fucking missiled you. Yeah, I think so.
If I ignored their orders and they're like, hey, if you fly over this area, man, you're lit up.
Well, the cop comes up.
That's a real thing for air.
Yeah, the cop comes on my land and tells me to do some shit that I don't want to do, and I haven't done anything wrong. He could get fucked too.
Massive difference between military and police officers.
Exactly. National security different. They don't have to do the same checks that a localized police would have to do with the United States citizen. I'm looking into that right now. The Trump administration doesn't need to prove any of these people are terrorists, except for the one person they need to identify was on the boat. If one terrorist is on that boat and they've made positive identification, that right there merits they're allowed to blow that boat up. If they hit a U.S. citizen as collateral damage.
That's only the case if we're actually engaged in an armed conflict.
I'm reading it right now.
Under what U.S. law, under what domestic or international authority too? I don't know how much you care about that. Can you target someone based on their status as a member of a cartel if we're not in an armed.
There's multiple here.
If we're
There's
not
the
in
Article 2 powers of the president. There's the 2001
that again applies to armed conflict. That applies to armed.
There's
Tyler.
multiple here. That's what I'm going to read you is multiple. The Article 2, the 2001 authorization of use of military force directly allows this. FTO designation 8 USC 1189 also allows this. War powers resolution 50 USC 1541 and 1548 also allows this as well.
The designation of the designation of someone as a foreign terrorist organization that controls the ability of the president to do things like IEPA sanctions or like immigration sanctions with regards to that country. I don't believe it it doesn't authorize killing based on status. I don't believe that's the case. Secondly, the Article 2 authority. It applies when it's like reasonable to anticipate war in the constitutional sense of the word war is my understanding, at least from what I've read. There's no imminent armed attack that these cartels are going to be doing against the U.S. Under no historical precedent is the drug trade in any way.
Being a terrorist doesn't mean you're just a terrorist in the United States. They are 100% a terrorist group. They're responsible for most of the deaths in politicians in multiple countries. They are a terrorist
group. What is the armed attack against the United States?
The AUMF flat out says this permits targeting members or affiliates of terrorist organizations and does not mandate pre-strike public evidence, internal vetting, or internal vetting suffices.
Isn't that number one in relation to the 9/11 attacks and only authorizes it with people who have related to the 9/11 attacks? That was my understanding of the 2001 bill.
Designations.
Yeah, they're no. Yeah.
You cited what statute are you citing? You're citing the 2001 use of authorization of military force?
Yes. Yeah.
If I look it up, it's not going to say that it's for people in connection to the 9/11 attacks.
Is claiming. This is what the Trump administration
The Trump administration claimed that we were in a non-international armed conflict against these people who we have designated as FTOs, which again, to my understanding, FTO is not. It's meant simply to it allows you to have sanctions against them like under IEPA or like have immigration restrictions. I don't believe anything. I don't believe FTO designation gives the president or the Defense Department the ability to kill people based on status.
But you're wrong. The LOAC laws of
that's international law. We're talking about this is domestic law.
Well,
international law, I think, is harder for you.
Our domestic law, absolutely. With the AUMF and the they call them. There's a term they use there. Now it's not a terror. They don't call them terrorist organizations anymore. I'm sorry.
Isn't it combatant? Some combatant.
Yeah, it's
foreign combatant.
I have it in my notes. I'm sorry. I don't have my notes aren't very organized, guys. I apologize.
Well, I do what I want to do. What I got kind of like do this little thing here. So like I'm obviously
wait, hold on, just real quick. I also want to say for the FTO designation under the statute you're talking about, I believe I like it's for politically motivated attacks. It's for like armed and politically motivated attack. It's not in any way reasonably interpreted as like the drug trade.
Well, okay. I know that's partially
just real quick. This is the language. Premeditated, politically motivated violence perpetuated against non-combatant targets by subnational groups or clandestine agents. I don't think Trenda Agra or these cartels fit that definition.
Absolutely do.
Well, what is the premeditated, politically motivated violence against the United States on non-combatants they've done?
Well, they've been responsible for the deaths of more politicians in every country they operated than anything else, including natural death
number
combined.
One, well, politicians aren't always non-combatants, so that's number one. Number two, I believe. Like it has to be against the U.S. and it has to be like politically motivated. I would imagine maybe you can stretch it to politically motivated if they're politicians, but I would imagine the reason they're killing politicians is because they're in some way interfering with the drug trade.
Motivated? Seriously? You're gonna stand on that?
Yeah, like the AMF reading was the original interpretation that ignores all the precedent that's come since. So you're making basic points and ignoring how law has evolved based on Obama actually expanding it to incorporate ISIS, who wasn't involved in 9/11.
They're an armed group. They commit armed attacks against people. This is Trinidad Agua. They don't have that.
Well, hold on. Let me try a different way. Well, Trinidad. Okay, I don't want to argue that cartels don't make heart attacks because they absolutely make heart attacks.
100%.
Not in the understanding of the law. Not
Sure,
like
sure.
there's never been.
I'm not going to debate the like nitty gritty of the law part right here. Like whether Trinidad Agua fits the same thing as ISIS Arcade. I don't really give a shit about that. What I do care about though is I do think that non-fawn is touching on something that makes me somewhat concerned as a conservative, and I think that it's this idea that suddenly the government can start designating those things. It's the same reason I don't like the idea of them going for like trans people taking their guns, right? And the reason for that is because what's next? They're going to say Republicans are a mental illness. If you're a conservative now, a mental illness, we're going to take your guns. It's the same kind of concept here. First, they're going to say you're a terrorist, and then next they're going to say, oh, he's of XYZ status, and then it's going to be finally this guy did whatever, and then now we can drone strike him here in the U.S. And that is concerning to me. And the fact that Tyler is, he's barely a righty. I'm surprised you're not concerned about this at all. Like, do you not have the concern that, like, say the next guy, maybe a lefty gets in here and starts like classifying, oh, they're a part of a hate organization, we can drone strike him because he's part of the Texas Nationalist, or oh, he's a hate organization, he's part of the Baptist Church, like bam, like what, like is that a
again, when we're dealing with foreign countries and organizations as terrorist groups, then no, I don't have that concern.
The Klan's a terrorist group.
Hold on,
The Klan's considered a terrorist group. Like, should we be able to drone strike Klansmen in the United States?
Are they considered a terrorist group?
I think they're considered a domestic one, right? I don't think it's...
The NUMF legally does not require the terrorist attacks to be armed against the United States.
All right, well, let's pick the Aryan Brotherhood then, because they are an international one.
All right, no, I have the... So if that were the case, why are we not drone striking Antifa?
I mean, that's a good question. That's why I'm concerned.
Versus foreign. It's only foreign terrorists.
I mean,
These are domestic terrorists.
Hold on. What's the step? If China, we
designated a terrorist organization, and
if we find out China's paying them, okay, cool. Now they're a foreign terrorist organization. Are we going to start?
Oh no, that's not how that works.
Well,
hold on. Again, by the way, killing them based on status, as status, not they're actually posing against some imminent threat via an armed attack to the U.S. just for the status being a member of Antifa or being a member of the cartel.
If suddenly we find out Russia and China are funding Antifa, and now they're foreign status, like, and we decide,
doesn't matter.
I understand. I got what you're saying. So if Antifa gets on a boat and drives up the Mississippi River armed with a bunch of, I mean, obviously they're already going to have drugs because they're Antifa, but with with whatever their little concrete milkshakes or whatever the fuck they'd call them. If they drive up the river, do we get to airstrike those guys then?
No, you would not get to airstrike those in my situation.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Well, because I don't want status being the reason why we're getting drone striked in America.
But at that point, they're armed in conflict. So
yeah.
But do you know why we wouldn't do that?
Well, hopefully because we haven't deployed the National Guard and we're in a civil war. That would be hopefully why we haven't done that yet.
Well, I mean, it's because they're not a foreign terrorist organization.
Yeah, but they are. But if Russia or China is funding them, what's the difference?
If you can prove that they're Russian, then sure.
Yeah, but they're like the old people that are okay. Like, this is my point. Let's say, like, we find out.
To keep stretching because we hit.
No. I mean, we don't have to. We already know they got some funding from these foreign powers. Like, so if we found out Antifa cell number 36 in fucking, I don't know, San Antonio, Texas, they were sit here and they were supplied by Russian ops and Russian agents, and they got the weapons, and they were sit here and fed them money from Russian agents. Yeah, I would still have a problem with the U.S. sending a Reaper drone in and shooting a missile into a neighborhood or a car as they were driving to take out all the people that were all Antifa but were all U.S. citizens. Yeah, I would have a problem with that. That's something our domestic agents should be able to handle. That's the whole point of, like, FBI, the Secret Service, whatever. I don't think we should be using the military to take out American citizens, and I don't think that's what's happened with Venezuela. But I am concerned about the slippery slope of, we're going to start saying, this status, we can bomb them if they're a citizen or not, because that's what Obama did, and we had a problem with that. And but now Republicans are telling me we don't have a problem with it, and maybe I'm not sold on that. I don't know. Like,
and he also used the NUMF to do that. I see
a lot of gaps in that logic, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wait, Tyler. Maybe you're seeing something I'm not. So, like, the thing I'm seeing from Lawfare is that designation as a foreign terrorist organization does not grant the president the authority to kill these people. The designation of a foreign terrorist organization is simply so that you can use IEPA and the Immigration and Nationality Act and some other like economic sanctions via executive power. I'm seeing the same thing from the New York Times. I'm seeing the same thing from the Google Gemini. It's giving me, it's saying it is not great. It is not. So wait, hold on. You agree that the designation of Trinidad Agra as a foreign terrorist organization, even though I don't think they meet that standard, does not grant the president the ability to kill people based on status as a member of that organization.
Have that alone. There's more criteria that comes from just the designation.
So what is the arm? So then, what is like the armed attack that would actually constitute an armed conflict that would give the president the authority to kill people based on status?
I already told that to you because it doesn't require it to just be the United States that
do
was
you think that killing politicians, presumably,
other nations?
So
hold on, I'm answering the question. Hold on, I'm answering the question you just asked.
You said you answered it before, and I remember.
Oh, no, I did not. I'm answering it again for you. So,
he said the same thing earlier.
AUMF allows us to also take our allies into consideration if they're attacked in the same way. 1, 2, all they have to do is pose a threat to national security, where that's something Clinton tapped into the, 1974 Act, where you're allowed 60 days to go out and do military action without the approval of Congress as well.
Hold on, you can do military action without the approval of Congress, but it still has to be within the scope of U.S. law, and you have to justify it afterwards. That's why Trump sent the memo to Congress saying we're now in a non-international armed conflict against Trinidad Agra or whatever. But my understanding is there has to be a threshold crossed where it actually, in order for these standards to apply, to meet armed conflict. Armed conflict, to my understanding, under U.S. law and international law, is not traditionally assumed to mean like presumably the cartel is killing politicians because they are trying to stop the drug trade, or because they wronged.
That's not a political terrorist event. When you kill a politician to get a different political result,
there might be
exactly what it is.
There might be cases where you could consider it political violence, but I don't know if traditionally would people. When I think of political violence, like I think of, for example, like Islamists.
To get a different political result is the definition of political terrorism.
If because they're interfering with the drug trade, right, or because there's some corruption of the government. I think usually when we think of political violence, we think of like a terrorist like targeting politicians to invoke fear in people, right? We don't think of like.
What about the one Mexican mayor that just got killed? That like spoke out against the cartels, right? Which he was literally killed by the cartel after telling President Scheinberg, I think, to go in there and say, "Hey, we need more like stronger policy on the cartels," and they killed him the next day. Right?
I think
would that be political violence?
I think that probably better fits like some type like organized crime rather than like political violence. I think
seriously
that's probably what. Yeah, I think that's a better fit.
Come on, that is.
Well, hold on. So, then I guess what they're struggling with is your distinction. Would you call like Tammany Hall, like back in the day, would Tammany Hall be political violence, or would it be organized crime? Because
who is she? I don't recognize the name.
Tammany Hall was the Chicago, New York mayors, right? The run by the mob. Right, like Tammany Hall.
Look at William Taft.
Yeah. So it's so they're basically a mob ran city. Right, when they were stuffing ballots, organized crime to the max. The mayor was pushing policy that helped the mafia.
There's probably I don't know how holistically I would categorize it or whatever. There's definitely political violence like involved in that. I don't even think that like all of Trinidad Agra's actions or whatever couldn't be construed as political violence. I think typically when people think of political violence, though, they don't think of like an organized crime group killing politicians because they want better like drug trades or whatever. I think they usually think
those people are stupid.
Okay, so I think it probably better fit. I think it probably better fits some definition of organized crime. But I don't even believe killing politicians would cross the threshold into any type of the like armed conflict that would grant the president the authority to kill people based on status.
Not a political crime. How is it killing a politician to keep the politician from doing his job as a politician? How is that not a political crime?
Because you're doing it not with like political aims, right? You're doing it because you want your cartel to succeed, or because they wronged your cartel somehow.
Because the politician
that's a political aim.
Politics against you.
I don't think that's what people typically think of when they think of political aim. Like you're not trying to spread your ideology. You're not trying to like enforce your ideology. You're not trying to like cause a bunch of fear in the general populace. The thing you're trying to do is sell more drugs.
What was the motivation for killing the politician?
I would presume, you can tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler. I presume many of the primarily like because they were, paying off the politician, and politicians stopped doing what they asked, or the politician tried to crack down on cartel violence, and those are primarily reasons. But it's not trying to spread, like, it's not like a jihadist trying to spread his ideology or trying to invoke fear into populace by killing these people. It's a cartel trying to make their cartel more successful.
Spreading an ideology, you just made that up. That's not a requirement for it to be a political crime. You just made that shit up.
That is what people typically think of when we imagine political violence.
Nobody typically thinks that. I don't typically think that.
I don't typically think that
violence is violence against politicians or people who are attempting.
No, because you can do political violence that's not against politicians, right? Like if I can go politically motivated to kill someone, like based on my political ideology, right? Like
okay,
I'm going to go kill.
Only killing the
Jewish
politicians
people
that are against the cartel, that are trying to implement policy that will go against the cartel. They're killing them, and they're not killing the ones that aren't doing that. So they're killing politicians for their political decisions and actions in office. That is political terrorism, definitionally. 100% textbook.
I don't think. I mean, I don't want to say again, and I said this. I don't even think it like precludes the definition of political violence or whatever. But typically, people think of like a jihadist trying to spread their ideology or trying to invoke fear in people, not like, again, a cartel trying to make their cartel more successful. But if you want to call it political violence, that's fine. But I still don't think it meets the threshold of any type of like armed conflict that to my understanding, U.S. law requires.
I'm glad you agree with Trump that the January 6th protesters were going after too hard for political terrorism.
Let me go to Castle here. He's been quiet. You've been listening. What are your thoughts so far?
Obviously, the January 6th people is because they were in an attempt to like overthrow the election, right? Like that is a political aim. That is a political goal.
So it's cool.
Listen, we'll come back to January 6th because I'm sure it'll come up another 50 times next month. Let's go to Castle. What are your thoughts so far? What are you thinking? You've been listening? You're a little quiet. Share your.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of like it. A square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is a square in regards to like if it's terrorism, political violence. Like I would say in this case, especially in Mexico, that it would count as political violence, but not all political violence is terrorism. So I think that's where, I mean, the definitions you can go back and forth on. I mean, I think the situation in Mexico, which I was just reading about actually the other day, was political violence. But I think, in regards to the theme and the overall topic at hand, I still don't know how we kind of got on that subject and whether or not that means that we have to go into Mexico and start taking out the cartels. I'd say Mexico should probably handle that on their own because it's been a problem for them for decades now. And I think that when you go back and look at some of these other instances too, there's a theme here, and I don't want to sound conspiratorial, but I think there is an obvious theme of these countries that we are attacking, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's anywhere in the Middle East, and there are countries that do propagate in narco activity that we don't go after.
Wait, just real quick. I just want I'm not going crazy, right? Like when people think political violence, they think it's someone trying to like actually spread their ideology or like cause fear into populace or like do crazy shit like ISIS and whoever. Like they don't think of like a cartel. Not that this doesn't entirely fall into the definition, I guess in some cases, but like they don't think of a cartel's not trying to spread its ideology or whatever. It's just trying to sell more drugs, and politicians sometimes get in the way of that. That's not I don't think that's the same thing as like a jihadist killing people or like a pro-life person and killing, like bombing a Planned Parenthood, right? Like that's these seem like different things, even if like I think you could probably fit the cartel stuff under some definition of political violence at the very least. But I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm blind.
Well, Castle's saying it'll be more on the market for people to buy. Yeah.
It's a global market. I don't know. They produce a lot. They have the largest reserves in the world out of any country, which is insane. But I think, look at China. They are basically the whole reason why fentanyl is being produced in these Latin American countries, yet we don't have anybody attacking China. And I think that's because they're a very powerful country that we don't want to escalate any conflict with. So when I think about this gunboat diplomacy, it's like, yeah, we're going after these small petrostates, basically, that we could take out whenever we want, but we're kind of, staying away from these other larger areas and countries that are doing just as bad narco activity for an obvious reason.
Well, let's examine that.
Hold on, I'm going to explore it for a minute. Because this is interesting to me. So we don't we don't really need any other reason to go after them than communism, and they have oil. I mean, we don't need to deal. We don't need to make up bullshit about narco terrorism as an excuse to go after them.
That's what George Bush did.
Yeah, I mean, George. I mean, we've proven all over the world that if you are a dictator and mean to your people and you have oil, the U.S. is we have bombs to burn, baby. And we'll do it.
But I think that's antithetical to Trump's whole no new wars thing. Like, I don't know why communism is our place to start invading countries or taking out their leaders.
Not sure we have bombs to burn either.
That's probably the best point.
Well, that's interesting, and this is like something I was hoping we'd get to. And so, thank you for bringing this up. Is we talked about this, and I've been reading people calling this the Don Roe doctrine, because it seems somewhat antithetical to his no wars policy. However, it very much aligns with the isolationist kind of ideas of, where it's like, we don't want these other people on our side of the hemisphere. Is that where you're falling, Grid? Because you were just saying it seems like a good point.
I mean, it's a solid point that we would not want to have other people involved, but I guess my problem with that is, we've just never needed that before to go after something. Now, it's a good point that Trump can use narco-terrorism to go into Venezuela without starting a new war. He's just simply expanding on the drug war that we already have, that we have had since 1989 or 90, something like that. And,
So,
I'll push back real quick, because we don't need a reason, but the exact reason we went into Iraq was a whole fake weapons of mass destruction conspiracy. They already had Saddam Hussein, who was an evil dictator. Well, I'm not getting into that. That was a whole mess.
Stop it.
They found 6,000. That's how the burn pits were discovered. But going into the history of Venezuela, so what happened is we used to get about 15% of our oil exports from Venezuela. What happened after is Chavez got elected. When Chavez got elected, he was a big fan of Castro. What they did was they used the government to seize private industries that were U.S. owned. So they took billions of dollars in U.S. equipment, U.S. property, U.S. firms, and just seized it and said, get the fuck out. That right there would be enough to go in for us for oil. And Bush did do some things. What happened is we backed anti-Chavez protests. When that started going off, we went in and arrested Chavez, held him in detainment. Massive protests started within the country. We ended up releasing him.
Wait, Tyler, you can't say that's reason. Imagine if the U.S. said, tomorrow we're going to take over any land that the Chinese own in the U.S., and the China got pissed and said, we're going to go into the U.S. and take our land back. That would be insane. That's Venezuela first. That would be an American first policy, and there's no reason for the U.S. to get involved in Venezuela because
they stole it.
Hold on. We've done that here too. Texas just declared for Chinese nationals can't own land and stuff, like recently. Like, how is that any different if we came in there and seized it?
I don't think it would be.
Right? Like, we're basically, we do that with TikTok, basically? Like, here's some pennies on the dollar.
Obviously, the U.S. is hypocritical in that we have nationalized foreign assets also, maybe not to the extent Venezuela has, but like, I'm a little confused here. I thought we were just doing strikes on boats, in the Caribbean. Are we overthrowing the regime and getting our oil back now? Like, what's our end goal here? Is our goal now?
Trump has suggested that. That's the Don Roe
I understand Trump has suggested that, and I mentioned that. And the thing I heard from Grid, and I don't know if Tyler mentioned it, was, we're just doing strikes against boats in the Caribbean right now. We haven't done anything against Venezuela itself. So now are we not only going after the cartels in the sea, are we going after cartels on land, and are we going after not just the cartels but the regime itself? I just want to know where you guys stand on how much we should be doing.
They're one and the same. They've already been linked multiple times.
I told you earlier we have a $50 million bounty on the head.
You did tell me that
of the country. Like how? I mean, what else can you?
I'm asking you, Grid. If Trump said, I'm not just going to do strikes in the Caribbean anymore, I'm going to do strikes in Venezuelan territory against cartels, or I'm going to do strikes against the Venezuelan government itself.
For that escalation, I would need to understand why we needed to do that, or why he felt like we needed to do that. My guess is that it could be coming just because they're going to find the slave labor camps and villages where these people are in horrendous conditions, and we're going to go in there as a humanitarian, those are air quotes, humanitarian effort to free those people, and that'll be
the humanitarian with the B-1 bombers. That's yeah,
humanitarian effort. No, I think we're going to use. I think we're going to use the 160th SOAR and go in with helicopters. That'd be my guess.
But Grid, you don't think that slave labor is worth us going into to save, right? I mean, that's not a real argument. There's slave labor going on everywhere in the world.
That's how slavery ended.
Slaves. Literal slave, not people not getting paid. I'm talking about
the Uyghur Muslims
over the people working under armed guard in slave labor camps.
Yeah, I mean the Chinese are like organ harvesting the Uyghur Muslims. Are we going to invade China?
I mean, North
we
Korea.
do go into nations for humanitarian reasons all the time. There's genocides in Rwanda. There's different things. Again, Kosovo with Clinton.
I don't think it's always. I don't think it's always bad to have a humanitarian goal in war or whatever. Like I, unlike Gibbs, care about people in other countries. I want them to be better off. I will mention this is also the same president that cut all the money to or 83% of the programs from USAID, and that's probably going to kill more people in Africa than any of the people that he's going to save in Venezuela from slavery or whatever. And I'm pretty sure Grid supports cutting all the USAID money despite how many people that's going to kill as well. Well, I'm saying it seems kind of hypocritical when you say we're gonna go into some humanitarian aim.
We're trying to derail off of this off of the gunboat diplomacy thing into.
I'm not trying to necessarily I'm saying if we care so much about slavery in Venezuela that we're going to do an invasion, it seems like we should care.
I didn't say we care so much about it. I said that there would be that it is
that's a justification
for that to happen.
Slavery. And what Venezuela does with their elections usually don't merit an invasion. They usually merit sanctions, and that's exactly what they got. So I wouldn't say that justifies it. What justifies it is that they are directly involved with terrorist organizations. Like, again, the Sons.
That does break the line, right?
Go ahead. Let me
Sorry.
reframe this a little bit because I think there's something interesting we're kind of avoiding here. Is let's go back to this Don Road thing. All right, so Cuba and Venezuela, they're really tight. I think when Peru and some of the other countries are kind of looking to Venezuela to be the lead on fighting the U.S. and kind of being like, hey, stick to the U.S. And other countries in the region like Argentina and Brazil, they're getting more in bed with the United States as we go. I see this as more of his overall Latin American policy, right? Like he's doing the Don Row. Like he's like, okay, Mexico, you need to get rid of the Cuban fucking influence in your area. And basically Cuba had to force out them using Cuban troops and stuff. And then now he told hey, Venezuela, we're coming for you. And Cuba's once again being super isolated again, right? For whatever reason, I don't know why we haven't just gone in there and taken them out, but they're getting isolated again. And now he's forcing this on Venezuela. And it's basically if Venezuela falls, he thinks these other countries are going to fall in line. And I like with the no new wars thing, if someone said this earlier with the drug war, yeah, it's basically a continuation of the drug war. I don't know that I see this. I don't see him if they escalate an attack on the land. I don't know if it's going to escalate. My concern is more less with non-funds argument about we're going to fight another nation.
Might not.
I think we're going to
want to cut USAID, but he's the fourth president who did.
And then it'll be months and years.
2 weeks.
Yeah, max. But then we'll be fighting the cartels and the people in the
Panama is 36 hours.
Yeah, but Panama is yay big, right? There's ranches in Texas bigger than Panama. I'm saying that with Venezuela, it's a big ass country. You're gonna have people out in the sticks, in the woods, and the cartels, and they're gonna be fighting for ages. Little villages. Some of them are gonna be run by the cartel. Not all are gonna be slave. It's not unless we go in there dig these people out, they're just gonna keep crawling out. And I don't know if we have the gumption to do that. I just see this as more of a larger change where he's trying to force China and Russia out of our hemisphere, and I think he could do it with hey, if we take out the big dog on the block, which is in our hemisphere, which I guess is Venezuela, then he can force Peru and these other countries to fall in line.
Maybe it could be that. When we look at what's happening in Africa with Mali and Ghana and a couple of the other small little
Rwanda's turned them all into their bitches.
And those were basically Russian run, and now the Russians have been run out of it. And even though a lot of them are still employed there technically by whoever's the technical leader of the country that day. And I could easily see Venezuela and a lot of South America becoming that kind of a version of that side of Africa, where it's just a bunch of little warring nation states that just never stop fighting with each other. And it would be great if we could stop that, if we could prevent that in our hemisphere.
But they're not doing that now. Why would we? Wait, hold on. Wouldn't us taking out like an established country lead more likely to that?
I was gonna say, I think it would be likely.
Well, hold on. I think that's backwards. I think that the problem with the leader in Venezuela right now, being so aligned with the drug trade, is that you have countries like El Salvador and Colombia that are going to look at that in a bad light, and they could start infighting very easily. And like, I really don't give a shit about narco wars, to be honest with you, but you mentioned yourself that China's offered to sell them arms. So Venezuela starts getting rockets and shit, and then Colombia gets rockets and shit. And before you know it, we're looking at another Mali, Ghana, Goa, all those places, all those little, bitch ass countries over in Africa that just keep killing everybody in sight. And I wouldn't want that in my hemisphere. I wouldn't want that south of my border.
So I linked a couple of laws in the group chat here. U.S. Code 18 U.S. Code 2331 talks about political terrorism and influence of policy of a government by intimidating or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. They clearly fit the criteria of a terrorist group because they do that. It does not have to be in the United States. The INA 212A3B also backs that up and says also, if you're a member of an organization that has been deemed a terrorist because of those events, you are also deemed equally as guilty and able to be attacked in the same way.
I don't even think this is not even what they've been defined at. The term international terrorism, they've been designated as a foreign terrorist organization, which is under, I believe, a different code. I don't think it's and it's under the definition I gave earlier, which led to the whole dispute we had over what political violence is. I don't believe this is even what they've been designated under. And then again, I don't think any of these statutes, and you obviously you admitted, like, the foreign terrorist designation on its own does not give you the ability to target people or to kill people in the foreign terrorist organization based on status in the organization. You would have to actually pose some legitimate armed threat to the U.S., and I don't believe killing politicians or at other places or whatever represents any type of armed threat to the U.S. that would grant the president and the Department of Defense the ability to target people based on their status as a member of a foreign terrorist organization. Status-based targeting is a pretty rare thing.
I guess that's an interesting question right there. What would constitute a threat to the U.S.? Would selling billions of pounds of drugs that kill people by the thousands?
That's not terrorism.
That's not what's understood as armed attack.
That is national security.
Hold on. That is national security, right? But then you can look at what is national security? Okay, well then we can look at you brought up political violence. Well, I think the Charlie Kirk killing is recently in mind. He's not even a politician. That would be political violence, but it wouldn't be politician against an actor of the state. Okay, so they kill say a mayor or something, or the chief of police of, I don't know, San Diego, Texas, right? That would be political violence, but that wouldn't be a national security level thing, right? That's what where is the line on both of these where it's agreed upon action that y'all are saying? Because I feel like the cartels cause more danger to us than any of these.
I think the thing is Non-Fon's trying to say that they're not a terrorist organization in his opinion.
Not just in my opinion. The thing I'm citing, I'm not an expert in this field. I read it, not that I did a ton of preparation for this debate. The things I read were a bunch of stuff from Lawfare and a bunch of stuff from Just Security, and they're citing U.S. statutes when they talk about this stuff.
Designated a terrorist organization, so I don't.
Yeah, but you understand the president can probably
listen. If they're terrorists inside Mexico because they're killing hundreds of Mexican politicians to affect policy to allow them to operate within Mexico, and that is thus allowing them to push drugs and illegals into our country through human trafficking, many of them being terrorists. I think they caught 20 on the border last year and things of that nature. Then yes, they are affecting national security with their illegal pipeline of human trafficking and drugs coming into the country, since their terrorist acts in Mexico allowed them to gain a foothold in that nation.
But the national security thing is not even a thing Trump cited, right? Trump just said we're in a non-international armed conflict against the Venezuelan gangs because of they were a foreign terrorist organization, right?
I'm looking up what Trump said.
Foreign terrorist organization. I think he just said they're a terrorist organization.
Yeah, international terrorist organization just means not in the United States. International means anywhere in the rest of the world. They are designated a terrorist under the law that I cited to you.
I don't disagree that Trump designated them a foreign terrorist organization or whatever.
And that was
But I
backed by
don't-
the
Just
courts
a
as well.
terrorist organization. You keep using that word "foreign" like it keys something, but they're just a terrorist
Because
organization.
that's the
Doesn't matter.
definition, like that, like that's the definition that matters here.
And Trump has also
Hold on. You just said something though. This was my whole point that I just made to you, and I was asking earlier about what's the designation and the status. That was the thing that Nonfa and I both kind of agreed on, which was concerning. Okay, so if it's just a terrorist organization, and then suddenly decide a lefty gets in power and suddenly declares the Republican Party a terrorist organization, are we going to be okay when they start drone striking our houses? Like that's
No.
a real
That's not going to happen
now
because
it
it's not
does
allowed.
matter.
No.
It's not allowed, right? It's not allowed now.
yes.
But your whole point was that's only foreign terrorists, right? And then
Because
now
you're conflating two different types of
no,
law.
I'm not conflating. I understand what I'm
Yes.
conflating. Yes, I am. But what I'm arguing is the slippery slope. First, we argue U.S. citizens outside the United States, they don't apply with whatever. If we count them as a foreign terrorist organization person, we can drone strike them. That's fine. Okay, cool. So now we've got rid of the protections for U.S. citizens outside the U.S. in certain circumstances. Cool. So what is the line that's going to change here when they go, oh, based off this legal theory, we've already declared them not special overseas. Why can't we just declare them not special here and declare, oh, the KKK is a terrorist organization. We should give them the same rights as Al Qaeda.
This is from the notice Trump sent. The president determined these cartels are non-state armed groups, which again it conflicts with the AEA thing, but whatever. Designated them as terrorist organizations and determined just real quick, determined that their actions constitute an armed attack against the United States. That's what the president's notice to Congress said.
To Grid's point, I just wanted to say, like, if we had a U.S. citizen and you had a drug cartel from Mexico in the U.S. and they were handing off drugs and we drone strike the drug cartel and we also killed the U.S. citizen in that process, then it's hard for me to say that what Grid is saying is wrong, right? Like, how would that not be the same issue here? We would be killing a U.S. citizen in this case in U.S. oil just based on a drug deal, the cartel. That is a terrorist organization. And Tyler's saying it's unconstitutional. Well, the guy's dead. So what are the courts going to do at that point? They can't really do anything.
Like, what do you do when somebody gets murdered?
How do you go after the president? Well, how do you go after the president for that, for authorizing that? I mean, he's basically, I don't think there's any law that
qualified
they can really
immunity
indict him for.
Qualified immunities for civil. If it's in his official capacity, then he is immune from that specific charge. Yes.
Well, so there's the problem.
It would also be a LOAC issue, laws of armed conflict, and I believe that if you are with people who are doing the bad thing, and you are you just happen to get caught up in it, they don't go after the people who killed the people that you were with and you.
The ICC rarely actually effectively goes after anyone, but there's some amount of collateral damage that's acceptable. But in order to be, I think the case for international law is even harder for you because in order to do status-based targeting under international law, you have to be an actual organized armed group, and there's definitely no way.
International law.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I just don't see a big jump for legal theory to go, okay, it's okay to kill the U.S. citizen in Mexico because he's with the terrorists. For them to be like, okay, well, the Constitution didn't apply when he was 30 miles outside Brownsville, but hey, Constitution's going to apply now that he's in Brownsville. I don't see that as a real argument. And you don't think people are going to use that legal theory to expand this further down the line? Are we giving the government too much power here as a conservative? I feel like maybe we should be looking at that. Are y'all not worried about that a little bit?
No, I think that as long as we're very clear that these are foreign terrorists, I don't have a problem with it.
Power to the government, baby. I trust my intelligence.
You just said.
I didn't just say that.
Somebody just said on the side, y'all kept using the word foreign like it's some sort of indicator. Who said that? Which one of you said that?
That
You
was
said
me.
that. Yeah.
Yes.
So okay. Well, that matters then because he's saying the foreign thing is an indicator. So now you're arguing with your own guy.
No, I'm saying it's an indicator because a United States, if you're a United States citizen, you have certain constitutional rights, especially within the United States, that have to be adhered to before you can be killed. United States citizens have a higher bar before you can go out and kill them as the government. Absolutely. And it's that way on purpose.
Also,
Now, if you're outside the country engaging in terrorist events.
Semi-related to the concern Gibbs has, I guess, which I don't entirely share the same concern as Gibbs. Do you guys have any problem with, one, like Trump reformed the National Security Council such that it doesn't really have a legal review anymore, and then two, the National Security Council is no longer even the one making the decisions about many of these strikes. It's done by the Homeland Security Council now, which also doesn't have any legal review process, and a lot of it is, just approved by Stephen Miller, and they haven't even been notifying the White House of certain strikes until like hours before they did the strikes. Like I believe the strike on September 2nd or whatever, like the Pentagon had previously alerted the Homeland Security Council that this was like a potential target, and then the Homeland Security Council decided to strike them. And the Pentagon wasn't even informed until like a few hours before the strike or whatever. That's not how things are normally done.
Was this a strike on a boat or a narco sub? What was it on?
It was on a boat.
Okay. So why?
I'm just seeing staff cuts. I'm still seeing that exists. You're saying he eliminated it.
Yeah, I don't think it's been eliminated, but
I'm seeing the thing I'm citing.
What timeline do you prefer? I guess this is I don't care about this, that it's only a few hours before they pull the trigger.
Well, this is,
right?
Not just that, right? Is that this is done by a reformed National Security Council and sometimes by the Homeland Security Council.
What's your problem with the reformed National Security Council? Is there a problem with it?
It lacks the legal review that it usually has, is my understanding.
Yeah, they just fired about half the staff, so it slowed it down.
I don't believe it's just
and that was
I believe
as a repercussion of leaks. They fired them after the Mike Waltz leak that happened with the Signal chat. They started firing leakers.
Hold on, this is the thing I'm citing. Neither the HSC, Homeland Security Council, nor the National Security Council have dedicated legal advisors like in previous administrations.
I think that it's probably cleaner and maybe easier to figure out things.
Yeah, no actions have changed. They're still reviewing legality within the NCS policies.
But they just we agree they don't have dedicated legal advisors like they previously have, right?
I don't know exactly who they fired. I could ask that.
The article I'm citing at least says that. I find it unlikely that they just completely lied about that. I sent it in the group chat. It's from the Guardian.
Sorry,
and talks about.
I wasn't watching the group chat. I apologize. Give me a second.
But yeah, so they did do. I know they cut a lot of staff, but I don't even know if they ever
they cut
hired
the staff
anything.
in half essentially.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they don't have legal counsel anymore.
The Trump administration did not fire all dedicated legal advisors in the National Security Council in May. However, they did overhaul and did significantly reduce personnel. That's about it. They took it down to as big as it was in 2018.
Is that Grok or ChatGPT? What are we doing here?
I have Grok, but I only have it limited on certain articles. It doesn't search broadly on the internet. It only searches news articles. And it looks like they cut it in half. So that still exists. There's been no legal changes.
So you're telling me, just to be clear, that there is a dedicated legal advisor on the National Security Council?
That's what it's saying here, yeah.
Okay, I think if I look this up, that's going to be not true. But okay.
It looks like the article you sent is just that this one guy got fired, and now I guess he's claiming that his job is, only he could do his job. Is that what we're saying?
So that's part of it. There's other things I've heard from this article, but at the end of this article, it says neither the HSC nor the National Security Council have dedicated legal advisors like in previous administrations after the White House started reconstructing the National Security Council in May. They have other, like it says, approved by the Pentagon General Counsel and apparently like Trump's White House lawyer or whatever.
The White House counsel's office, which has a lawyer tasked with handling National Security Council matters. So it sounds like they do have a dedicated lawyer. It's just not the guy that was there.
It's not the typical.
Yeah, so
they've restructured how these councils work, because usually the Homeland Security Council will not be making these decisions.
So
usually
there's a legal
dedicated
advisor There's just not a dedicated legal advisor on every single step of the way. They does still go through legal advisors, and it does still reviewed by lawyers.
I don't see a
And
problem.
it's also done by the Homeland
issue.
Security Council, which is usually not done by the Homeland Security Council, right?
That's part of cutting staff is you start giving people additional work to do. I don't see, is there any reason why that's bad?
You don't view it as concerning at all that the U.S. is doing strikes on people who previously probably would not be targetable under most of our military doctrines. With a council that normally doesn't approve them, they're not giving notice to the Pentagon, and they don't have dedicated legal advisors anymore. Even if you want to say it goes through legal review at other points.
So let me just.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay.
So Tyler,
that's what they do. They cut government.
It's not fine. This is like a relatively unprecedented thing. I think it's concerning when the U.S.
It's not unprecedented. It's only recent.
It's not unprecedented for the president.
Did George Washington have that?
The president to start doing strikes against, I understand you wouldn't want to say civilians, but people who ordinarily would probably not be targetable in international waters, done by a council that doesn't normally do it, not informing the Pentagon without the dedicated legal advisors.
Let me just actually expand. Hold on. Let me expand on what Nonfont said. Let me expand on what Nonfont said here, actually. So I was talking to a Coast Guard guy actually yesterday about this panel, and he brought up that he goes, well, what's interesting is most of these people running the narco boats are usually the slaves that Grid is talking about. They're basically saying, you go run this boat or we kill your family. And so now what we're actually taking out, and his argument is, we're bombing basically slaves instead of like what usually they do is they capture them and then they take them in, they charge them with some crime or whatever, and then they usually flip them to get to be agents back on the people back and wherever they're from. And so he was like, what we're actually doing is we're not sending a message, we're just blowing up these potential moles and these people that are basically slaves, and maybe we're costing them revenue. And I was like, well, that's interesting. Is that something that you're not concerned about here, Grid? You just said it was possible. I mean, it seems like that would be not good for our overall being liked in the region if we're blowing up basically the slaves, on these boats.
I've seen no proof that the Pentagon was not informed about a single one of these strikes. A couple of them were within hours. I'm sorry, I was answering that. I thought you were asking me one. What was it? I thought you were asking that.
Oh, that's really great there, but because he said it's possible. So yeah.
I mean, it is entirely possible that that's the case, but I find it highly suspect. First of all, you're going to take a farmer and put him out to drive 1,000 horsepower boat across the
farmer don't know how to use
ocean.
Boat. Farmer on land.
Millions of dollars
Farmer not
worth
on
of
boat.
product in it.
Farmer the land.
Insane?
Farmer don't know water.
That's the most insane thing I've heard tonight. Like that is absolutely now maybe they train them for 6 months or something like that. But I'm just I drive boats here and there.
Drive a boat, Grid. I've driven a lot of boats. I ain't got no specialty training.
I've driven a lot of boats, but I've never driven a boat across the ocean in the middle of the night with no fucking lights on it. I'm just saying, it seems like something to kind of special.
Well, hold on. Why would you need lights? They did that for thousands of years, bro.
I will tell you, if I got arrested by the Coast Guard, I'd be like, oh, no, I'm not. I'm a slave labor guy. I'm a victim. Please don't shoot me.
Hold on, Grid. Hold on.
There's actually
kill me, Darko.
There was a case, Grid, where they bombed. They struck the boat, and then they found the folks that were still alive. U.S. Coast Guard picked them up, and then they gave them back to Venezuela or Colombia or wherever they were from. So,
they used to do that a lot.
In that case, why are we not executing the very drug smugglers that
we have to in the water,
killing our citizens? If we're picking them up and distributing back to their country,
and I don't know what the current policy is on that. I know as in the military, blowing somebody up with munitions is different than capturing an armed combat and then executing them. That's bad. That's really bad.
Why? This has got to be harsh. Probably you got to lay down the law to these people.
Yeah, because there are laws in combat. You just have
these aren't governments. Hold on. This is the whole.
To us.
This is the whole gray area. This is why we keep people.
You guys,
No. We did that. We kept people. No. This is exactly what we did. Hold on, Grant. Why did we keep? Why do we keep people in Guantanamo for 40 years or whatever? Like, it's because
I don't have any problem with sending them to Guantanamo.
Okay.
But you guys are absolutely fucking off the rails if you think that if you capture an enemy combatant and you can blow their head off, that only happens in the movies, man.
My buddy there just mentioned it, but now we're talking about Guantanamo. I don't know if they're going to actually answer that, Hunter.
Like, you're done. They will put you under.
Grit. If the president's mission is to send a message to these drug cartels, and then we're saying, yeah, if we capture you, though, we're going to give you back. We're just going to send you on your way back to your country. I don't know how that solves the problem.
We don't do that. We put them in El Salvador. They're in all the Trinidad was in El Salvador.
Yeah, but Tyler, we did. We took the Coast Guard, grabbed those two folks, and then we extradited them back to their country, their home country.
Yeah, but Venezuela isn't accepting any of the people that we arrest and try to send back. Most of them went to El Salvador.
I think it was Venezuela. I think they were Colombians, but
Colombia is working with us. Panama's working with us and a couple other countries. What we do is we send them back with all of the legal documentation and hope that country, if they're working with us, will put them in jail as well.
Wait, Tyler, who are you saying Venezuela's not accept? My understanding is that Venezuela has accepted deportees even from non-Venezuelan countries.
I was under the understanding, and I can look it up again, that Venezuela was not taking back their TDA. Yeah, and that's why they had to go to El Salvador.
They might not accept some people who have been charged or whatever, but I thought they accepted a number of deportees at the very least. Also, Tyler, can we agree it's a little? Can we just real quick? You claim to be left leaning. Can we agree it's a little fucked up to send people to Sakat? Can we just that's a little fucked?
The Garcia, I think, is the only one that fit the criteria of that being fucked. All the rest were vetted enough to be Trinidad members.
Definitely.
Even he
well, I think there are definitely people who were deported as Sakat who were not, beyond a Gregor Garcia, who probably, did not withstand proper due process, as the Supreme Court even said.
Yeah, I think there was a hairdresser we sent there.
Yeah, they were. I mean, literally,
the only person that the Supreme Court said was Garcia. We brought him back. We tried him.
Tyler, so the initial Alien Enemies Act deportees who were sent out on the planes, like 200 of them or whatever, many of them were sent to Sakat. Afterwards, there was a Supreme Court ruling, I think JJG v. Trump, that said, in the future, you have to grant immigrants more due process. You have to allow them to dispute whether they are actually deportable alien enemies. Now, if you want to say technically the Supreme Court ruling there didn't apply retroactively to all those immigrants, sure, but can we? I just want from your basic left-leaning moral intuitions.
What does this have to do with narco boats getting blown out of the water?
I just wanted to see if Tyler would concede that it's a little.
If somebody that was unjustly sent down there like Garcia, I would side with that. I thought Garcia should have came back. Now they're deporting him.
I want to come back to what Grid said though, which was when we were talking about. Goddamn, it zoomed in here. Well, with the
your cameraman, I love you.
It's when it works. But what I want to do that. What I want to know is, you were sitting here just saying you're okay with throwing them in Guantanamo. That's kind of terrifying. You want to just give people special designation and then throw them, we'll lose the key if we instead of honestly, I'd rather just be executed in the water than be sitting in Guantanamo and been essayed and bit by dogs and whatever else they're gonna do to me there. Maybe test their fucking diseases on me. Who knows what they do over there in their little black site ops places? Why do you think it's okay?
You must watch some great movies, man.
I do watch a lot of them. They're good stuff. But you don't think that's what they do in these black sites? What do you think they're doing?
Obviously the conditions in both Sakat and Guantanamo Bay are pretty horrible.
But it's the same. It's the same classification. We can put them in
black sites for sure. But
yeah.
I want to.
Yeah, but the same classification is used for both for these people.
I don't think.
No, you're actually exactly wrong, Nanfan. The Supreme Court took the ruling that said Trump needed to give people due process and reversed it 6-3 on June 23rd, 2025. They lifted a lower court injunction, which ended up being a legal injunction because the court didn't have the authority to do it, and allowing the administration to resume deportations to third countries without additional due process requirements.
Okay, just quickly, I'm gonna quote. This is from the Supreme Court. I can link you this. April 7th ruling, JGV Trump, challenges to removal under the AEA statute, which largely precludes judicial review, must be brought in habeas. An individual subject to detention and removal under that statute is entitled to judicial review, as well as to questions of interpretability and constitutionality of the act, as well as whether he or she is in fact an alien enemy of 14 years of age or older, and that AEA detainees must receive notice after the date of this order that they are subject to removal under the act. The notice must be afforded within a reasonable time and manner, as will allow them to actually seek habeas relief in the proper venue before such removal occurs.
I'm looking at the decision right now. There was no rulings in August. It was in June.
I'm looking at April 7th ruling, JGV Trump.
April. Okay.
Well, it feels like we moved pretty far from the gunboat thing. So I'm like, this is perfect.
We need to talk about blowing up boats here.
Sure. Yeah, I was just trying to.
I was going to say, that's fine. That's fine. I feel like we're at a good stopping point anyway. We can call this a short one today. Let's go ahead and give any closing thoughts we have. And thank you again, Cal. We'll start with Castle since he came in here late and was wonderful. You have any closing thoughts on gunboat diplomacy?
Yeah, thanks, Grid, for the invite. I know I didn't. Sorry.
Everybody does it. I don't.
We look so much alike.
Right.
I always mess that up. No, I appreciate it, and it was a good conversation. You know me, I kind of come in with an open mind, so I didn't automatically want to take one side, but I think I'd probably agree more with non-Fawn on this issue. But Tyler and Grid made some good points as well. You know, overall, my thoughts on gunboat diplomacy will still remain the same. I think that overall, there are just ways that we can get around cartels or terrorist activity, whether it's, coming from Latin America through other forces, whether that's sanctions or the National Guard internally, or using, diplomacy to get through these things. So I think when we start to weigh into airstrikes, missile strikes, especially in international waters and getting closer to another country's borders, I just think we risk waging a more powerful land war with a country that we have no, reason to do so. So when it comes to Venezuela, I think it would just be a waste of our time. If we bombed Venezuela and we overthrew Maduro, and then some new crazy cartel leader helped gain power in that country, or helped fund a new leader in that country, and we'd end up back in square one. Because drugs are a powerful force, Americans will always want to use them and buy them from somewhere illegally. So I think the war on drugs is always going to be a losing war. I think we should focus on bigger threats to us domestically, focus on Americans here. And I think, you could say that's kind of what Trump ran on originally. And I think he had something going there. And I think he's started to veer off course, looking into these foreign countries and what they're doing, if he doesn't like them or not. And I think that's starting to get off track from what matters to Americans most.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Grok. Tyler, if for any of his closing thoughts here.
Hey, I use way more than Grok.
That happened on my channel.
You have seen my fucking prep documents. I was just using Grok for some additional information here and keeping it very limited as to what it could search from. I made it like, if we're looking at Supreme Court dissents, I said, just look at what the judges said. Now, what the news says or what Twitter says, that's one of the big things you have to do when you're using AI, is limit to what it can look into. But again, I think this has proven that Trump has the ability to do this. We started going into the different authorities and how they've expanded. The first thing we were talking about, George Bush only attacked groups that were affiliated with 9/11. Obama came in and expanded that to groups that had nothing to do with 9/11, and the courts allowed him to do it. And it continued to expand under different administrations to now be what Trump is using. One of the things Trump is using to justify attacking the cartel. In that April Supreme Court case, Trump was providing them due process. The only disagreement is how much time. Trump was giving them 48 to 72 hours. The Supreme Court said that's not enough. You have to give them at least 14 days. Usually 21 days. So all they did was tell them, hey, you're giving them proper due process. You're not giving them enough time for this step. Just expand it 2 more weeks. And that's what they did. So they were still being provided the opportunity to appeal. That's all they had, was the opportunity to appeal. And they had that. It just wasn't enough time. So no, it didn't change any of they just told them they had to give them 2 more weeks instead of just 3 days. So going into that, the Trump administration seems legally justified as well as just morally justified. Absolutely. This is a terrorist organization that fits the criteria. They kill hundreds of politicians to particularly affect political outcomes in the countries they operate in, and then funnel people into the United States illegally and drugs into the United States illegally. That is a national security threat. Just because it's not a direct attack, just because some people, when they hear these words, think something different, which was the main argument we went up against. Well, when people hear that, they think different. It doesn't matter. We're looking at legal definitions. We're looking at if it's justified. And again, in polling, 65% approval. People across the aisle like this. We like seeing the military actually being used to make our country better for once. And as Gibbs said, the end result is the most pure cocaine, and maybe we'll get some nice, pure, fentanyl-free heroin back, too. And then we can all party at DebateCon.
At DebateCon, yeah. We'll be doing heroin and cocaine with Grant at DebateCon. That's what we're doing. Speaking of that, let's go to non-fun. I'm sure you look like you had some rebuttals there.
Yeah. I thought you should look into JGGV Trump more. That case is like in fucking defensible. There were people being rounded up and put onto planes before the proclamation for the Aliens Enemies Act was even made public. There were people giving documents who couldn't read English and like falsely told what the document said and like forced to sign them. That case is like indefensible. It was more than just like they didn't have enough time to seek habeas, which is bad too as well. You obviously did not receive a proper amount of due process if the Supreme Court ruled you did not have enough time to actually seek habeas relief. But regardless, yeah, I mean, I don't think the case is going to be legally justified. It would have to be like, even if they fit, I don't believe legally even they fit the definition of foreign terrorist organization, because I don't believe even legally political violence is interpreted to mean a cartel like killing politicians in furtherance of its goal to sell more drugs. I think there's usually probably more to it in an actual legal definition. Internationally, that's definitely the case. And the foreign terrorist organization alone doesn't actually give the president to target people based on status. There has to actually be either you can target people based on them actually posing like an armed threat to the U.S. Like if there were just gunboats like shooting at Coast Guards, you could kill them. But if they, purely based on status, you would have to have you'd have to actually prove that the cartels are engaged in an armed conflict. We are actually engaged in an armed conflict against the cartels, which is like manifestly not the case under international definitions and domestic definitions of what armed conflict actually means. But yeah, I'm non-fun on YouTube, non-fun420, Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. I live stream on all of those, but my YouTube videos about a bunch of my old debates on mostly economics, some Trump stuff, some legal stuff, some foreign policy stuff. They're all on my YouTube channel, non-fun. You should go check it out.
All right, thank you so much. And last but not least, I did confirm with Grid before we went live that he is going to be putting mirrors in all the bathroom stalls for us degenerates. I'm pretty excited at the DebateCon. All right, go ahead, Grid. What you got going on?
I did not say that. However, yeah, look. So, I mean, to me, this is just an open and shut issue.
Wow, was that open and shut, huh?
Yeah, it was open and shut. He just went muted.
Am I muted?
No, you're not now. You were for a second. You're like, it's open and shut. I was like, he did that on purpose.
Oh, fucking A. I jacked up my sound there for a minute. Anyway, I digress. You fucked me up. My whole closing's gone now. Look, at the end of the day, we've got good. We're using our military might to do good things to bad people, and that's all we need to do. If it comes down to it, which I think it's going to. I mean, let's just be honest. How outrageous is it that we actually have a $50 million bounty on the president of another country? It's kind of crazy. Interesting times with which we live. And somebody's going to cash that check, I promise you. $50 million is a lot of money. So, when that happens, we'll see what happens. I don't know that I don't know that we want to get into the idea of the Chinese or whoever being over down south of the border. I mean, they're already north of the border. They already own Canada, so who fucking cares? So, at the end of the day, to me, this is just, cleaning up a mess that's needed to be cleaned up a while. I don't know about better drugs coming across, although, from my point of view, the war on drugs is technically wrong anyway. But if we're going to do it, we need to do it right, and we haven't done it right for a long time. I guess that's it. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube and Twitch and X as well. Sometimes I'm on X, not often. And I do a lot of cool stuff online. I look cool doing it.
Fantastic. I appreciate it. Yeah. And next week, we'll be back to normal political week stuff going on here. I've been a little bit slacking these last 2 weeks, but that's okay. We'll be back to normal next week. This weekend, though, we are got to try to recover from TwitchCon, and we're going to be doing a subathon. So it's going to be some wild stuff. We'll have wild rewards. Check it out. It'll be fun. It'll be most of the weekend. So y'all come by. It'll be good times. Thank y'all for being here and appreciate it. And I guess we're going to raid out to somebody. Let's see who's on here. And we'll have a good rest of y'all's night, everybody. Bye.
Too. Appreciate it. See you later. Dude, kill me. Okay, welcome back everyone who wasn't able to. Welcome back, Darko, Hunter, everyone like that. Oh my god, kill me, bro. I don't even. Maybe I should have. I don't even think this statue that Tyler cited. Maybe I'm going crazy. This isn't even international terrorism. National United States. I don't even think this is. Yeah, Foreign Terrorist Organization. Like this is all that's citing that or whatever, but I think this I don't even think the Foreign Terrorist Organization doesn't give, and Tyler said this, doesn't actually give the president the ability to kill people by status, right? Like the president always, more or less, always has a. Oh, so what's up, Flow TV and Dylan Thomas? Welcome back, everyone. To some extent, like the president always has the ability to, like, if there is actually someone like imminently committing like an armed attack against the U.S. to kill that person or whatever. And that's true under international law as well. I understand. Tyler doesn't care about international law. I care like less about international law for this or whatever. Grid did bring up the law of armed conflict, which I don't even know if he knew was international law or not. The law of armed conflict is international law. At least that's, I've only ever heard it referred to for international law. You have to like actually be committing like an armed attack. An armed attack does not like it does not mean killing politicians, even if you consider that political violence. And I think there are probably cases where you consider that political violence, but I don't think I'm not like maybe I should just grok ChatGPT this. Okay, I should fucking super grok it. I don't think legally like political violence that's like or at least the type of like political violence or whatever that's relevant to the statute here is like killing politicians because you want to sell more drugs. I think it's probably more to do with like a jihadist trying to like spread their ideology or like actually invoke fear in the populace and like actually do like terrorism shit. Yeah. Need to drug well, right? Yeah, step one, admit that drugs one law. Yeah, it is great. It is weird that Grid is like Grid is normally like entirely anti-intervention. Grid is like he said, he doesn't even like the drug war. But apparently this is super important. And I don't even know, I don't even know where they stand still on who are actually attacking or I mean Tyler said the one the same, but are we only doing strikes against cartels in the Caribbean? Because that's what Grid said initially, but then like now we're saying we need to somehow actually tackle the regime itself, and also the regime is working with the cartels, so we're going to do like strikes within Venezuelan territory against the cartels and maybe against the like actual government officials themselves. He's just pro whatever Trump tells him to be in favor of. Indeed. But it's definitely not impossible that we didn't actually do strikes in Venezuelan territory. We have like some 10,000 troops in Puerto Rico. We have like a carrier there. We have a bunch of shit. Also, this was this is just funny that I don't know if it's funny. It's because it's evil. but funny that there's just irreconcilable arguments made that, you know, Trinidad Argo is a de facto arm acting at the direction of the Venezuelan regime, and therefore, you know, people are able to be deported under the Alien Enemies Act because they're an alien enemy of Venezuela constituting some foreign invasion. But also, if that was the case, we presumably would be engaged in a, you know, international armed conflict, not a non-international armed conflict with non-state actors. How are you saying they're non-state armed groups and somehow like so interconnected to the regime that when Trinidad Argo commits violence against the U.S., like that's something that makes people deported under the Alien Enemies Act over. Good job debating Garak and Andrew Wilson's sugar daddy. I appreciate it, Roth Party. What's up? Meanwhile, we're shipping 40 billion to Argentina to float Xavier's fixed exchange rate nonsense. Kind of ironic, low real. Kara Strike Goof is on its way. There's already a rotocraft already there. Yeah. And it is, like I said, we didn't get much into this, but, you know, like that will draw resources away from other conflicts we have. Like Grid said, oh, we have bombs to burn or whatever. It's my understanding that munitions and like artillery shells are kind of one of the weaker points for us. Like, you know, we have a bunch of advanced technology, but we don't like have a ton of capacity to make artillery cells. We don't have a ton of capacity to make some missiles. We don't have a ton of capacity to make a shit ton of drones. So, you know, I understand they don't want to support Ukraine as much. At least Grid doesn't. I think Tyler just somehow trusts Trump to get a deal that he has not gotten so far. I know Tyler wants to support Israel. I don't know what Grid stands on that, but like that's, you know, again, we don't have a carrier in the Middle East for the first time in like 20 years because we're sending it to Venezuela, dog. To Venezuela. And the fact, like, this is what they do. This is just what happens. Like, I don't think if Biden reformed the National Security Council and also had the Homeland Security Council making these decisions instead of the National Security Council, that we would just be saying, this is just what presidents do, bro. This is just what happens. But, you know. Two survivors were let go. Yeah, we talked about that, yeah. But we got totally sidetracked to the deportations because Tyler was, I forget exactly what Tyler even said, but he was like, no, we sent them to Saqqat or whatever. And that's not to my memory true, but I was like, can we disagree? Like, it's a little fucked up to send people to Saqqat. Like, the conditions in Saqqat are probably just like pretty bad. Kind of fucked up to send people there. Same thing with Guantanamo Bay, but you know, I guess that's fine. Saqqat is a death camp. I mean, I don't want to be like that harsh, but like there are plenty of people who have died in Saqqat. Whether due to violence from the guards or from other prisoners, like it is a fucked up place, bro. Definitely, like there are, you know, not a good place. Not a fun place if you value, you know, the Eighth Amendment, which doesn't necessarily apply because it's, you know, deportation is not a punishment, so it doesn't count. Okay, if we avoid the Eighth Amendment issues with that, but oh shit! Oh, and thanks for stubbing again. Total Democrat victory.
Total Democrat victory. Time to send Republicans to the re-education camps in California.
Well, I appreciate it, Bones. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. Well, fun time. Haven't been on a Gibbs panel in a while, so fun to be on that. I don't know why I'm calling out Wick. Okay, at least. I don't know why I was invited to both Wick and Gibbs's Venezuela panel. And Wick didn't even invite me to the SNAP panel. Wick didn't invite me to the SNAP. He didn't invite me to a welfare panel. Like, excuse me? What? Excuse me? I don't know if Gibbs has done anything like more in my field recently or whatever, but yeah. Always fun. Venezuela, true. Can't wait for the next Venezuela to be New York City. Let's go. Okay. Anyway, a little bit of somewhat good news. It looks like Supreme Court probably will not side with Trump on the tariff stuff. hopefully, probably, hopefully, we'll see the Supreme Court strike the tariffs down. Now, I don't think this will happen, but there is a non-zero chance that we get rid of the filibuster and then Trump is able to do tariffs with the approval of Congress. I don't think that would happen because I doubt they'll be able to get rid of the filibuster. And then even if they do get rid of the filibuster, I think there'd be enough Republicans in Congress that would vote against them to not have tariffs. But we'll see. I'm prepared for Islamic free plus communism in New York City based. Can't wait. By the way, if my lips ever seem glossy, it's not because I lip gloss or gay shit on. It's because I have whatever this Aquifer, whatever bullshit is. Because I'm on whatever acne medication, Accutane, and that'll make your skin like super dry, especially your lips. So I have this now. I don't even think you can see it when it's so small, but regardless. It is also funny. I don't know. I don't have like links for this. I should have saved more links for this or whatever. But like in court, Trump's lawyers are arguing like, oh, these tariffs are regulatory tariffs. They're not tariffs for revenue. But at the same time, like the White House is tweeting like we just collected $50 bajillion in tariff revenue. Oh my god, they tweet too much. Where's this shit? But they tweeted out like can't stop, won't stop. 20 trillion bajillion dollars in tariff revenue, guys. Dude. Oh, is it this? No. Oh. I thought this was something. Well, I can probably find it in a second, but I know I'm not a legal guy. I don't care about like all the specific legal arguments people are making or whatever, but it does seem pretty clear that the Supreme Court is leaning against it. Want to react to r/Europe? I hate Europe. Why do I care about this at all? Angelina Jolie visits Kirsten. The trip ends in confrontation with a military enlistment officer. Like, what? Why am I supposed to care about this? We hate you? Okay, Rothbardy. Damn. Damn, who's we? What? Are you Europhobic? Indeed, I hate Europe. I hate those Europhores. Shame on ya. We Europe, you America. Oh, that makes sense, Rob. Yeah, I did it. I should have assumed that. Listen, that makes it. Listen, I can accept that right now. All right. Oh, you meant to send a live stream failing. That makes more sense. I might marginally care about this. We'll see. Calling Hassan a capital owner equals ban. Oh boy.
And it looks like the
I'm not watching 7 minutes of this shit, bro. Though I don't get.
Democratic candidate.
Can I speed it up?
How are you not a capital owner? Your Twitch channel, YouTube channel, merchandise lines, and
I literally gave my editor the means of his production by giving him a graphics card. That shit was so funny.
intellectual property all constitute capital that generates ongoing
I let people react to my stuff and I don't even copy strike them.
income. Really? So if I were to stop streaming, I could engage in the act of capital accumulation?
Wow, thanks Rothbody for following me on Twitter. I opened Twitter to check I want to find one of my bookmarks about the tariff Supreme Court thing. That's how I followed, but I can't find it.
How would that work? Like at the end of the day, the overwhelming majority of my revenue comes from, if not the damn near entirety of my revenue actually comes from voluntary subscriptions to the Piker Broadcasting service. Now, obviously, we don't have the same assembly line structure that used to exist that made the
He's not like, that part isn't wrong. And I believe his merch company, he uses whatever, does he use like White Forest or whatever, which is like a worker co-op or whatever, but like I know he has like editors which are like contractors, which is kind of like a capitalist thing. I don't know if they're like an employee in his company or if he like just contracts them. But like when he said a few years ago, I gave my editor the means of his production by giving him his own computer. That's not like, you're literally a capitalist in that example. You're providing him the capital on which to work. They don't like own what they, edit or whatever. They might get a cut, but that's not really like socialism. Like they would presumably have to have like some actual equity for it to be socialist, but
class boundary.
he wants to believe there's no bank account, nothing he could. Yeah, I mean, presumably he also has capital in that he has a savings account and an investment account, but I wouldn't I wouldn't criticize the socialist alone for like having capital in that they own equity in other companies, but because that's just like a smart individual decision about how to save. Although I do think to some extent you should try to live your values and do socialist things where you can, but buy only fixed assets, okay, no equity, all right, only invest in US bonds, all right. Warren Buffett, when you think about it, is actually the truest socialist out there because he buys mostly bonds, right? Hey Nafan, how you doing? Just realized you were streaming a bit before. I have to go to sleep and want to say hi real quick. Well, thanks for stopping by, Hawkfly. I appreciate it. Nice to you. I guess I'll let you go to sleep, but thanks for coming in and stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm doing pretty good right now.
Live in a world of finance capital. There's global domination there. But how does that work? How would that work if I were to stop making content, being on stream? How would capital accumulation work of that sort? Am I a stock? It would only work if I had someone else that would take my place, and I would basically hire them to do what I'm doing, and then take a cut.
True.
That is
okay. Do I care about this? I don't.
Real estate and become a landlord. That is when I would become a capital owning a part of the.
Why is he always eating in every clip?
Class.
Holy fuck! Bro doesn't understand the streamer mindset.
You can't just say, "Oh, all three are actually capital," and you know that, and move on.
I don't mean, he's not entirely wrong about the things he's mentioned, but like I said, I do believe like Hassan's editors are people who don't have like an equity in whatever LLC Hassan has, right? Like it's, Hassan, I would imagine, has an LLC, has some company, because that's like that. Most big streamers do that. That's convenient for taxes essentially. And also for like there might be other benefits to it with regards to integrating your merch or whatever, and then like you pay yourself a salary rather than like just taking money directly from Twitch and stuff. But and his editors, whatever contractors, they don't have equity in that. They might get a cut of some of the revenue, but that's not it. Talking about socialism, to see Elon Musk propose communism. Oh, they were universal high income, not really basic income. Everyone has the best medical care, food, transports, everything else, sustainable abundance base. Dude, I remember like fucking 3 years ago or some shit, before I started streaming politics at all, I was in a conservative Discord server, and I was talking to conservatives, and I don't even remember how we got on topic or anything, but I was talking to them about UBI. And the only thing that like got them to consider any of the benefits of UBI was like me showing them a video of Elon Musk saying that he liked UBI, and it was a like relatively old video. I don't know if Elon is still pro UBI at all, but it was crazy. Hold on, my phone is like about to die, so I gotta go. I'm gonna grab a charger for it real quick. I did also see Elon complain that the New York election was rigged because Mondami was on the ballot twice and Cuomo was on the second line. Unforgivable. How could this happen? I'm gonna disappear for a second. Oh no. Where'd he go? I'm dead. Well, Elon Musk does continue to make song. I've never noticed nice South Africa should do that. I've seen that before, yeah. I'll be for UBI when government cuts all Social Security. I mean, I think if we did UBI, you would at least means test Social Security. Wow, I'm back. Except I'm noisy, so I gotta do this, and then I gotta do this, and now I'm back and I'm not noisy. Am I noisy? I'm not noisy. Yeah, although Trump and other administration officials have repeatedly bragged about how much revenue tariffs produce, there insisted during oral arguments that span more than 2.5 hours that there was not the primary purpose. These are regulatory tariffs. They are not revenue-raising tariffs. The fact that they raise revenue is only incidental. Tariffs would be most effective, so to speak, if no person ever paid them. So instead, organic tariffs are intended to get foreign countries to open up their markets. Like, yeah. It's a congressional power, not a presidential power to tax. And you want to say tariffs are not taxes, but that's exactly what ours. It don't work that. Based. What's up, How he's leveraging networks, Twitch, YouTube that use capitalism to multiply his rich. I mean, that is true. And like, you know, you should live your values where you can. So certainly, you know, ideally, I don't know, maybe it's on what I was own worker co-op, the streaming company or whatever. But like, there are just network effects that make it really hard to do that. Wait, is this merch company a co-op or whatever? Because I know Vosh, for whatever criticisms you have a Vosh, all right? Vosh does use the White Forest people as his merch or whatever, and they are a worker co-op. One member, one vote, yeah. So at least there's that. Anyways, good night, guy. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, Hawkflyer. Oh, it wasn't really referring to the black population. It was a song making fun of the white apartheid state. They also... Oh, you're talking about the meme, whatever. South African song, yeah. But, you know, this isn't at least a worker co-op. Is this a... Oh, they only do Hassan or whatever? Do they have, like, an About Us section? Okay, that goes to Hassan's social media. I don't think this is a worker co-op, right? I could be wrong, but... Certainly, I doubt the people who produce these shirts have some actual stake in the company. Is Ideologue merch a worker co-op? Apparently I've visited r/Destiny before. What's up, Michael? Welcome back. You missed a debate. Merch is literally made in the US by union-run companies, so 100% of profits going towards union funds. I saw about a year ago, and it's just a random post on r/Destiny. I have no clue. You filthy orbiter, for real. Union made in USA. Okay, so I don't believe... it's a worker co-op. It is at least union made, which he probably would argue is socialist or whatever, but okay. And it donates 100% of profits to national strike funds. But yeah, I don't think holistically Hassan lives his values. And I do think there are obviously a lot of things where he does that are not socialist. But the chatter would like just having a YouTube channel, I don't think it's necessarily like it's not necessarily accumulating capital, but it does, does let you do other things. So now we lied about being Muslim only to fit a so-called marginalized community. I don't care about reading a bunch of r/destiny threads in Hassan. No offense. Okay. I was touching grass and hanging out with real people. Sorry I missed your debate. No worries, Michael. I was just letting you know. It wasn't a dig or anything. Okay. We'll read at least two little piece about the election because I want to know what my goats have to say, Krugman and Iglesias. Okay. Because there was a Democrat sweep last night. Let's go. Big W's, folks. Yesterday was a very good day for Democrats and a very bad day for both MAGA and the oligarchy. If I were a properly house-trained pundit, I would immediately follow this statement by throwing some shade at Democrats, but this was a blowout, pure and simple. Here are a few takes on what just happened. The polls beat the pundits. Nobody should have been surprised that Democrats had a very good night. These elections were as expected, largely referendum on Donald Trump, and polling says that Trump is very, very unpopular. Even if you dismiss Trump's dismissal rating as fake news, there are plenty of other indicators that Trump would drag his party down. The second No Kings protest was the largest one-day demonstration since Earth Day 1970. Democrats have been outperforming by something like 15 points in special elections, and polling averages favored Democrats in key races. So everything pointed it to big Dem gains, although the scale of the victories was a surprise. There had been a steady drumbeat of warnings that Mike Sherrill, in particular, might be in trouble. Instead, she won in a 13-point landslide. Sorry, Mike. Yeah, for the past few months, the punditocracy has been obsessed with the narrative that Democrats are in big trouble, out of touch with real Americans. I'd like to see some soul-searching among those pushing that narrative, the same kind of soul-searching they've been demanding from Democrats, but I won't be holding my breath. It's still largely the economy, stupid. The 2024 election was mainly about economics. There was a big run-up in prices in 2021 and 2022 as the world economy, recovering from COVID, experienced a lot of supply chain bottlenecks. Listen, I love Krugman, but I mean, to be fair, it's just not. Obviously, demand side effects drove inflation too. Regardless. This price surge, coming after decades of low inflation, upset voters. Biden administration officials could and did point out that there was a one-time price hike, that inflation, the rate of change prices, fell rapidly from its 2022 peak and was back to more or less normal levels by 2024. They could also point out America's inflation experience was very similar to the experience of other nations, e.g. in Europe, indicating that global factors rather than democratic policies were the main culprit. But voters were unmoved by his arguments if they had heard about them at all. What they did hear was Donald Trump promising not just to reduce inflation, but to bring prices way back down, and many of them believed him. Of course, Trump didn't have a plan or even a concept of plan about how to accomplish this. Instead, he imposed tariffs and began deporting immigrant workers, both of which raised prices. So prices haven't come down. Instead, inflation has accelerated and the job market has gotten worse. Thanks to the shutdown, we're not getting official employment numbers, but I've been looking at private surveys. One number I find especially striking is the Conference Board's labor market differential, the difference between the percentage of Americans who say jobs are plentiful and those who say jobs are hard to get. This number is way down, which suggests that ordinary Americans perceive a very tough job market. Whoa. The vibes are fallen, folks. Pretty clearly, many Americans now believe that they were lied to. My guess, we'll know more in a few days, is that this is especially true for Hispanic voters who swung to Trump, believing that he would deliver prosperity and are swinging hard back to the Democrats now that he hasn't. It also surely doesn't help that Trump and his minions kept insisting that everybody is great and there's no inflation and the economy is booming. This doesn't persuade anyone, not in a cult, and just makes them look out of touch, which they are. Which party's out of touch again? So Mondami's victory in New York, in the very face of hysterical opposition from the big money, has grabbed many of the headlines, which I understand is an amazing story. And I wonder what the right-wing tech bros are thinking. If Wall Street couldn't buy New York, can they really buy America? But Mandami's win doesn't tell much about national politics. Oh, we got to recruitment. Yeah, New York City is just a very different from the rest of the country. I'm seeing some commentators argue that Mandami will be a problem for Democrats, allowing Republicans to paint him as extremists who are out of touch with America. But Republicans would do that anyway. For what it's worth, Mandami may be on the left, but all indicators that he's a pragmatist who will get along fine with the rest of his party. Meanwhile, you know which party is out of touch and real extremists? The GOP. True. I also think that's just like a lot of Zorhan's success is probably not the left-leaning policies themselves and just the messaging. And it feels like it could be the case that more centrist establishment Democrats can just copy the messaging and be fine. But maybe I'm wrong in that. I don't know. If you look at recent Republican campaigns and positioning, it's striking how much energy they're putting in issues that just don't matter much to ordinary Americans. Republicans may be obsessed with trans athletes, but most people aren't. Polls in yesterday, well, to be fair, people aren't obsessed, but it is a very Republican-leaning issue. Polls in yesterday's elections suggest that rants about the menace of illegal aliens have a lot less traction with the public than GOP. What the fuck? Imagine what? I don't know how to pronounce that. Apparatchiks. Apparatchiks. And that Americans don't like the spectacle of masked ICE agents grabbing people off the street. But a Mandami love is because of that sick song he put in the assembly as an assembly person. True. If only that's what Democrats need. Democrats just need a they all need to be nepo babies who get featured in Disney Channel, whatever. That's a little hard. That's a little harsh to Mandami. The rap song or whatever was not like a nepo baby thing, right? That was his own stuff. But he did have like a Disney Channel show that he has a song in because his mom directed it, right? That is the thing that happened, right? I bet I would get copy striked if I reacted to it on stream, but the disconnect between party priorities and what matters to ordinary people seems to be much bigger than Democrats' wokeness, which was always exaggerated anyways. And if we're talking about extremists within a party, well, Democrats have people like Mandami, a mild-mannered guy who says he's socialist but really isn't. The Republican Party by Congress has largely been taken over by outright fascists in a major outbreak of old-fashioned anti-Semitism. True. Oh, this is talking about the Ben Shapiro Groyper War. Okay. We're not gonna watch this. I think it's just gonna be funny. I'm just curious. I'm so conflicted on the Ben Shapiro Gripper thing, by the way, because like it really.
Hey folks, I want to do something.
I saw it on YouTube or I saw it on Twitter.
Different on today's show. We're gonna.
Yeah, this is it. Ordinarily, like even if someone was like pro MAGA before or whatever, like Ben Shapiro was obviously to some extent, like he pushed back at some points, but like he voted for Trump in 2024, right? Advocated for Trump or whatever. You know, if they like came around, even if they said like, well, I still agree with many of Trump's policies, I think like the Republican Party's just gotten way too groyper for me. Like they're like ordinarily, I would want to say like, you know, there's some space for them to be anti-Trump and like have the left tolerate them, accept them or whatever, not necessarily like bring them into our ever expanding tent. But like truly, despite Ben Shapiro having an audience that's like decently big, I really don't think him, even if he said like the Republican Party's too corporate, we gotta like tone this shit down, we gotta, you know, maybe not vote third party or some shit, or like actually start trying to hold ourselves accountable. I just don't think he has any amount of control over his own audience. Even like it seems like a big reason why he was MAGA in the first place is because he was like audience captured. I don't even know like what Ben Shapiro would have to offer in terms of like the anti-Trump movement. Like literally the top comment, just debate him. We're all noticing. Get back to work, Matt. Well, like this all like anti-Ben comments. It only has 36K likes despite having like a million views. Like I bet that's like way out of the norm for Ben Shapiro. Like let's just look at the one before that. Well, this is 63K views. Okay, this is like 600K views, and it has, oh no, it only has 3.9K likes. But I imagine it had a lot more dislikes too, but I don't know. I don't know where I stand on that as of now. Not that Ben Shapiro really wants to actually become anti-Trump or anti-Republican. I think he just is Jewish and wants to, you know, attempt to not have his party be super anti-Semitic, but don't think that he'll be able to get anywhere with that. Now what? Last night's blue wave won't stop MAGA's attempt to consolidate authoritarian rule in America. If anything, they'll redouble efforts to rig the 2026 midterms, although California, by approving a major redistricting, has largely neutralized their gerrymandering plot. It will also be interesting to see how Republican states respond to the Prop 50 stuff. We'll see. But a couple of months ago, I noted that previous examples of autocrats who consolidated power after winning election, from Hitler to Viktor Orban, did so while they were still popular. I asked whether a despised autocrat could do the same. After yesterday, it's clear Trump is pretty despised. Can he still end a democracy? I guess we'll find out. You don't have to like him, but aren't you happy? You're proud that he's standing up to his own side. I'm glad Ben Shapiro did that, and I think it was like, well, I think it was moderately like brave of Ben Shapiro to do it. I don't think it was that brave, because it seems like Ben Shapiro has held his tongue a lot more than I would like before. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but it seems like he's been unwilling to do shit like this before, or be like super, you know, be that anti-Trump before. But I'm happy he did it. I just like don't know. Like Richard Anania, for example, there's a space for Richard Anania in the anti-Trump movement and stuff. You know, not even the left. I don't like, obviously him and Ben Shapiro are not going to be to the left. But I don't know what Ben Shapiro has to offer by doing it. Thanks for following, Sure is Nas. I appreciate it. It looks like he curated / produced a whole soundtrack for his mom's movie after talking her out of directing the Order the Phoenix. Lol. Not it was all him though. I think the rapper or whatever was all Mandami, but yeah, he was, to some extent, he was a nepo baby. He probably only got that job because his mom, you know, directed it or whatever. The issue is he probably wouldn't have done it if Fuentes was more Islamophobic instead of anti-Semitic. That might be true. You know, if Fuentes was pro-Israel, maybe he wouldn't have done it. Okay, maybe that was a defining thing or whatever. But yeah. There was something I was going to look up, but I totally forgot. Oh, I was going to look up the rap or whatever. Is it this? I mean, it's this, but yeah. So this is the Disney Channel thing.
In 2017,
there was a clip of the rap here or whatever, but I guess this is not gonna have that. I definitely cannot fucking play this or whatever, but it's some Disney Channel show. They have comments turned off. Unfortunate. So I'm just so curious how this is going. I'm just curious.
I'll get you in touch with Ethan. He would love to have.
It was online. Jesus Christ.
Right.
Yeah.
So that leaves that actually hurts your side more than help, because you're not addressing the failures of your side's policy. Times that talked about the billions.
Maybe not as bad as I thought. Maybe not as cringe as I thought. What's up, Easy Money?
I think that's fair, but I do want to ask, where do we draw the line? Like, what would it have to be to say, yeah, let's not vote for this Democrat? Maybe not vote for the MAGA, but what would it take to not support?
Okay, whatever. By the way, the Unfuck America event was fun. Okay, if you didn't see it, obviously me and Isaac IRL streamed there, and new post on Instagram for it as well. If you guys don't follow the Instagram, okay, Instagram is where I post the best pictures, clips, or whatever from the IRL stuff. Exclamation point Insta in the chat, okay. And sometimes I shit post on Twitter about it. Exclamation point X in the chat. Nonfun420 on Twitter. I'm tempted to try to go to the Phoenix event too, but that'd be a lot of money. But I was told a lot more people would be there. But I'm tempted. Oh shit, are you gonna watch the Wick panel from last night? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if we'll get to it today, but maybe Dark. Where you were on it, right? It was you and whoever against Gen Z Attorney and some other dude I didn't recognize. You and Star. I just realized Wick was shirtless in the part that I skipped to. So that's interesting. I did, by the way. You guys got to tell me. I don't know if this is... We're getting derailed. We're never getting through our shit. Hold on real quick. I made this react screen thing. Ignore my face underneath that. Hold on. I'll fix that. That way you can still see my screen. So when I play my video games or whatever, it's not going to be covering the panels or whatever. Where is this? Drag this up here. That way, when my camera dies, I'll still... Okay, we're good. Yeah, well, only $50 to get Wick shirtless. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. Worth. That way, this is still my main screen when I play my video games. It's going to be better than the setup I had before, I feel like. So, that's, you know, relevant, non-fun news for you. Non-fun W's in a chat for that one. Okay, what Matt Iglesias said. I also care about my Matt Iglesias post as well. Americans went to polls last night in New Jersey, New York City, Virginia, and a few other states. We'll have more later on this. Very good night for Democrats, but today we wanted to share our initial reactions to the results. And if you need a reminder what was on the ballot of what was on the ballot were, check out our comprehensive overview. I think they added some words there, but whatever. You know what's I don't know if I said this on the stream before, but I literally had nothing to vote for. I don't live in a incorporated town, so we didn't even have municipal elections because like I don't have a mayor or anything. We don't have a mayor. We don't have a city council because we're not a city. We're not an incorporated community. So unfortunate. Okay. From Matt, what candidates do matters. Jay Jones ran 4 to 5 points behind Abigail Spanger in Virginia, clearly hurt by the coverage of his violent texting scandal. That wasn't enough to change the outcome of the race, but it clearly mattered to a non-trivial number of voters. 2, actual governance matters. New Jersey and Virginia have very similar underlying partisanship, but Berger, whatever, did considerably better, in no small part because Mike Sherrill's opponent was able to tie her to the state's unpopular 2-term Democratic governor in a way that didn't apply in Virginia. Sherrill's campaign message would likely have fared better in the Garden State if Phil Murphy had made different choices that led to outcomes New Jersey liked better. Spanberger, is it Berger or is it Berger? I never see people pronounce the names. And Sherrill had very similar profiles as House members, but I would note that Spanberger refused to endorse Virginia's right-to-work status and cost herself the AFL-CIO endorsement in the process. I can't think of a comparably bold move from Sherrill vis-a-vis the groups, nor does it seem like Spanberger paid any cost. Let's go. I hate unions. I hate unions. The left bought so much Zoran stock during the extended ballot. The start battle with Andrew Cuomo that the Mondami's future spin is inevitable, but is winning 50% of the vote in New York City. All that impressive. If he does manage to create city-owned grocery stores, and the stores are amazing, people love them, that will be impressive and a great policy to copy. As we wrote earlier today, now comes the interesting part. Spamberger for go. Okay. Hulu based. I'm voting based on who has the funniest names. That's how we should be voting. Okay. Unironically, the best way to vote is just who creates the better natural experiment. Okay, it's just who shakes things up. Not even necessarily shakes things up more. Okay, but shakes things up in a way that is able to be compared easily to comparable cities or states. Vote based on who creates the best natural experiments. This is what I endorse doing. New York City's housing supply charter amendments will pass over the voracious objections of a city council obsessed with hoarding its own power rather than solving problems. That's good news for the city, although it's far from clear to me exactly how much these measures will actually impact the amount of housing that is built. 6. The low turnout helps Democrats. Spanberger and Sherrill did well compared to Kamala Harris, but the Democratic nominees for 2 statewide margins, seats on a Georgia utility regulation board, absolutely crushed their margins in a redder state. What was their secret? Their election was super obscure, and Democrats dominate low propensity when low propensity voters stay at home. I mean, I understand. I understand the what is it is relevant. This is super obscure. It's just very. It's just very. It is funny. A fucking electric commission board, utility regulation board. Let's go. In Maine, Republicans have backed a ballot measure to impose voter ID requirements and restrict absentee voting, 2 measures that would reduce turnout. Democrats opposed it and failed miserably as part of the overall national wave, but passage would have helped Democrats who opposed it and hurt Republicans who supported it. Neither party has internalized the turnout flip. 8. Harris got 52% in Virginia versus a projected 57% for Spanberger. Harris got 44% in Ohio and 43% in Iowa. If you add those two... if you add 5 to those 2 numbers, Democrats maybe win Ohio and still almost certainly lose Iowa. And this is the Senate problem in a nutshell. A really strong national climate isn't good enough. 9. Trump's approval rating, which has been stable this term, has been getting notably worse since around the demolition of the East Wing of the White House. I've been wondering if it was illusory, but beating the Republicans took suggests it's real. 10. California's Prop 50 enacting retaliatory redistricting, to counteract Texas efforts to pass easily. The polling on this idea was initially pretty weak, and it's a real example of Democratic Party elites turning things around with their messaging. 11. Speaking of redistricting in New Jersey, we saw Sherrill win back a lot of the Hispanic support that Trump picked up in 2024. That's not the most surprising thing in the world. Newly converted voters are often pretty swingy. Okay, got it. I missed the fucking R. Okay. But it's a reminder that the South Texas Hispanic voters who Trump did so well and with in 2020 and 2024 should be viewed as unwinnable by Democrats. Good candidates with appropriate issues could win back these voters. What's up, Tyler? It is indeed non-fun. Okay. From, I don't know who this girl is, but Pennsylvania voters retained all 3 Democratic justices in a rare high-stakes election to decide whether they would stay on the bench. Preserving the court's liberal majority was striking, isn't the outcome. Retention votes are almost always a formality. But this one drew unprecedented spending and partisan attention, reflecting how even procedural judicial votes in swing states have become front lines in a battle over voting, redistricting, and control of the courts. And then 2, Mississippi, Democrat Justice Justin Crosby's upset win over the GOP representative John Lancaster in State House District 22 was the headline race, notching a symbolic win for Democrats in a newly drawn majority black district. Overall, Republicans maintained strong majorities in both chambers, though Democrats broke a Republican supermajority in the Senate, revealing the limits of representation reform without a broader political realignment. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. God, North Carolina used to have a supermajority in our state legislature that we got rid of in 2024. God, I hate supermajorities in state legislators. Okay, God, I hate. We should ban supermajorities in state legislators. Okay, there's no reason we need a fucking supermajority in a fucking state legislator. Okay. What does the Republican Party have to offer for downwardly mobile people? I might not understand what you mean by downwardly mobile people, Easy Money. Okay, but little bit of hope pilling today, yesterday. Supreme Court might get rid of Trump's tariffs, and Democrats had a pretty good night last night. So, Google could just explain it. I don't know. I like by downwardly mobile. Do you just mean people who are likely to like be in lower classes than their parents? Like, is this all? Those who experience a lower economic status and parent, like, yeah, that's what I would have guessed. This is what you mean. Maybe I don't feel it seems very weird to ask that. Republicans fucking hate welfare. What do you mean they don't have much to offer downwardly mobile people? To some extent, maybe tax cuts can help some of them, but usually the tax cuts Republicans do also come with benefit cuts, and a lot of times that comes out net negative for people who are in the lower classes. I don't know, it seems like a weird, silly question. Speaking of welfare, speaking of benefits, okay. We're doing our shit. And actually, hold on, I have to update. What would your ideal Republican Party offer them? I don't know what you mean, because what my ideal Republican Party technically would just be my position. I don't like, if you're asking like what realistically the Republican Party could offer them or whatever, I don't know. It just seems very hard to imagine that, because they don't seem at all interested in stuff like that right now. But snap funding, court order, Trump. Let us clarify Tuesday. Trump administration complying with federal court order that requires you to tap into contingency funds to provide food benefits to tens of millions of Americans. I thought so. Initially, Trump said he didn't want to do it or whatever because fucking the courts didn't specify how. Administration officials have said fully covering those allotments from November would require roughly $9 billion, but there is only about $4.6 billion in contingency fund that can be used to cover this month's payments. Democrats are holding up, making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door, she said. Wow. In one of the cases, U.S. District Judge John McConnell on Friday ordered Trump to dip into the fund to cover lapse in SNAP payments caused by the shutdown. The judge, who sits in Rhode Island, gave the government until Monday to file a status update on the distribution of money. In its filing with McConnell submitted Monday, the Justice Department said Agriculture Department would comply with this order and fulfill an obligation to extend full amount of SNAP contingency funds today by providing state agencies with information about reduced SNAP payments. Foreign agriculture, overseas SNAPs, deplete SNAP. Okay. Most people's take-home income has been unchanged due to inflation and housing costs. They've constantly worried that if jobs outsourced to India. Okay, easy one. Do you have a framework by which you would say someone is a good conservative, or are they all doomed to be flavor of bad/evil? I mean, anyone can be a good conservative if they donate enough to the Shrimp Welfare Project, okay? But I don't think the issue is, I don't even view most of the Republicans in power as like actually that conservative anymore. Like they're all like populist fucking MAGA dipshit people. It's not that like conservatives are doomed to be evil. Now, a lot of times I'm gonna have like very fundamental, like base level bedrock disagreements with conservatives, just based on like what fundamentally we value. It's, you know, I'm just evil, utilitarian, and stuff like that. and that's going to entail different things about redistribution, but redistribution and you know, to some extent social stuff too. But like, I think most of the arguments conservatives, well, maybe not most, a lot of the arguments conservatives make about whatever social policy is based on outcomes rather than just like sort of intrinsic value. But sometimes they do say there's intrinsic value to certain things. But I'm asking for your good opponent litmus test. So if you say, so if it's just like a opponent, as in like someone I actually talk to, like, yeah, I mean, it's just being good faith. It's having like an actual value system by which like you evaluate policies on or whatever, rather than just supporting whatever your favorite guy is supporting, which I think a lot of MAGA people do. Obviously, if it's like, it's going to be kind of the thing scaled up like on a political system, like if it is like politically an opponent or whatever, like ideally the Republican Party would be willing to compromise on some things, right? And would be willing to hold their own side accountable when they stray from the principles of their party. And right now, the Republican Congress is unwilling to do that. I think King of the Coast is actually conservative. He might fall under some definitions of conservative or libertarian. It's probably be weird to consider him a conservative in our current environment, but I don't even think doesn't he brand himself as a conservative? I don't know if he says like he's a liberal or anything. All right, hold on. Just briefly, is this the same? No, this is a different lawsuit. To use emergency funds for Snap. Wow, look at that. Spelling. Why is it bold? Benefits are November. Cost, it said 8 billion, right? $9 billion. $9 billion. More than the 4.6 billion in the contingency fund. See, Jared Golden isn't running for re-election anymore. Now Dem's just guaranteed lost a House seat. I did not see that. I don't even know who Jared Golden is off the top of my head. Why is Google breaking like this? Is he going to run for something else, or is he just retiring or whatever? Well, rip. Unfortunate. Well, IRI would know who he is, lol. IRI would know who he is. That is true. I bet he in fact does know who he is. IRI is that's kind of IRI's thing. That's not my thing. My thing is boring stuff. Is there a shorthand for this lawsuit? Look at this ad. Okay.
Coast of Maine is constantly turning, like our lives the past few years. Inflation, assassination attempts, a president unfit to serve a second term, and attacks on women's reproductive freedoms. I'm Jared Golden, and I can't tell you what's coming next. But I do know Maine does better when we have independent leaders, no matter the weather. And that's why I do this job for you, not for any political party. I was the only Democrat to vote against trillions of dollars of President Biden's spending because I knew it would make inflation worse. Worked with the Trump administration to build a treatment center in Maine for my fellow veterans, and passed a bill to lower prescription drug costs for Maine seniors. Now, I'm fighting against Biden's electric car mandate while voting to increase domestic oil.
What's wrong with the... Wait. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what the electric car mandate was. Did Biden have a mandate proposed ever? I thought it was just like you get a tax credit for an electric car. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't think it ever went through, right?
Fighting against Biden's electric car mandate while voting to increase domestic oil and gas production. Working with Republicans to secure the border and standing with law enforcement against defunding the police. I'm Jared Golden, and I approve this message because you deserve a congressman as independent as you. See you off the coast of Maine.
Wow. Italian journalist Gabriele Nunziati was fired for asking EU officials this question. You've been repeating several times that Russia should pay for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Do you believe that Israel should pay for the reconstruction of Gaza since they have destroyed ALM? Wow. Okay. Are you a MAGA, brother? I'm not. But I guess welcome to the stream. Pursued stringent tailpipe emissions laws, which is basically... Yeah, that's what I was skimming through this. It looks like it was basically... Whatever. More difficult for gas power cars to keep up the Environmental Protection Agency standards, which would ratchet up over time, and they'll need more advanced technology to drive up prices. Because I know that I think the IRA had a tax credit for electric vehicles. MAGA-fon, true. So you're a wokey, I guess. You know, they all say non-fun is the wokest one around. Hold on, is there any... There was no ruling on this one yet at all? I don't know. I don't think there's anything done with this one yet. That's the one I skimmed through a bit. In that case, U.S. District Court for District of Massachusetts in a Friday order. Decision did not provide SNAP benefits, violate federal law. Give Trump administration on Monday to file. Okay, so basically the same thing. Looks like he is a normal person. Me, for real. See the Sleepy Joe LARP thing in the back. Yeah, baby. Yeah, let's fucking go. Of course I got my Joe Biden head. Let's go. I bought it after he dropped out because I knew they would get rid of it. Of course, my FOMO kicked in. I said I gotta get the Joe Biden head, okay, for the back on the stream. Best decision I ever made. I even wrote in, you know, he lost. What? Huh? Joe Biden lost? What? To Big T? No. No. Oh no. Yeah, well, technically he dropped out. And I will have you know, he got at least one vote for my county's water commissioner because I wrote him in for that. So, you know, winning in my book. What election did it? Well, technically, he did lose the election for Moore County Soil and Water Commissioner. Unfortunately, the person who was running uncontested did end up taking that position. There were not enough write-ins for Joe Biden for him to win Moore County Soil and Water Commissioner, as unfortunate as it was. He lost in 2020 and in 20. Well, he definitely won in 2020, but okay. And like I said, did not technically lose in 2024, considering, you know, he didn't really run. Okay, we're going through stuff. That is a total Trump move, only he can get away with, and yet not in the agenda, I guess. What? Oh, is it kind of weird that Trump hasn't brought up CO, Kroger, etc. to the White House and do his humiliation ritual to not, to make them declare no price increases for 18 months? Sure. Oops. I could have... So the no tarot thing I have is annoying. But I think I could also do this automatically if I figure out where my settings are. Hello, is this not how do I close this? I don't know how to use fucking Zotero. Oh, it's this. Nope, it's not that. There we go. You know, his dementia was too far that he wasn't even in control. That's crazy. Biden president actually controlled by Obama. Therefore, Obama got through. That's so true. Debate Lord. How do I... Oh, do I have to... Connections... Otero? Oh, shit! Thanks, Dylan Tom, for the sub on Twitch! That's a checkmate, you say quiet. I don't know how to... If you want to join VC Buddy, exclamation point Discord in the chat, Mr. Debate Lord, I don't know how to walk through with a Twitch chatter that Biden was not secretly being puppeted by Obama. But I appreciate the sub on Twitch, Dylan. Hell yeah. Everyone needs to be like Dylan, okay? He goes out of his way to sub on Twitch, even though he doesn't even use Twitch. He doesn't even use Twitch to chat, okay? He's goated. He's my goat for real, for real. Okay, how do I... What if I duplicate item? Oh, sync to Notion.
$15.
Thanks for the
Little
50
man,
bucks.
put that shit in my hands. If that money doesn't show, then you owe me,
That's some fucking rap song I don't get the reference to, Michael. I praise you to $15. Thanks very much. It does. It does help. Like I said, okay, I'm so tempted to go to the Phoenix event. I'm so tempted, but it would be it'd be a lot of money. It'd be a lot of money. I don't know if it'd be worth it. We'll see. What do you think Trump should do to increase affordability? Easy money, respectfully. I don't understand the point of this question. Like, if you were to ask me, if you were to just say, hey, non-fun, like, what do you think could be done to increase affordability? I can give you like some semblance of an answer there, but if the question is, what should Donald Trump do? It's like, I don't even like. He ain't gonna listen to me. Oh shit! Dylan Thomas just became a full fawner. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah! I think they are probably the only full fawner. Is that the highest tier? I don't even know my YouTube membership tier. I've reached a YouTube membership, Dylan. Let's go. Just put yourself in his shoes. What does it mean? If we imagine Trump to just have non-fines ideology, what would he like? I don't know, bro. I'm canceling my other sub of my other YouTube account. Okay, oh, I remember that. Yeah, based. All right. This. Oh, am I not? There's a way to. There's a way to add the metadata shit so it can sync to Notion, but I don't remember how. How to add metadata. Zotero. I've literally done this shit before. Maybe I haven't. Okay, maybe I'm lying. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, it doesn't matter because we're reading, or I want to skim through at least this one first because it mentions other shit in it. I think you can just dump the DI link in the Zotero and grab it most of the time. Oh, that might have been what I have done before, actually. It might be, if I do retrieve, can I, like, manually add the DOI somewhere? DOI to... shit. Kill me. why Democrats swept. It's simple. Everything sucks. Everything is getting worse. And Trump and the GOP, don't worry though. Vance is going to run in 2020 and AI on AI acceleration system to ensure that even more jobs go in countries blanketed in data centers. Let's go. I mean, I do think easy money, obviously, the big reason why Democrats did well is because of the just Trump is unpopular and there's still bad things happening, believe it or not. Okay. There's substantial evidence on strong intergenerational correlations in health and income, as documented by Case, Labutsky, and Paxson, 2002. Health and economic disparities unfold early in life. There's less evidence, however, on causal mechanisms behind this gap. The early origins literature offers some guidance towards the causal relationship underlying intergenerational correlations. The extent to which policies aimed at improving early life conditions can improve the long-term health and economic economic outcomes is of great interest, and a growing literature in this area seeks to better understand these linkages. Zelensky gives award to soldiers who have insignia of Nazi SS. Just nothing new. So real. At Danabo, LOL, why are you always in the same stream? Wait, what the fuck? Danabo say, is Danabo here? Huh? Oh, I didn't even realize. Sup, Liberal North is live. I totally missed that chat, Danabo. I'm sorry. But what's up? Welcome back, Danabo. I am indeed Liberal North. Okay, that's true. That's the fairest characterization and non fun. Okay. Hold on, guys. My 13-year-old brother just sent me this TikTok. I have not seen it yet. I just got the text message. Incredible.
It's coming to New York next year, and as a lifelong soccer fan, I couldn't be more excited. But are any working...
Sent this to me with the caption, "He can ball," with 4 exclamation points.
Class New Yorkers actually going to be able to watch...
And he reposted it.
...the matches? Pre-sale starts tomorrow, and for the first time, FIFA is using dynamic pricing, where they're going to figure out in real time how much they can get away with for charging a ticket.
Oh no, I got a dynamic pricing pill him. Oh no, I got a price discrimination pill my brother. Okay, price discrimination base. Let's go.
The tickets can be resold on an official FIFA platform with no price cap. That means you could buy a ticket for $60 and sell it for $6,000. And unlike the last 3 World Cups, there's nothing set aside for residents. What this all means is the biggest sporting event in the world is happening in your backyard, and you'll be priced out of it. That's why I'm calling all soccer fans to go to ZahranforNYC.com/GameOverGreed to demand FIFA and dynamic pricing. Place a cap on resale.
Okay. I'm in all streams at all times. That's real Danabo. You can't escape Danabo. Okay. In this paper, we evaluate whether increasing the family's economic resources when a child is in utero and during childhood improves later health and economic outcomes. In particular, we focus on the introduction of a key element of the U.S. safety net, the food stamp program. Food stamp FSP was rolled out in a county-by-county basis between 1962 and 1975, providing low-income families with vouchers that could be used at grocery stores to purchase purchase food. Both economic theory and prior evidence using the same FSP rollout identification strategy adopted in this paper suggests that these vouchers increase total resources available to households and are treated the same as an equivalent cash income transfer would be. Wow, this study, though, which I've seen cited, which I already have, actually. Thus, we can utilize FSP rollout as an identification strategy for increases in economic resources available in early life. Our analysis builds on previous research finding positive first stage effects of FSP rollout on contemporaneous health, as measured by in natality data by birth weight through outcomes in adulthood. Need not operate solely through that channel. The program rollout design links to this paper. The program rollout design links to paper to a growing literature evaluating the introduction of other Great Society programs. But generally just checking on cool people like Liberal North this live here. Fair. I also watch North, so baseline. I just want to, let's just make it clear. If anyone is an orbiter of non-Fawn, okay, it is North, all right? If anyone counts as a non-Fawn orbiter, well, actually, sample text, okay, he counts as one. He doesn't even stream, okay, so he for sure counts as a non-Fawn orbiter, all right? Other than that, North, for sure a non-Fawn orbiter, all right? Let's get things straight here. Let's get things straight. North and non-Fawn are twin stars, exactly. You are a binary star system. It's true. No, you know what, Bones? You also count as a non-Fawn orbiter, okay? And so does Convoy counts as a non-Fawn orbiter, despite the fact he doesn't stream anymore. And if anything, if I could even consider the orbiter of his, I'd be his orbiter. Wait, you're not North? Where am I? I am the wrong stream. Yet I found North or Connor here. North, definitely. If North is anyone's orbiter, it would be Connor counterpoints. Okay, but regardless. Our analysis awesome. Although I will say, I talked to North before Counterpoints ever did. Okay, I talked to North like a year before he ever talked to Counterpoints, I believe, at least. So, coded. Also makes three important contributions to the literature and relates resources in utero during childhood to economic and health outcomes in adulthood. First, much of the early design-based observational studies look at extreme negative events, including famines, natural disasters, or disease outbreaks. More recently, studies have examined the long-term effects of positive policy-driven treatments, such as early childhood education, early 20th century welfare benefits, alcohol availability. I want to look at these later, too. And reduced infectious disease burden. We extended the literature by examining the impact of a central element of the U.S. safety net and currently our only universal welfare program. Hans and whatever forthcoming. Hoins, whatever the fuck, I don't know how to pronounce that. We know little about the food stamp program, yet after Social Security, it touches more families than about any other element of a social safety net. Second, because our policy experiment is essentially a disposable income transfer to low-income households containing young children. The results shed light on the causal impact of increased incomes during childhood on long-term outcomes. Third, our treatment extends beyond in utero exposure. We can test whether the impacts of exposure to food stamps vary throughout childhood, examining when treatment matters. The Food Stamps Program, recently renamed Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, is a fundamental safety net in the United States. Importantly, it is the only public assistance program that is available to all income-eligible families. Other programs limit eligibility to particular groups, such as female-headed households, children, disabled, or elderly. It's currently the largest U.S. cash or near-cash means-tested transfer program, with spending in 2012 of $74 billion compared to $29,000 for temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, and $64 billion for the federal earned income tax credit. In 2013, food stamps listed 5 million people out of poverty, behind only Social Security and the EITC in its anti-poverty effects. Additionally, food stamps played an important role in this should be I guess. Additionally, food stamps played an important role in protecting families in the Great Recession. Interestingly, in contrast to the rest of the U.S. safety net, the FSP is a federal program and exhibits little variation across states. It also has remained largely intact in the presence of dramatic reforms to other parts of the safety net. This lack of variation across states and over time presents significant challenges for evaluating the impacts of FSP, and as a result, the program is tremendously understudied in the economic literature. A main result are for a sample of adults born between 1956 and 1981 who grew up in disadvantaged families. Their parent had less than a high school education. We refer to this as the high participation sample. We employ difference model where the treatment varies by county and birth cohort, and we include controls for country and year of birth and interview fixed effects, state linear time trends, and county year of birth controls. We also satisfy stratifying other measures a disadvantage at the individual and county level and a difference framework. In addition, we estimate a triple difference model that extends beyond low education sample and uses variation across subgroups with varying propensities of being affected by food stamps. Our main treatment variable is the share of time between conception and age 5 that a food stamp program is available in an individual's county at birth. We estimate impacts on weight, height, stunting, generational health status, disability, the incidence of many conditions and diseases, e.g. high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, etc., health behavior, smoking, drinking, as well as education, earnings, income, and program participation. Because many outcome variables, we follow Kling, Leibman, and Katz 2007 and Anderson 2008 estimate the summary standardized indices that aggregate information over multiple treatments. Okay. We find that access to FSP in utero and early childhood leads to a large and statistically significant reduction in the incidence of metabolic syndrome, a cluster of conditions including obesity, high blood pressure, heart disease, and diabetes, as well as an increase in reporting to be in good health. The United States is facing high levels of obesity and described by many as a public health crisis, and our results show that addressing nutrition in early life through a policy program can have a positive effect on a problem. We also find for women, actually this should be, I also find that for women that access to food stamps in early childhood leads to an increase in economic self-sufficiency. Our results are robust to adding a rich set of county controls, possible confounders, and event study models further support the validity of research design. Furthermore, we find important results concerning the timing of exposure. The beneficial impact of food stamps are concentrated in exposure during the period ranging from in utero to early childhood, with limited additional impacts after that time frame. Our results not only make a contribution by establishing a link between increased economic resources in childhood and long-run health and economic outcomes, but we also can speak to the program evaluation of the SSP by quantifying aspects of long-term internal and external benefits of the safety net that have not previously been measured. Our work shows that FSP generates large private and social benefits when taking into account the multiplier effect on later life outcomes. The remainder of our paper is as follows. In section 1, we summarize the economic literature on long-run effective early life interventions. In section 2, we summarize the biological science literature in order to provide guidance for which health outcomes are expected to be impacted by the FSP treatment. In section 3, we provide background on the FSP. And in section 4, we describe our data. In section 5, we present our empirical model. And section 6, our results. We conclude in section 7. Okay, I might not read section 2. And I don't know exactly if I need to read section 3. I feel like I know enough about food stamps, but maybe not. I don't know. But real quick, I'm going to steal all the stuff they cited. Okay. What was the thing I just looked at? Also, your article in Brookings summarizes this and other research as well. If you want to be hella lazy, lol. Who is her? I mean, if you link it in my Discord server, I'll add it to the shit. Shouldn't there be a published version of this? Not that it really matters, but yeah. What's up, Timmy? The blue wave, baby. Indeed. I mean, it wasn't like, I don't think it was like some incredible, epic, awesome, insane blue wave, unprecedented, but obviously good sign, something to celebrate, I think. So yeah. Base. Okay, thank you. I got a bunch of fucking shit to go through on this. I'm not gonna go through all of it on stream, but Darko, was your conversation focused like almost entirely on just restricting certain foods from Snap, or I'm from California to win here, also dodges one, let's go. I mean, well, yeah, obviously, you know, and it was the Prop 50 passed by a pretty big margin too. Yes, let's go. The biggest, the most important thing, obviously. The Zenith franchise ratio, Mark Levin. It's the most insane ratio I've like ever seen. I have not easy money. I don't keep up with every new Nick Fuentes tweet, believe it or not, bro. By which NYC gets everything Mandami ran on policy-wise, is that being a good loser or malicious? I don't know. It kind of depends. Because if the argument is, or if the hope is like, we get you know, they get everything Mandami ran on, and as a result of that, people see it works out badly in New York, and therefore other cities in the country doesn't emulate it, then that's not necessarily malicious. If the argument is like, or if it's just like, I hope they get everything they voted for because I want people in New York to suffer as like punishment for voting for him, then that can be malicious. What the fuck is this screenshot, bro? Fantastic, that is his name. LOL, looks like I got under prepubescent little Adolf's unpure quasi-white skin, his illiterate, incoherent brain farts, exited the wrong end of his dwarf-like body, but he does have committed following gripers. He really should replace... Oh, wow. Are you okay? Yeah, 88k versus 3.2k. Whoa. Also, none of my questions about Michelle Obama's program from Republicans landed because both of them were children. Lol. Damn. Wait, and then I just... Almond 2011, Curie 2009, Almond 2005. Okay. Oh, it's just taking me to the wrong thing. I guess I gotta be careful about that in the future. What's up, Facts Over Feelings? Okay, some of the stuff actually I might not directly care about because it's just like user per point, which makes sense. But wait, I'm gonna curate 2011. Wait, why does it cites it goes to the proper thing here, but it doesn't go to the proper thing when I click on it, or at least it has the proper thing here, because it can do the 2011B. Whatever. Okay, don't do that though. Have you recovered since PPG exposed you? Oh no, what did PPG expose me for? And how much do you get per family? For what? When? I mean, Snap, it depends on how big, like, it depends on how many children you have, right? But it's not like a ton. Did I get exposed somewhere here, or? PPG proved without a shadow of doubt that you were one of the perpetrators of the Columbine High School massacre. That'd be news to me. Oh, what's that, Metro? That'd be news to me. I was not in fact born in 1999 when Columbine happened. Yeah, 1999. So it'd be surprising. Why is... There we go. Why is Zotero doing this? Okay. Oh, wait, this is, there's updated version of this. Okay, that's not like a paper, that's just the Census Bureau report. Which I'm going to look at for this year. I don't understand how people can think Trump is extreme in immigration. He hasn't repealed hard sale. What do you, he's all, like, essentially all asylum hearings have been suspended through the executive. Like, the fact that he hasn't passed any legislation is part of what makes it extreme. Like, he's, you know, he's like doing it all through executive action which is, I don't want to say entirely unprecedented because, you know, we Congress doesn't fucking pass laws anymore, but certainly, essentially through executive action, freezing all asylum hearings, pretty crazy. Building a wall, like he tried, you know, did some of in his first term. That's not like super crazy extreme or whatever, but like that's something that other Republican presidents obviously even didn't want to do to the extent that Trump did it. It's like broadly center right, not extreme, not at all. The deportations, which I was going to do, obviously the deportations, the ICE raids are not shit that, you know, center right people want. Ben Shapiro would not have argued that we need to build the wall the way Trump did. Ben Shapiro probably would not be in favor of the executive. Well, he might be because the audience kept it, but I don't think center right people are in favor of the president freezing asylum in the way Trump has via only executive action. I don't think that's the center right thing. And the deportations, especially in the ICE raids, I don't think it's like a center right position. I got here, but the long run impacts of cash to the poor sounds like the exact opposite of Bernie Sanders. The bottom 1% to the bottom 1%. What do you mean, Corwin? I just got here. But where in the moratorium, where it's a moratorium, like, again, all like asylum hearings have been frozen. Now there's no like general moratorium on all immigration, but I don't think you need to go that extreme for it to be fair to call you extreme. Where it's a denaturalization of citizens like Zorhan. Like that's not even something within Trump's like legal authority, probably, right? The ideological opposite. I mean, it's not. I mean, Bernie wants to. Well, Bernie probably doesn't want to do cash transfers. Bernie wants to do like means tested programs and like in-kind benefit to some extent. But I mean, Bernie would be in favor of a lot of cash like things to the poor. Whereas a moratorium, let a bro threaten to withhold federal funding if he won. Real. I think this is what we. I like the 2024 version of it. I remember when it came out. Zoran. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. Or I don't know if I am pronouncing it correctly. I think it is Zoran Mondami. Can't wait for him to learn how the electrical grid works. That's not what a moratorium is. But I mean, by moratorium, Metro, Kirkman, do you mean like the president unilaterally not accepting any immigrants, even like perfectly legal immigrant, like we're just not going to issue any visas? Like that just be. Number one, that'd just be flatly illegal. I think that essentially moratorium on asylum hearings is probably illegal as well. I don't see a way in which it would be legal, but probably illegal as well. But, you know, that'd be, there's no way Trump could get away with that. But also, like, the invocation of the alien, do you not think Metro, please. The invoking the Alien Enemies Act is pretty extreme, right? No one on the center right would have been for that. Like, that's not the center right position is not invoking the Alien Enemies Act to deport people without, well, obviously Trump deported many people under the Alien Enemies Act without due process. And, you know, to the extent that he gives them due process, that like the whole point of invoking it is that you give them more limited due process compared to what they would get otherwise. I think there's probably, I remember seeing this or whatever. There's probably double counting in this from what I remember, but what is your understanding of the percent of immigrants in the last decade here on amnesty? Probably the majority. earnest question. I was apparently wrong in claiming that most were. ChatGPT told me 3 million out of 11 million. On amnesty or on like asylum claims? It might be, when you say amnesty, do you mean actually granted amnesty? Because a lot of people are awaiting hearings, right? They haven't been granted amnesty. They're just awaiting an asylum hearing. My understanding would be, I would guess, and maybe I'm wrong in this too, but I would guess the majority of immigrants in the last 10 years would be either awaiting an asylum hearing or have been granted amnesty after going through the asylum process. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. My lips are fucked up, dude. Oh, jeez. Larger argument is national security. When a place like China tightens their borders and lets very little information out, and the U.S. lets tens of thousands of random people in, the U.S. basically trade a competitive advantage for cheap labor. That's a shitty trade. I don't even see how those two things are related. Okay. Read, bro, I'm not gonna care. I don't care. Why would I care? Do I care? I don't give a fuck. Why are we doing? I don't care. Random H3 Reddit post about Hassan. Yes, I agree. Hassan bad. Oh, it's the ChatGPT thing or whatever. 11 million unauthorized. I think this is I don't know if this disagrees with. I'm saying that. Because, like, I think this is what it means by amnesty is actually granted, like DACA or some other shit or whatever. He's exhausted. I just don't, like, I don't mind shitting on Hassan. Kick. Oh my god. Nice one, bro. It's just like, that's just not what I'm most interested in. And I've seen this tweet before. And it's like, nothing is like new or what. Like, if Hassan says so, like, new, actually, like, crazy unhinged shit, that's like an actual, like, drama thing or whatever, I'll check it out. I just don't care for, like, every new H3 Destiny subreddit post about what Hassan said today. Like, I just don't care that much. You know, when he shocks his dog, okay, and I have the exact same dog collar, okay, you know, I'll talk about it, I'll make memes about it. But I don't care enough to do more than that, bro. Wait, why is this, am I... He said, unfortunately, USSR lost Cold War to the US. That does not surprise me, but it's not even from, that's got to be from a while ago. It's because the US has never had a problem of this scale before. Of what scale? With immigration? Like, it says 2 million cases in an asylum backlog. That's still well on half, I guess. It's not a security issue. You'd agree. After you've read this brief article called Mein Kampf, that's true, Darko. Okay, snap. This is all people. It's negative a million, but then we have under 18. More than a million. 18 to 64. Even more. Am I... What am I missing here? Oh, what's up, Hassan is a stupid dumbass. I wouldn't be surprised if Hassan fucks this dog off stream considering he literally lies about everything nowadays. Real. We've never had as many illegals in the country before. I I don't think that means that like you're okay. You're an Italian enjoyer. I don't care. I don't care. Hassan says crazy things all day on stream. I'm aware. I'm not gonna go. I don't care to watch every single live stream fails. r/Destiny, r/H3H3, r/Hassan Stark Circle Jerk thing about it. It's just not that big a deal to me. Okay, regardless. You're gonna make more money if you do drama coverage as part of streaming. Like I said, you know, I don't mind when Hassan like does something truly crazy like that everyone is talking about and stuff, like talking about it and stuff. Because like I have fun doing that. And I also agree, well, I think I probably like obviously drama videos are gonna do better and shit than like what I'm doing now. But I do think that like, you know, my little niche here will get me fans that are somewhat supportive. I make like $50 every stream and don't go live. I don't make like $50 every stream. That's definitely not true. I get lucky with donations sometimes. But it's definitely not true that I make $50 every stream. Please don't turn into a drama slop streamer. Dylan doesn't want me to. See, yeah. I don't think, don't believe I will. Don't believe I will. There will always be a little bit of drama slop mixed in sometimes, but goal is to not do that. You know, I've said this before, but not that I was an avid watcher ever, but like food shops used to, it's funny that she's the first thing or whatever, like used to do politics. I remember like food shops like had a like watching her like on Kick like do like actual politics when she was like basically just getting started, like before she was even like an affiliate or whatever, I believe, on YouTube. And now it's just like total drama slop channel, and like she's definitely like way more popular because of that. But you know. Would you rather Mansion or AOC for nominee in 2028? I feel like, honestly, the only thing like I really know about like Mansion is that like he thought like he didn't want to vote for the whatever American Rescue Plan because he was concerned that people would use the child tax credit money for drugs, which I feel like is really fucking stupid. Now, I like overall it might be the case that was based. I think it's a really stupid reason to not vote for the American Rescue Plan. Now, maybe you could argue the American Rescue Plan is not bad. I don't have a particularly strong opinion on that. I don't know. I would have to see some. I've never like seen some good estimates or whatever as to like how much the American Rescue Plan contributed to growth, right? I've seen a few different estimates of how much it contributed to inflation. I think it's definitely plausible that it contributed maybe a third to the inflation spike we saw. I don't know how much it contributed to the labor market recovery, though. It's not entirely impossible to me that it contributed to the labor market recovery as well, and that just did that. But like, I think, there might be things I'm aligned with Until Mansion more. But oh, why is Scratch in the waiting room? What's he here for? What's up?
Somebody told me to join the VC. I think it was Hamster.
Oh, okay. I don't know. He didn't tell me anything about it. I don't know what the point of that was. I think he probably meant VC to talk to him, not to me. Honestly, I don't know if he.
Wait, I think it's a non-funds. Let me check.
Yeah, but I think he probably meant I have other
in non-funds. Oh, so random. Okay.
I think he probably wanted to talk to you. Or what? Sorry.
You talk. Oh yeah, he probably did. I don't know. Wait, what are you talking about right now?
Not much. We're talking about Snap, basically. Like food
Alright, you talked
stamps.
about that for like 2 hours today. Yeah. You have a good stream.
Okay. Well, yep. Oh, damn. It's obviously we got a ton of people money. It will result in growth. Peak Keynesian brain rot. True. Metro, obviously. I don't like. Do you disagree that like fiscal stimulus during a recession? Now you can argue we were maybe mostly recovered at the time, but like during a recession can have like pro-growth effects. Do we disagree with that? That in utero and early childhood events can have important vestigial effects. Vestigial effects has been documented for a wide range of later life outcomes, including health status, test scores, educational attainment, wages, and morality. So many donations to cover the cost of Trump Ballroom. No donations to cover the cost of Snap. This is a real grandiose enjoyer. Most of the early studies leveraged short, extreme events experienced in utero as identification strategies. Examples include famine, disease, and radiation. An actual question is how generalizable such linkages are. I'm absolutely sure there was growth, however efficiently the resources were allocated, however ultimately, well, I mean, you would have seen, like, obviously, what if instead of Snap we had shrimp? This is true, Pathfinder. The Snap money, listen, the emergency Snap funding money, that should all go to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Okay, Trump would be based if he said, I'm not going to comply with this court order, but I'm going to give the money to the shrimp instead. Obviously, Michael DeFringo, like, you know, if the counterfactual of the American Rescue Plan was resources being allocated more efficiently, that presumably would have more growth than the counterfactual not having passed it or whatever. But if the argument is, well, it led to more growth than a counterfactual not having passed it, but there was a more efficient way we could have done the fiscal stimulus. I mean, I think that's always going to be true. Obviously, the payment protection program, the PPP loans, those were heavily abused. That was definitely a fuck up. I don't know how much of the other stuff was that atrocious or anything. Supplemental health return investment money program based. If they go vegan, Snap doubles. You know, that'd be everyone wants to exclude Coca-Cola and cookies and everything from Snap, and like, we should all just agree to exclude shrimp, okay? Are shrimp even healthy? Okay. And, you know, get rid of chicken while we're at it. Maybe beef too. Maybe do you really need regular milk? Can't you just use like soy milk? When you're pumping in to fill the gas, diminishing returns, kicking fast, maybe. If I ever do a PhD thesis, okay, it'll be on, it's probably too broad for a PhD thesis, honestly, I don't know. It'd be on fiscal stimulus and labor market recoveries post-COVID, okay? That'd be the That'd be the thing to look at. There's got to be someone who's already looked at it. There's got to be someone. There's got to be someone, even if it's just like a very crude thing. But and it centralized the banking industry. What? What is it? The American Rescue Plan? I don't think that had any big effect on the banking industry. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, how generalizable languages are, in particular, when more routine childhood experiences may also shape health and economic outcomes during adulthood. Evidence from famines may be especially difficult to interpret because they typically are less clean and natural experiments with diffuse starts and endpoints, endogenous migration, and high levels of sample attrition. There was less work. My status 2 of snack box for produce, basically encouraging veganism. Let's go! Base Darko, let's go. There's less work that combines the strength of design-based identification strategies for causal inference with more commonplace treatments of exposures, particularly those that are driven by policy. Am I thinking the wrong thing? I was thinking of post-housing crash. No, the post-COVID bill, the one Biden passed, the American Rescue Plan, the final COVID stimulus bill we did. You're thinking of the, I forget the name of the bill, temporary emergency relief plan, something, TERF. Bank bailout bill, economic stabilization act. Part of it was, this was a bill that had the, troubled assets relief fund, TARP. This is what the thing I was thinking of. But yeah, that's Emergency Economic Stabilization Act 2008. Yeah, TARP, yeah. So they did finally pay back all those loans, I think in 2023. So we did it, folks. Natural question is how generalizable. There's less work that combines the strength of design-based identification strategy for causal inference and more commonplace treatments. The shortage of previous work stems from the challenge of marrying identification strategies for program evaluation to 1, policies that affect children at a young age, and 2, policies that can be mapped onto data on later life outcomes in adulthood. Thus, we're still in the beginning stages of learning what type of shocks, in what settings, and during what point in early life matters for long-term health and economic outcomes. The understanding of long-term effects of positive policy-based treatment is quickly changing in this active literature. In particular, there's a handful of studies that are closest to our own. Ludwig and Miller, 2007, using the introduction of Head Start in the poorest U.S. counties, find a program reduce childhood mortality rates and increase educational attainment. Campbell et al. 2014 follow a cohort experimentally designed to attend the Abecedarian Project, a high-quality preschool program in North Carolina, and find that improvements in adult health. Meyer and Ware, 2012, find that Medicaid expansions reduce mortality rates among Black teens and Brown. Kowalski and Lurie, 2015, find that the Medicaid and state children's insurance program expansions in the 1980s and early 1990s increased economic and educational outcomes by age 28. Everyone is struggling. Housing prices are otherworldly. Everyone is on SRIs. The world has gone to hell. I foresee an uprising soon. True. But how are we going to get SRIs in the after the revolution, bro? The wokies haven't thought of this. The New Deal doesn't have a good ring to it. Let's push post-ironic New Deal phase. Oh, New Deal. Eisen, Rawson, Slater, and Walker, forthcoming, find that reductions in early life exposure to air pollution identified by the 1970 Clean Air Act led to improvements in employment and earnings for workers by age 30. Nilsson finds that policy-driven increase in alcohol availability during pregnancy leads to reductions in employment. Okay, not snap. Additionally, people consider the effects of early childhood exposure to lead, blah, 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 blah. Test scores, Medicaid, other welfare, infants, low birth rates. Second, surrounding research found outside to consider the effect of income on health. Push the New Deal. Get Limp Bizkit on the soundtrack. Everyone should take SSRIs to increase serotonin. This is real. Everyone should take stimulants, like Adderall. Okay, that'd be the real productivity. Because like stimulants, like for ADHD and stuff, like they work on regular people. They don't necessarily like sort of have the same like marginal increase in productivity, right? Like so, like going from ADHD brain to Adderall ADHD brain is a bigger marginal increase than going from regular brain to regular brain and Adderall, but still, it's still an increase. Okay, they still work. Now there are probably some side effects with persistent use that might not be worth it for normal people, but I think it's worth it. Trump 6'7" orange. Can't say that one. Nice one. These on to be incredible, truly. Bro Base put a low dose of meth into water supplies. What I'm saying. Let's go. The issue with stimulus that people become dependent on them to be productive. That's true. To some extent. But I don't know. The issue is the counterfactual is like never being productive. My understanding too is that stimulants only work for like 3 years, and then like they have like a relatively small effect on you. But that's not a super in-depth understanding. That's from like 2 blog posts that I read. So maybe I'm wrong on that, but that's what I've read. Rank these campaigns. Obama. I'm not going to be able to rank. You can't rank them on what exactly. I wasn't alive for Obama. Did not pay attention for. Well, technically, I was 3 years old in 2008. So around 2025, Trump 2016. Zoran ran a really good campaign in that his messaging was really good. He had a really good social media presence. He talked about the issues people want to talk about the most. Like he, had a really good campaign. I don't agree with him on all his policy stuff, obviously. And then Obama and Trump 2016. I'm not gonna know. I'm not gonna know. I don't know if Trump's 2016 campaign was particularly good. But I mean, it worked out. Messaging, there's no problem too large for government to care about, and no issue too small for it to concern itself. Mondami, so real. Zoran is an overrated campaign. Obama is way more in reality, lol. Well, I would imagine. Yeah. That's how we earned the nickname Teflon Don? Huh? Who? Okay. Much of this literature concerned with the short-term effects of income changes experienced in adulthood, and there are a few studies that considered the long-term effects of early life income changes. Because he kept going out of these controversies unscathed. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Van der Berg, Lindy Boom, and Portrait 2006 compared Dutch mortality rates among those born during economic downturns to those born during expansions. Those born during expansions live substantially longer, which they argue is not due to changes in cohort composition or other potential co-founders. Banjuri et al. 2010 considered the 19th century of blight of French vineyards that created a region by birth cohort, varying shock to production and hence income. They find this led to shorter heights in adulthood, but no impact on mortality. Impact of early nutrition expected effects of SSP. Yes, thank you. Finally. The paper, the thing I want to read about. Okay. Causal mechanisms by which early childhood events affect later life are best understood for nutrition. This section reviews specific mechanisms by which early malnutrition can impair development with long-term consequences. Although the FSP is clearly a program designed to improve nutrition intake among recipients, economic theory suggests in-kind transfers are treated as cash for recipients who are inframarginal. As a result, the long-term impacts of FSP may also be mediated through other pathways such as family stress reduction or reduced maternal employment, in addition through nutritional pathways. Using the same program introduction design adopted in this paper, described below, Hoynes in 2009 find that the introduction of FSP increased household spending on food But because most recipients received a food stamps benefit below their normal food expenditures, they also find an increase in food spending in line with what one would expect from a cash income transfer. We argue that then, because the program is better understood as an income transfer program than a more narrow nutrition program, and its introduction can be thought of as an increase in economic resources. However, keep in mind that because recipients were, by definition, poor, a large portion of their FSP benefit was spent on food, and thus many of the mechanisms at work can be expected to run through nutrition pathways. Hold on. Is it 2009 the thing I already have? I think it is. Maybe not. God damn it. Moderates in New Jersey and Virginia won by more than Zoran. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Yeah. And they didn't have a spoiler candidate helping them. And they weren't running in communist NYC. Yeah, I don't think the lesson that should be taken from Zoran is that Democrats need to be a million times more progressive. I think that would be the wrong lesson to take. What did I do about this? What? Are you kidding me? Bro. Dude, Zoran ran the best campaign I've had in years. It's okay to admit it. Metro, I literally said, you asked me the question, and I said I wasn't alive, or I wasn't paying attention to politics for Obama in Trump 2016, right? Oh, well, Obama 2008, Trump 2016. But Zoran ran a very good campaign. I don't know why you think like I'm trying to hide. Like, I can't evaluate whether or not he ran the best campaign in the last 10 years because that's just not something I don't have like the experience from, you know, that time. And I don't like I've not retroactively gone back and looked at that stuff. But I literally told you like Zoran ran a very good campaign, and I described to you the reasons why. Like, his messaging was very good. I don't know why you think I'm like so opposed to that or whatever. I don't know why I'm being challenged here or whatever. Wait, isn't this the DOI or whatever? I think it is a DOI, but I think you might need. The other stuff for it too. Another populist won, and nothing new. Well, he was like a very underdog candidate, obviously, until the end. Or well, until he won the primary, I guess. After that, his odds were very good, but. If I just it's not gonna work, is it? I can't just like replace that with this, can I? No, that's not. Damn, okay. What fucking inconvenient timing, bro. I guess I can just get the working paper version, but whatever. populism doesn't really mean anything. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's starting to feel that way. It still has meaning to me. Maybe it's becoming increasingly meaningless, but. Oh, let's go. Okay. At the time the FSP was introduced, hunger and nutritional actually, I should have that, I guess. Hunger and nutritional deficiencies were not uncommon among Americans. For example, a survey of low-income families in Texas, Louisiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia during the period 1968-1970 found that 15% of whites and 37% of blacks had low hemoglobin levels, as well as relatively high rates of deficiencies in vitamin C, riboflavin, flavin, and protein. I used AI and one page of details I collected about him to create a profile on Dami seen through the Cerner. What the hell? I don't. Okay. Whatever. What even? Huh? Okay. Spook-driven egoist. Let's go. (1968) CBS documentary Hunger in America raised national awareness of the problem and possibly influenced the debate on the FSP. Here, by briefly summarizing the linkage between early nutrition and later life outcomes, we provide predictions about outcomes that may be altered by our FSP treatment. Some linkages between early life nutrition and later life outcomes are fairly intuitive. For example, severely undernourished children may suffer from anemia and listlessness. State of lacking energy. Listlessness. May reduce their ability to invest in learning during childhood and may harm long-run earnings and other outcomes. Another long understood mechanism is rickets caused by prolonged vitamin D deficiency, which causes weakening of bones in children and leads to stunting of growth, skeletal deformities, and other long-term poor health outcomes. To be sure, the longer-run health impacts of poor nutrition during early life were in part understood prior to the introduction of the food stamp program. During World War II, for example, high numbers of young men were excluded from active military service because of health conditions thought to be caused by the poor nutrition they experienced during the Great Depression, and as a result, the issue of adequate nutrition became a national security concern. Shortly thereafter, Congress passed the National School Lunch Act, citing as its purpose to protect the health and welfare of the children in the United States. Poor early life nutrition may also directly harm long-run outcomes through altering the body's developmental trajectory. There is an emerging scientific consensus that that describes critical periods of development during that early life that program the body's long-term survival outcomes. During development, the fetus and postnatally the child may take cues from the current environment to predict the type of environment it is expected to face in the long run, and in some cases adapts to its formation to better thrive in the expected environment. A problem arises, however, when the predicted later environment and the actual later environment are substantially different. For example, if nutrients are scarce during the prenatal or early postnatal development period, the developing body predicts that the future will also be nutritionally deprived. The body may invoke difficult to reverse biological mechanism to adapt to the predicted future environment. For example, the metabolic system may adapt in a manner that will allow the individual to survive in an environment of chronic food shortages. This pattern is termed the thrifty phenotype and is sometimes referred to as the Barker hypothesis. The problem arises if in fact there is not a long-run food shortage and nutrition is plentiful. In that case, the early life metabolic adaptations are bad matched to the actual environment will increase the likelihood that the individual develops a metabolic disorder, which can include high blood pressure, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, obesity, and cardiovascular disease. The negative consequences do not usually appear until after reproductive age, which is preferable to the species from an evolutionary perspective. Note that the pre- and postnatal nutrition can drive this programming. Do you think Cuomo could have won if him and Zorhan were listed as Democrat on ballot? No, probably not. Nice one, Michael, by the way. Observational studies of the Dutch hunger winter yielded influential and supportive findings. At the end of World War II, the Nazis sharply restricted food shipments in the Netherlands over the 7-month period between November 1944 and April 1945. As a result, the previously well-nourished society experienced a severe decline in caloric availability from 1,800 calories per day to between 400 and 800. Upon liberation, the food supply returned to normal levels quickly. Painter Rose Boom and Blecker in 2005 found that children exposed to famine in the third trimester had birth weight and birth lengths about 1/2 standard deviation lower than a control group. Further, when the cohort was exposed to malnutrition in utero, reached middle age, they were more likely to be obese, had a higher incidence of heart disease, lower self-reported health status, and worse mental health. Although the period of malnutrition was short and abrupt relative to other famines, nonetheless, the interpretation of these findings is subject to caveats due to the high rate of mortality during the famine, leading to selection and survival, and pre-trends in famine measures such as death rates. To summarize, the literature found that the lack of nutrition in early life leads to higher incidence of metabolic syndrome. These impacts have occurred in both nutrition shock occurred in utero. Occurred both when the nutrition shock occurred in utero and when it occurred in the period shortly after birth. Importantly, the long-run health outcomes have been found even in cases in which birth rate itself was not affected. Thus, the impacts of utero shocks do not necessarily directly map on birth weight. I keep saying rate, but and evaluating the long-term impacts requires the analysis of a many decades past change, such as we do in this paper. In our setting, we examine a policy-driven increase in economic resources to a population that had previously experienced chronic low levels of nutrition. Therefore, we expect individuals who exposed to food FSP program in early life will be less likely to have misadapted to future environment and are predicted to have lower incidence of metabolic syndrome as measured by high blood pressure, obesity, and diabetes in adult life. We also expect to find better human capital outcomes as measured by education, earnings, income, and the like. Because the literature is unclear about the exact timing of postnatal damage, we will explore alternative specifications for the timing of FSP exposure. Jesus. Okay, rickets and fucking this shit. Okay. Introduction of the food stamp program. Today, food stamp benefits are the fundamental safety net in the U.S., being the only public assistance program that's available to all family types. Most programs are targeted based on female head of household, blah, blah, blah. Okay, eligibility requirements, satisfying income and asset test, and benefits can be used to purchase most grocery store food goods. A family's benefit is equal to the difference between the federally defined maximum benefit level for a given family size and the amount that the family is deemed to be able to afford to pay on its own according to the benefits formula, essentially 30% of cash income, less some deductions. By the way, did you know I show up and I think it was Ryan's chat when you were mentioned? I swear it's just like Beetlejuice timing. Wait, when was I last mentioned in Ryan's chat? I saw right after I debated in North, he just talked a little bit about utilitarianism and stuff. Was there something else that I was mentioned in? I'm getting distracted. I'm just curious what other people are doing. I do this on stream. Okay, I'm like, because I like watching other people's streams, but then when I stream, it's like, well, I want to stream at the same time they're streaming. I can't watch their streams. What if they're doing something fun? No, I just wondered how you knew. Oh, you showed up when it happened. Oh, do you mean when he was? Why is he streaming vertically? What the hell? Okay. I always know when I'm being talked about, okay? Why is Food Shops talking to Dev? What on earth could they be talking about? Oh no, First Amendment is doing another trans debate thing. Oh no, Alec, oh no. I know that Alec Gunter do too.
You have questions? You little inquisitive mind, you.
No, like I said, like my thing was just like straightforward in terms of the whole aspect.
How do you feel about
the trans?
I don't know. I would just ask them.
They're talking about his doppelganger, by the way, chat. I know you guys are.
Okay, don't care.
We have a great community.
Okay.
Food Shops and FSO have been friends for a while. Have they? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Me being around and like doing my own streams and hopping on other people's streams and trying to like get more involved in some of these. Yeah, oh, fair enough. When you say I should just hang out in your community,
why not?
You're literally poaching me.
Whatever. Okay. Soren got elected. Say goodbye to NYC. I mean, yeah, he got elected. I don't think this is quite goodbye to NYC, but okay. Welcome back, Tony. Don't worry, I'm sure Daddy Trump will denaturalize him and deport him. We'll see. The roots of today's food stamp program began with President Kennedy's 1961 announcement of a pilot food stamp program that was established in 8 impoverished counties. The pilot programs were later expanded to 43 counties in 1962 and 1963. The success of these pilot programs led to the Food Stamp Act of 1964, which gave local areas the authority to start up the FSP in their county. As with the current FSP, the program was federally funded and benefits were redeemable at approved retail food stores. In a period following the passage of the Food Stamps Act, there was a steady stream of counties initiating food stamp programs at federal spending. Initiating food stamp programs and federal spending at FSP more than doubled between 1967 and 1969, from 115 million to 250 million. Support for a national FSP grew to a public spotlight on hunger. This interest culminated in the passage of the 1973 amendment to the Food Stamp Act, which mandated all counties offer FSP by 1975. You support him? Wow. I don't even think I ever said I support him. I just said I don't think it's quite goodbye to NYC. I'm not like I'm a new live. Like you can go, Tony. I'm sure you've seen me talk to socialists before. You've been in stream before. Right? Like I'm not even. I don't like many Zoran's ideas. Now I don't know. Like I think Cuomo is a bad dude too. So like, I don't think Zoran's a bad guy interpersonally. I think Cuomo is, and it could be the case that Cuomo's policy is so much better that he's better, but you are a demented little shit. I had low respect for you before, but this is crossing the line. This is crossing the line. Sirhan needs to be deported. That's unhinged. That's insane. I'm happy we were on the same page. Not on the same page, buddy, but all right. Not fun. Do you follow Zero Hedge? I don't think I follow them, but I see their tweets occasionally. It's Lena Khan? Oh no. Because they're quite popular on Twitter. Zohan Madami announces an all-female transition team. Oh no. It is Lena Khan. Not particularly surprising. Is she going to be on his staff or something? Come on, you're talking about the Hutch stance. A Dem win is a win in your book. Please feel free to correct me. I love to be wrong. I don't give a when it's just a city, I don't care really. Like when it comes to the House and the Senate, I probably will agree. A Dem win is a win. When it comes to like just the mayor of a city, I don't really give a fuck if it's a Democrat or independent. I just care more about the policy. On the what about Prop 50? I don't have a strong opinion on Prop 50. I mean, I would lean towards it being net good, but I don't have a super strong opinion. We'll see. But a team of women who have transitioned, or a team of women to transition. It's a all-woman team that will be in charge of transitioning every man in New York City. There will be transgender for everybody. In the comments, Orhan will work to make sure no business will ever move to NYC again. True. I forgot to. Sorry, I checked my Twitter notifications because I fucking can't remind. Dude, why does Twitter break all the time now and the fucking sidebars are gone? Because I opened Twitter when you mentioned Zero Hedge. I don't know if I showed this on stream. I did make it in at the very end of the Unfuck America tour. Little edit they did at this event. We did get a non-fun cameo. Okay.
Are good for pulling more young men towards the left.
I enjoy Destiny's. That's me. They got 2-3 frames of me in there. I've enjoyed Destiny's content for a while. I think what Unfuck America is doing is important. I like that there are liberals coming out to debate people.
Thanks a lot.
We did get the non-fun cameo. Kick? Oh my god, dude! I literally don't know what breaks the kick chat. I literally don't know how to fix it. Dude, the median Republican position is to deport citizens like Zorhan. I've been trying to tell you this, non-fun. If you're just telling me the median Republican is insane, like, okay, Metro, I don't know what to tell you. Why, yes, we should deport people who pal around with idiots like Hassan Piker, who say we deserve. Dude, you cannot. I don't like Hassan, right? You're hanging out with Destiny. I thought he's on his Diddy arc. Your booty isn't safe around that man. Yeah, I'm hanging out with him every day, bro. We're best friends. Hold on, let me pull it. Look, it's us together. Okay, hanging out with him. Okay, unbelievable. Tony, I don't like Hassan. Okay, I hate Hassan. I don't think Hassan is good for the Democrats. Obviously Hassan said he only used the Democrats as a tool to fucking push socialism, and I ain't no socialist. Okay, I think Hassan is pretty bad. I think obviously foreign policy wise, Hassan is just fundamentally anti-American. Hassan supports the Houthis. Hassan probably should be banned from Twitch for many of the comments that he's made about the Houthis and or Hamas and or Hezbollah and the clips he's shown and stuff like that. But there's no, the standard for denaturalizing someone and deporting them cannot be hanging out with someone who once said that America deserved 9/11. I don't think you should be deported for saying America deserved 9/11. Maybe that's a hot take, guys. But if we're doing guilt by association of you can't even be friends with and support and pal around with someone who once said America deserved 9/11, like that is a insane standard. I'll go so far to say that is an un-American standard of what should be deported under, of what should lead to deportation. They should deport Zorhan, but why should we let someone with millionaire parents live in a rent-stabilized apartment? Well, I don't know how much Zorhan himself is actually worth. I have no clue what the. I mean, it does seem like it feels intuitively a little silly to say he qualifies for a rent-stabilized apartment, but I don't know. Maybe it makes sense because he himself is worth so little. At least in terms of like liquid actual wealth. Lola said, you still want Hassan in this country along with anti-American fanatics. You've lost the plot. I don't believe the government should be deporting citizens for their First Amendment protected speech. Can't speak. Reader to an anonymous article, Gropers are more honest MAGA. Yeah, I have that actually saved in the React today, which I have closed or whatever. I don't know what you think I disagree with. Retro, I don't disagree that Betty Corwin's insane, but well, can we find a different reason to deport them? If the motivation is I want to be able to deport these people for their First Amendment protected speech, but I can't do that, so I'm going to actively seek out and find a different reason to deport them, then no. Like that, like you still have like the fundamentally like anti-American, thanks Darko for following on and Kick, goal that you have. You're just trying to find like some sneaky loophole or whatever to do it with. And no, that's obviously bad too. Really underestimate the influence of Groyper's energy. Do I? I don't know. I feel like I think you're right that many probably over half of young Republicans or whatever are like Groyper or Groyper adjacent. Now, I think there are a lot of boomer Republicans who aren't Groypers, but I think that there are many Groypers in the fucking staff at the White House. Like I think obviously the people tweeting out stuff for DHS, probably many of them are Groypers. Dude, what the fuck? At what point can we ship Hassan out of the USA? If Hassan, I mean, like, I don't think he should be, even if Hassan like had some imagine Hassan had some genuine connection to a terrorist organization. I don't think the right response would be deporting him. I think the right response would be just to arrest him and give him a trial and have him in prison. But he doesn't even share our values. He's electrocuting dogs and praising terrorist groups. Bro, your standard for deportation cannot be animal abuse, bro. For deporting a citizen, not before 20 should be able to maintain his commie connections without being deported. True. Regularly hang out with tankies, so it doesn't necessarily make him one real. As long as you're on the same plane out here for you, Tony. True. Like, this is crazy, Tony. Like, I know, I agree with you, Tony. Actually, we should deport every non-vegan for their animal abuse. Let's go. Now we're building the society I want. Let's fucking go. Never mind, I've come around, Tony. Damn, okay. Figure 1 plots the percent of counties with a FSP from 1960 to 1975. During the pilot phase, 1961 to 1964, FSP coverage increased slowly. Beginning in 1964, the program growth accelerated. Coverage expanded at a steady pace until all counties were covered in 1974. Furthermore, there was substantial heterogeneity in timing of the adoption of FSP, both within and across state lines. The map in Figure 2 shades counties according to the date of FSP adoption. Darker shading denotes a later startup date. Our basic identification strategy considers the month of FSP adoption for each country to trigger the beginning of the FSP treatment. For our identification strategy to yield causal estimates of the program, it is important we establish the timing of FSP adoption appears to be exogenous, and hence we summarize what we have explained in our earlier work. Prior to the FSP, some counties provided food aid through the commodity distribution program, which took surplus food distributed by federal government as part of an agriculture price support policy and distributed those goods to the poor. The 1964 Food Stamp Act allowed for counties to voluntarily set up FSP, but the act also stated that no county could run both the FSP and CDP. Thus, for counties who previously ran a CDP, adoption of the FSP implies termination of the CDP. The political account of this of the time suggests that debates about adoption, including the FSP, pitted powerful agricultural interests against advocates for the poor. In particular, counties with strong support for farming interests, southern or rural counties, may be later adopters of the FSP. On the other hand, counties with strong support for low-income population, northern urban counties, may adopt FSP in an earlier period. This systemic variation in food stamp adoption could lead to spurious estimates of the program impact if those same county characteristics are associated with different trends in the outcome variables. In earlier work, we document that larger counties with a greater fraction of the population that was urban, black, or low income indeed implemented FSP earlier. Nevertheless, we found that the county characteristics explain very little of the variation in adoption dates. This is consistent with the characterization of funding limits controlling the movement of counties off the waiting list to start up their FSP. We view this weakness of the model fit as a strength when it comes to our identification approach, and that much of the variation in the implementation of FSP appears to be idiosyncratic. Nonetheless, in order to control for possible differences across counties that are spuriously correlated with the county treatment effect, all of our regressions include interactions of these 1960 pre-treatment counties characteristics with the same trends in Acemoglu, Arthur, and Lyle 2004, and their previous work. I finally learned what y'all mean by endogenous and why standard regressions are frowned upon. At this point, I think it's just a buzzword to signal philosophical preference. What? That seems crazy. Okay, fuck it. What law? I mean, it seems. I don't think like saying, oh, this like if I say like, oh, Arthur Dorn Hansen probably suffers from endogeneity because imports from China are also correlated with imports from other countries, so they're like instrumental variable approach doesn't it doesn't account for that properly. It suffers from endogeneity. Like I don't think that like communicates a philosophical preference. I think that's me saying they fail to properly, like their instrumental variable fails because of endogeneity. The result isn't affected only through one channel. It violates the exclusion restriction. Like I don't think me saying that is like a philosophical preference. I think that's saying, hey, you're violating the exclusion restriction. And the standard regressions, I thought we talked about this earlier or whatever, but it's not that standard regressions aren't like a useful tool. It's just that like, that you should do more causal inference than just a standard regression, but there are obviously a useful tool in causal inference. No, I get that as a proper definition, but it's a preference of analysis of the data. It's not in the lamest possible way, technically. Well, then I have a much different understanding of endogenous. I mean, endogenous just means like, well, it can have different meaning because technically, like in other areas of economics, like endogenous just means it's explained by, like the outcome's explained by another part of your model. And non-fawn. Oh no, man, what is this? The point of breast is to prevent pedophilia. Mate, I love you, but you need new conversation subjects. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Okay. What's the justification for the first point? I'm so curious. It's data that is internally correlated to your model, which is unaccounted for in the final analysis. Yeah. W. Boobs. True, Tessicle Johnson. Does he talk about this often? I mean, so it being like endogenous hormones, i.e. from the body. Yeah. Like, endogenous is used outside of causal inference and economics too. So like, yeah. Like, I think, I was gonna say, no, I was just thinking of the, like, prefix endo or whatever. The prefix endo is used, obviously, a lot of places. Like, insects have an endoskeleton or whatever. Or exoskeleton, sorry. That's, on the outside, we have an endoskeleton or whatever. But what's up, Governor Grape? Of course, a Destiny fan doesn't understand the first point, LMFAO. Wait, what's the first point, huh? Oh. Of this. I don't know what the argument for it is. Endo versus exotherm, yeah, exactly. the Zorhan election will probably be the greatest win progressives ever get. Unfortunately, I kind of doubt it. Okay, the data. Given a county rollout of FSP, our analysis requires data with information on adult health and economic outcomes, as well as county of birth for cohorts that were impacted by the FSP introduction at birth or during early childhood. We used the panel study of income dynamics, which began in 1968 with a sample of approximately 5,000 households, and subsequently followed and interviewed all members and descendants. The original sample comprised two subsamples, a nationally representative sample of 3,000 households, and a survey of economic opportunity subsample, including 1,900 low-income and minority households selected from an existing sample. To adjust for non-random composition, we conduct all analysis using the PSID weights. Kick. Dude, I gotta figure out, I literally don't know what breaks it. With the you're too soft on crime, non-fun. Am I soft on crime? I don't know what I said that suggests that. I don't think that's like, there are some ways in which I'm soft on crime, and that I think prisons should be comfier, but good policies matter most. A diverse population reduces social solidarity, which is good for economic growth, because people don't want wealth destroying policies to help people look different. What do you think of this statement? I don't think I don't know. Crime gets off on hard. What is this chatter on about? True. That sounds like a fucking ChatGPT statement, bro. Since the beginning of the survey, the PSID has collected detailed information on economic and demographic outcomes. We use this data to generate adult economic outcomes such as educational attainment, employment, earnings, family income, and poverty. Starting in the 1980s and 1990s, the PSID also began regularly collecting information on health outcomes. To what Twitch chatter didn't progressives also get Mr. Wu in Boston and Gina Cortez in San Antonio, who built their campaigns on public housing and affordability? I mean, to be fair, Gavin, I do think New York City is probably, like, New York City mayor is probably bigger than that. And I don't know how, I don't know how progressive they are compared to Zorhan. Truthfully, I don't know. They could be exactly the same, but truthfully, I don't know. We use self-reported general health status, reported on a 5-point scale: excellent, very good, etc., and disability, physical or nervous condition that limits the type or amount of work, both of which have been asked of heads and wives each year beginning in 1984. In addition to PSID, respondents report height and weight, hence why we can construct obesity and height stunting, and information on whether a doctor has diagnosed the respondent with specific heart conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, heart attack, and heart disease. These data are collected for all heads and wives and have been available since 1999 when the survey became biennial. These data allow us to test for the prediction that introduction of food stamps in early life leads to a reduction in the incidence of obesity, heart disease, and other components of metabolic syndrome. In addition, we use information on health behavior, including smoking, drinking, and exercise. Agreed, but to say it's the only big one is a stretch. Well, I think he said it'll be the biggest win progressives ever get. Leftists still hate Zorhan? Well, the Twitter leftists hate Zorhan. I'm pretty sure most real leftists don't, but it's concerning me. People still don't understand Zorhan as the enemy. He will now oversee a violent settler colonial police force bigger than most small countries' armies. Didn't he promise to shut down the NYPD branch in Israel? The ignorant bliss in response to Zorhan's wife wins. The ignorant bliss in response to Zorhan's win demonstrates a huge void in revolutionary organization and leadership in the U.S. You can acknowledge some objective. No, he didn't. Oh, I thought he did. You can acknowledge some objective material positives of the outcome, heightening contradictions without salivating over him as even remotely revolutionary, or without portraying his campaign as anything other than a Democratic Party counterinsurgency. But it's so good to see the fascists freaking out and let people celebrate are deeply unserious and childish responses to this material reality. Is your political goal to feel good or build a resistance? For most Americans with the K, let's go, is clearly the former. Just like the Zionist state, the U.S. state is fascist to its core, and Zion and DSA are embedded in it. He did threaten to arrest me. He did say if Bibi ever came to New York, he would arrest him for the ICC warrants. Which got like, that's just like, come on, that's just funny. Like, that's just a funny, like, that's just funny. Like, that's just funny. That's an aura moment too, okay? That's literally aura farming, but it's funny. It's totally inconsequential too. He walked that back. Wait, did he really? No shot. But it's like totally inconsequential because like it would not fucking happen. But it's very funny, which is another reason leftists hate him. Well, that would make sense. Do you think he should have the right to deploy police to arrest a known war criminal? I don't know if the mayor should have the right to arrest someone who, you know, is a foreign leader. I feel like that should be up to the federal government because they should be in charge of foreign relations. He always walks back to his views in order to seem moderate. Well, I mean, he held the... I mean, I know that's true for a lot of like tweets and stuff he made in 2020, but certainly there were... You know, like he made the comment about the arresting Bibi, like during the campaign, right? Should the mayor have the right to create an international crisis? Yeah, exactly. It's like the mayor probably, like, the federal government is in charge of foreign relations. Okay, it should probably be the case that if someone is a international leader, the mayor can't, like a city can't unilaterally arrest them. What international crisis? If Zorhan arrested the current prime minister of Israel, like that would lead to, if you don't want to call it a crisis, that would certainly lead to like some tense relations between the U.S. and Israel. Like that, it'd be probably unclear how to even resolve that issue because the U.S., both the U.S. and Israel aren't subject to the ICC jurisdiction. We aren't members of it. I guess the ICJ can make some ruling, but it's not like we've listened to the ICJ in the past. It'd be like, it's not gonna be World War III or anything like that. It's just gonna be a little fucked. Should the Alaskan governor arrested Putin? True. If Zohan arrests any leader from Israel, they should arrest Zohan. I mean, I imagine that would be if he actually tried to arrest Bibi, which again, like, definitely won't happen. I imagine Trump would try to do something to Zoran, but I don't know what legally he'd be able to do to him. But like that, like obviously, it'd be pretty fucked. I don't know what your threshold of crisis is, but we have information to help behaviors, including smoking, drinking, and exercise. We use a restricted version of the PSID, allowing for identification of county of residence for each year to survey. Because of the longitudinal and dynastic nature of the data for each individual, we can assign their county residence at birth, or for those born prior to the beginning of PSID data collection, their county of residence in 1968, when the families first observed in the data. We merged the PSID data to the FP program information based on county of birth. Maybe we just sink an IDF boat and we'll call it square between countries. Maybe ICJ, more like ICK for real. Key variable for analysis, which is constructed from the month and year data. Too soon. I would run for NYC mayor on a campaign a lower corporate tax base, higher property taxes, so base, and increased fares for buses that train. Could I win? I feel like Probably. I mean, probably have. Probably not. Unless you were very clear about other things or whatever. Probably not. Why let the former mayor speaks about his rat? Why do I care about? Why do I care about this? Easy money. Isn't this? Wow. You can't see the. Says why I left the left. Lower corporate taxes would defund New York, LMFAO. I mean, just do better taxes. Just do better taxes. Okay. More efficient taxes. Also, you could do less spending too, but do you understand how many corporations there are? Understand how many corporations are there. I mean, there are a lot of corporations in New York, I would bet. You know, there would actually be more corporations if there wasn't corporate taxes, but regardless. But, I mean, you could just do... I mean, it would be weird to do, like, DBCFT for New York because the, like, destination-based part would be a little weird for a city. But certainly you could expense... Like, you could just allow full expensing, and that'd be good. You could just do, you know, more property taxes instead of corporate income tax. That'd be better. I mean, World Trade Center in Wall Street is... They do be is. I like the extreme apathy towards NYC politics, and no one even cares. no one even thinks you care. Lol face. I mean, I don't mind talking about Zoran and policy and stuff, but I don't know why I care about Andrew Cuomo, why I left the left article, whatever. It's not that interesting. I'm also not sure. Yeah, this is truthfully something I'm not sure of. I'm not sure how much spending New York City could, like, cut back on because it's not necessary, and or just do more efficiently. Certainly, you know, it shouldn't be the case that New York is spending close to twice as much on building their subway as, like, any rail project ever per kilometer. Certainly that could be done more efficiently. And then I don't know what other programs New York has that they may not need, or it's just, you know, could be done much more efficiently. Okay, key variable constructed month and year, which we collected from USDA annual reports and FSP caseloads. USDA various years. With this, using a month and year of birth measured for each person in a survey, we construct measures of child exposure to FSP. In our main specification, we use the share of time between conception and the age of 5 that our FSP is available and county of birth. With the mindset of my trash don't tell me what to do. What? Okay. Most corporate New York State you can think of, LMFAO. Okay. More regulations to ensure that the subway isn't affected by the indigenous rat population. True. Why should commuters be forced to have AI data centers if it increases their electricity cost? I mean, and they don't get any new jobs. I don't mean by forced. Like, they're forced in the same sense that anyone is forced to live with what, you know, whoever decides to build what near them. Jesus said, I did not come for peace, but with a sword. Wow. What's up, Miami Rocker? But, like, obviously, and I think you can see this easy money, there are just kind of pretty broad, at least potential spillover benefits from AI, right? Like that is, like, it is very conceivable how New Yorkers could suffer an increase in electricity costs, and that could be outweighed by the benefit to the entire country of having better search engines, better writing tools, editing tools, right? Whatever else, better image creation shit. That is a conceivable thing, right? Like that is just, like, plausible. That's possible. That could be the case. Because your group calls those people degrowthers and doesn't empathize with them. They bear all the negative externalities with no gain. Well, they do. Technically, they don't gain on net, but whatever. I don't know what I don't know what the criticism like what do you want me to say? Easy, like, oh, I wish that the left was more empathetic to people, but like that the left is already like too empathetic to people. What do you mean? I don't know. The progressive lefty people, half the people winning elections, bro, are people who oppose AI data centers for that precise reason. We already have a mechanism for dealing with this shit, and it's democracy. Okay, I don't know what you want me to say. But fine, what about the poor elderly people who would die prematurely from heat stroke or cold because of mud, cheap electricity? True. Probably outweighed by, all the I don't know if much of this has been done yet, but I think like there are at least perceivable benefits for medical research with AI, like being able to run a ton of simulations for a ton of different types of proteins or whatever, a ton of different configurations of proteins, because they can have different effects if they are shaped in a different way or whatever. I think there's been like some AI detection shit for things like breast cancer. Like, can we detect breast cancer earlier on scans with AI as opposed to humans? And it seems like, at least stuff I've seen, not in depth at all, but just like on Reddit, it was like, oh yeah, it does seem like, we are able to use AI tools to identify breast cancer earlier than a human could. So presumably, probably outweighed by that. Where are we? Main specification, we use share time between conception and age of 5. Okay, about that. Our sample includes individuals born between the years 1956 and 1981. AlphaFold has been out for years. It's awesome. I mean, I don't know what that does, but AI, if used right, is genius. My grandfather had a small AI drone enter his body. As a willing experiment he signed up for microscopic, and what the fuck? Literally saved his life. Okay, well, base Gavin the Grave, I guess. This was a damn secret plot to get us all to buy solar installments. True. We could also, it is true, you can mitigate those concerns by producing more electricity, and certainly there are cases where it is government regulations that get in the way of more electricity production. Not always the case, I'm sure, but there are oftentimes, private-public partnerships or whatever with regards to electricity generation and distribution, which makes sense to some extent because they're like natural monopolies. And sometimes those can get in the way of expanding production. Importantly, this yield cohorts that span the entire food stamps rollout period, as well as several cohorts, both pre and post rollout, to identify the impact on adults' outcomes. In addition, we only include individuals whose family is observed at the individual's birth or early life. This is necessary to identify the individual's county of birth. We also use information on the family background of the individual in early life, whether a child is born into a family headed by a single woman, education, head, and family income as control variables, and to identify groups more and less likely to participate in the FSP. We limit the sample to persons age 18 and older for the health outcomes and age 25 and older for the economic outcomes to facilitate completed education. The sample includes one observation for each period, each interview year. The individual satisfies these age restrictions and is a head or spouse. Recall the health measure only asked if a head or a spouse. We use the PSAD data through interview year 2009. Thus, given our birth cohorts, the oldest individuals in our sample are 53 years old at the end of the period. We focus on high participation sample. This sample of adults who grew up in disadvantaged families, their parents had less than a high school education. Gina Cortez of San Antonio said she wants to implement a free solar panel program for the city. I don't know how the fuck a city with no state income tax will pay for that, though. Yeah, we'll see. Just do corporate income tax, bro. Just tax the corporations. Have we considered this? Has anyone considered taxing lay rich before? Augment the PSID data with additional county variables to control for possible county co-founders. First, we use county level variation from the 1960 census of population and census of agriculture, including the percent of the 1960 county population that lives in an urban area, is black, is younger than 5, is older than 65, has an income less than 3,000 in 1959 US dollars. The percent of land in the county used for farming, and log county population. Second, we measure for each county in a year the number of hospital beds and per capita in hospitals per capita from the American Hospital Association, real non-FSP government transfers per capita from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, regional economic information system, and whether the county has a community healthcare center. We use AHA and REIS data and construct averages for the first 5 years using county and year of birth. We use community health center data to measure the share of months between conception and age of 5 that there was a community health center present. Table 1% descriptive statistics on our estimation sample, about 68% of the full sample, and 58% of the high participation parental education sample. Report to be in excellent or very good health, about 10% report disability, 5% are diabetic, 19% of the full sample. Low education subsample had high blood pressure, and 24%, 32% are obese. You can't tax the rich because the donor class, you goober. That's true. It's so bad that motherfucking corporations don't think it's worth being there, even though the minimum wage is 7.25. Well, I'm assuming there's some other taxes there that make it less desirable or whatever. And there's just going to be clustering effects and stuff like that. Hi, what's up, Metro? What, a kick chat break something or whatever? Kick chat didn't even break. That's my donor class. Support all illegals. Support paperwork Americans equals demand shock. Housing crash. Life becomes affordable again. True. Totally worth it. Totally, definitely. Not fun. Sorry for calling you a freak, LMFAO. I'd just be hating on Destiny. Wait, where did you call? I don't even remember you calling me a freak. Did you do it on Twitter or something? Matter of fact, I'm deleting it right now. I should say that. Oh, I mean, it doesn't really. That insult does not really get to me. I assumed posting a picture of Destiny on my Instagram and Twitter would get, which by the way, exclamation point X in chat. Follow the Twitter for epic shit post, exclamation point Insta in chat. Follow the Instagram for more wholesome posts from IRL stuff. Okay, me hanging out with my actual IRL friends as well as just IRL streams. But what do you think of Destiny's case? I mean, from the stuff I've seen, like almost certainly whatever, like the actions did not happen within a statute of limitation, and the foreseeable harm is would not be very high. So even if it was the case that it went to jury or whatever, a jury trial or whatever, okay, but I'm talking morally. Oh well, I mean, he said case, so I just assumed the legal aspect, but I mean, I don't know, like it doesn't. It doesn't seem like the pixie stuff does not seem like that crazy immoral to me or whatever. You sound like MAGA. Okay. Whatever. Careful. Like, it's just morally speaking, like it doesn't like I'm not arguing, you know, it ain't no utility maximizing, okay, peak of the moral landscape to say or to, like, you know, send nudes to people without like whatever explicit consent or whatever. But it seems under, like, if, you know, to my understanding, Pixie was also like sharing videos around, and Destiny, like himself said, like he would not have like accepted an agreement. He would not have like recorded anything if at least like Melina, for example, couldn't see it. But, you know, whatever. Really, that's not crazy to unconsensually share someone's nudes without to someone else without consent. Wow. Yeah, they're both pieces of shit. Well, I think Destiny's probably did like bigger piece of shit or whatever, but if we're gonna too old. Since Destiny didn't make a pass at you, are you upset that he thinks Fuentes is hotter? No. It'd be like 5 to 8 years younger. True. I don't know. I like the Pixie stuff does not seem like a crazy big deal to me. I think there are probably other things that might be bigger deals, honestly, but you know, regardless. Malphon is too old for Destiny. That's true. Dave View 17.5. Real. Disappointment in E. When you said bro, after reading that, I'm floored. What? Go get him next time, Slugger. You just gotta find that one sugar daddy to keep you iced up. True. Okay, empirical model. I don't know if we'll read some of it. I'm not even gonna understand some of that stuff or whatever, but I'll understand some of the table at least. Specifications, the difference in difference model, difference in differences, where we compare adult outcomes for those with early childhood exposure to FSP in our county births to those born earlier and therefore without FSP exposure. We estimate this is the formal thing where I indexes the individuals, the blah blah blah, because FSP counties adopted FSP at different times. We compare those with or without FSP access in early childhood by virtue of their county and date of birth. Thus, we can allow unrestricted cohort effects at the national level, unrestricted county effects, unrestricted interview year effects, and state-specific linear year of birth trends. The parameter of interest is, I don't know the name for the Greek letter thing that is, the effective exposure to FSP, which is identified from variation within counties and across both birth cohorts. We also control for individual level covariates, including gender, marital status, race, and quadratic in age and family background, whether you were born in a female-headed household, education, attainment of household, and the families' income ratios. All models are estimated using the PSID sample weights, and we cluster standard areas by country of birth. You Nonfon should change the name to Sluggerfon only when he makes content about Destiny. Oh, what's up, okay? Hey, I said I'm sorry for that. Wait, what? Wait, what? I forgive you, face. Models are all wrong because they don't account for endogenous 80s. Why do you read this trash? I mean, they do try to account for potential endogenous 80s, but because of the many outcomes variable, we follow Kling, Liebman, and Katz 2007 and Aronson 2008 estimate summary standardized indices that aggregate information over multiple treatments. In particular, we form two indices: metabolic syndrome and economic self-sufficiency, as discussed by Kling, Lieberman, and Katz 2007. Aggregating multiple measures in a given area, e.g., metabolic syndrome, improves statistical power. The summary index is a simple average across standardized z-scores measured of each components. The z-score is calculated by subtracting the mean and dividing by the standard deviation. It makes sense. I'm familiar with that. In the case of metabolic syndrome, all components are BADS: obesity, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, heart attack, and an increase. Metabolic syndrome index indicates a worse outcome. For economic self-sufficiency, we convert each component of the index so that a higher score is a better outcome, e.g. convert poor to not poor. Economic self-sufficiency includes 7 measures: high, school graduate, employed, not poor, not on TANF, not on food stamps, earnings, and family income. Not fun. Who's your favorite politician of all time? Like your GOAT? I really don't have a good answer to that. My favorite politician of all time? I'm trying to think who... Ron Paul, true. I'm trying to think who... There's got to be some politician that's done like something really weird that like technically is really good because of my weird beliefs about animal suffering and stuff. I'm trying to think who that would be. I don't know though. Like I really don't know because I don't know that much about many like historical politicians. So like I know like the big accomplishments of people like FDR, people like Abraham Lincoln, but like none of them I would go so far as to say like they are the best politician of all time, like my GOAT or whatever. And then like any modern president, I know enough to know all the like bad things about them too. So like I'm never gonna say Joe Biden's my fucking GOAT or that Obama's my fucking GOAT. But for me, going way back to my guy Huey Long, Fidel Castro, true. Didn't Stalin kill a bunch of birds? Okay. Wait, what's that, Mal? It's true, Mal. If we kill little birds to reduce wild animal suffering. The validity of our design depends on the exogeneity of the introduction of SCP across counties. We address this in 2 ways. See, told you, Chipringo. I mean, they laid us out earlier, but they say they, whatever. They said they ran one regression where it was like the results were in line with it being exogenous or whatever. Malwin and Crow genocide? Yeah, exactly. That was based. William Henry Harrison as well as Che Guevara are my goats. Didn't Che Guevara hate gay people? Don't you know, ain't okay? Don't you know? Unbelievable. I don't even know if that's true or not, but it wouldn't like shock me if it's true. First, following the Hones and not gonna try, the approach we control for trends in the observational determinants of SSP adoption by including interactions between characteristics of county and birth, county of birth and linear trends in year birth. Further, This period of SSP introduction took place during a period of tremendous expansion in cash and non-cash transfer programs as part of the war on poverty in Great Society. To explore the 3 possible co-founders, we directly control for certain characteristics of county of birth, community health centers, hospitals, hospital beds per capita, non-FSP government cash transfer per capita, measured as averages over the first 5 years of life. The basic identification strategy underpinning equation 1 is different from many previous design-based studies in the fetal origin literature. Typically, natural experiments induced by famine, disease outbreak, etc., are episodic. They turn on and then off. In contrast, once the FSP starts operating in a given county, it keeps operating and does not turn off. I didn't predict the government shutdown. He was a damn crackhead. Oh, he was a cocaine dictator. Based. You're just making him sound more based. My goat politician is Hunter Biden, who has never held elected office, but he's still my goat. Analysis of the short-term impacts of the policy, such as maternal exposure impacts on birth rates, leads to a 0/1 treatment variable for SSP introduction. However, in the current setting, we have much longer period of potential exposure. This restricts the set of cohort comparisons that can be made. For example, we will never observe a birth cohort exposed in early childhood, but without exposure in later childhood. Instead, comparisons are from above. We observe cohorts with the addition of exposure prior to age 5, but this comes on top of exposure at older ages. So comparisons are inherently additional. Are inherently about additional FSP exposure in earlier childhood, conditional on having it in later childhood. To illustrate the variation we have, online appendix figure 2 shows average FSP exposure by birth cohort for 3 measures of food stamp availability in utero, share of months between birth and age 5, and share of months between 6 and 8. Right. Outside of the U.S., my goat is Nika Kravchov. He literally beat homelessness and unemployment with less than 1% in each category, entered no wars while expanding the Warsaw Pact by 40 countries, freed 3.2 million political prisoners, cooked JFK and Cuban Missile Crisis. Cooked. Okay, wow. That's just in. It was Hunter pulling the strings for Joe Biden's presidency. True. Non-fun griper. Real. Okay, results. High participation sample. Began with a high participation sample. Adults born between 1956 and 1981 who grew up in disadvantaged families. Table 2 presents estimates for metabolic syndrome in a high participation sample. We define FSP exposure as the share of months between conception and age 5 that FSP was available in the individual county of birth. The metabolic syndrome index is the equal weighted average of z-scores of 5 idicochromis variables. I mean, they explained this earlier, but they didn't use
dichotomous.
Dichotomous. Oh, okay. I'm familiar. Dichotomous variables. Obese, diabetic, high blood pressure, heart disease, and heart attack. This and all subsequent specifications include individual demographics, family background, controls, and fixed effects for a year of birth, year of interview, county, state, and linear trends, and cohort, and 1960 county characteristics, linear cohort trends. The effect of access to food stamps in childhood on metabolic syndrome, as shown in column 1, is negative 0.294 and is statistically significant at the 1% level. The magnitude of coefficient implies that the increasing the share from 0 to 1 from no exposure to full exposure in utero reduces metabolic syndrome by about 0.3 standard deviations. Thanks for following Steven Zaniac65. I appreciate it. Oh, it's a bot. The remaining columns of Table 2 show the regression for the individual components of metabolic syndrome index. While individually only obesity reaches statistical significance, each point of the estimate indicates an improvement in adult health with the food stamp treatment in childhood. to test whether improvements on other components of metabolic syndrome are mediated through reduction in obesity, we re-estimate the metabolic syndrome index, excluding obesity, including and excluding direct controls for obesity. Doing so changed the estimated impact of FSP on the adjusted index very little, suggesting other health improvements are not merely resulting from a decline in obesity. To further understand mechanisms, we also explored how the impacts of FSP and metabolic syndrome or obesity change if we control for adult health behaviors such as smoking, alcohol consumption, and exercise. The estimated impacts of FSP exposure were little changed when these additional potentially endogenous variables were controlled, providing support for Barker hypothesis and not pointing to behavioral changes as the mechanism. Results are available in online appendix tables 1 through 3. I really do feel bad for coming at you for being okay with Destiny, because nowhere do I see debating ethical CP. I have not, we're not stooped to that level yet. Who knows? Maybe one day, guys. Maybe that'll be the big conversation one day, folks. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the panel on ethical CP. All right, but yeah, no, I don't even remember what you say, Governor Grape. I have a hard time believing, like, if it was anything that actually affected me in any way, I would have remembered it. I don't really give a shit about what people say about me in YouTube chat or on Twitter or whatever. Not much of it gets to me at all. And like, I know, I know when I post something, if I post a picture of me and Destiny online, like, I know the responses that I could potentially get. Like, none of it is crazy or anything. Imagine Destiny debating the judge on that Darius case. That'd be based. Okay, the estimates in Table 2 are intent to treat estimates, averaging across persons with higher and lower likelihoods of being affected by food stamps. Of course, the food stamp participation rate is not 100%, even in this high participation sample. We estimate that for families whose heads have less than a high school degree, 43% participate in food stamps at some point in their child's life. Thus, to convert these estimates to the treatment on the treated, one should divide the treatment effects by 0.43. Table 3 estimates for other health outcomes in a high participation sample. Column 1 presents the results for being in good health, defined as 1 if individual reports being in excellent or very good health as opposed to good, fair, or poor health. The coefficient equals 0.11, which implies that going to full exposure between conception and age 5 leads to an 11 percentage point increase in compared to a mean of 59%, though this is not statistically significant. Column 2 presents estimates for work-limiting disability, and while the coefficient is negative, i.e. an improvement as expected, it is very small and statistically insignificant. The third column indicates that access to FSP leads to a reduction in the risk of stunning height below the 5th percentile of the norm distribution. The final 2 columns of the table present results for health behaviors, dichotomous variables, for whether a person ever smoked or whether they drink. Both suggest an improvement, but neither is statistically significant. Why is everything not statistically significant? I mean, I don't care much for the results if they're not statistically significant. Or I don't care to have them in green. But I want to use blue because blue is like my color for methodology and or like supporting points or whatever. I need not statistically significant color. Maybe yellow. You're a good dude. You didn't deserve that. That's why. Wow, it's more bad for my soul than it was when I insulted you. True. We go to analyze the economic outcomes for the high participation sample in Table 4, and the first column presents estimates for the economic self-sufficiency index as the equal weighted average of 7 items, where for each the variables are converted if needed, such that an increase in the outcome represents a better outcome. The components are educational attainment, is high school or higher or not poor. Sorry, not poor, not on food stamps, not on TANF, employed, rankings in belonging, family income. I have this already, but the coefficient of food stamp treatment is 1.82, implying that a full FSP access to age 5 leads to a 0.2 standard deviation improvement in economic self-sufficiency. P-value is 0.14. The remainder of the columns provide the estimates for individual components of the economic self-sufficiency index. All coefficients, with the exception of employment status, suggest that exposure to food stamps lead to an improvement in later life outcomes and well-being, increased education, earnings, and income, and a reduction in poverty participation in public assistance programs. However, only the coefficient education attainment reaches statistical significance. I'm turning in. Thanks for keeping me company earlier. Keeping me company in my drive earlier. Well, thanks for stopping by, Michael. Thanks for the stupid chat. Thanks for the chat, and I appreciate it. I'll see you whenever I stream next, probably tomorrow or the day after. I'm more radical leftist than you, that's for sure, but we agree on a lot of things. I've decided you're not my enemy still. Wow. I appreciate it, I guess. Interestingly, the interpretation of the coefficient on adult food stamp recipients is potentially more complicated than the biological theories discussed above. Observational data show a reliably strong degree of intergenerational transmission of welfare use. Obtaining causal estimates for intergenerational transmission is difficult, however, given the strong persistence and other factors associated with economic success. In the case, the intergenerational transmission story would imply a positive effect of exposure to food stamps early in life on adult participation in the program. But results here are not conclusive, given a lack of precision in the estimate. Well, the point estimate positive on not participating in food stamps suggests that the net improvement in skills dominates any intergenerational transmission of welfare use. In Table 5, we present the main results in the high participation sample by gender of the adult. We find quite strikingly evidence that the effects for economic self-sufficiency vary by gender, with large and statistically significant impacts for women, but very small and insignificant results for men. This is consistent with several studies that find larger economic impacts of postnatal early life interventions among girls. Estimates for the effect of food stamps on metabolic syndrome are significant for both groups, but larger for men than for women. The larger effects for men are consistent with long-term health impacts of randomized trials on high-quality early child care and the nutritional supplementation in Guatemala, and also with the biological evidence that males are more subject to harm in utero than females. I doubt someone who's okay with banning abortion at 12 or 15 or whatever versus North who just wants to ban it. I mean, I think I said 12 in that debate. I think my argument was I don't think there is. I've never seen any sort of remotely coherent argument for sentience before 12 weeks. I think it's unlikely that fetuses are sentient at 12 weeks regardless, but I've never done like a deep dive on it or anything. I've just never seen anything like remotely reasonable suggesting sentience before 12 weeks, but maybe it's out there. I don't know. Interestingly, the gender differences in self-reported health status show a different pattern, with significant positive effects concentrated among women. In interpreting these gender differences, it is important to point out that there's no evidence that prenatal exposure to food stamps affects the number of live births or infant mortality or overall by gender. Such an effect, if present, would suggest selective mortality and cloud interpretation of these results. Identification of model comes from variation in food stamp roll across constant cohorts, part of the food program, was granted in a great society, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we control for blah, blah, blah. Much of the policy variation resulted from state rather than county implementation. However, in Table 6, we examined the sensitivity of our core health and economic estimates to adding controls for county programs and resource variable between ages 0 and 5. The first 3 columns examine metabolic syndrome, with the first column repeats the main estimates from columns 1 and Table 2. In the second column, we have controls for access to healthcare resources. In the third column, we got controls for real per capita government transfers. We then repeat the 3 specifications for economic self-sufficiency index in columns 4 to 6. The table shows that results are highly robust to adding these controls. Additional tests for the validity of the design is to estimate the model by limiting the sample to those who are unlikely to have been impacted by the program. In Table 7, we employ this placebo test and limit to only those individuals from families with high levels of education, more than high school education. These results show small, imprecise, and generally wrong-sided impacts for both health and economic outcomes. In on Appendix 5, we extend this analysis to estimate The metabolic syndrome model for more subgroups, finding larger effects of food stamps on more disadvantaged groups, including non-whites and children growing up with single parents. Overall, these results add support to our approach. To give a rapist a right and privilege. What the hell? The housing child is not only a right, but a privilege. Okay, crazy. Another concern is that maybe high participation sample is too broad and include substantial shares of individuals who do not participate in the program or not minors. A different approach, which we take in table 8, is to limit the analysis of individuals living in the county with high levels of deprivation. The first column provides base results for metabolic syndrome. Columns 2 and 3 use information on a county level hunger deaths, ICD code, malnutrition, unqualified, measured in 1962 and 1963, stratifying based on hunger deaths as a fraction of the total population and hunger deaths as a fraction of all deaths. In column 4, we stratify an infant mortality, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Total A literacy analysis, most disadvantaged quartile. Point estimate show the main findings is concentrated in the most disadvantaged counties with consistently smaller impacts in the more advantaged counties. While imprecisely estimated, we take the results to further support our findings. I know it's heavy, but it's true. Okay. How do you feel about weed legalization? I feel like weed should probably be legal, but I never done a crazy deep dive on it. I just think, from my understanding, probably the case that weed is less harmful than alcohol. Seems a little silly to criminalize weed, but not criminalize alcohol. It seems like it could be the case. It seems like there might be some substitution of alcohol with weed. If that's the case, that's probably good. They could also to some extent be complements. I've seen people argue, and I know there's probably some evidence for people just consuming weed and alcohol. But even if that is the case, it seems like there's probably more harm done to society by having some harsh enforcement of drug laws and criminalizing the possession of it, certainly, and locking people up for possessing it or distributing it. That probably does more harm than just letting people smoke weed. Not 420 wants to criminalize it, wants to legalize weed. Well, yeah, I do have 420 in my name now. That's actually not never smoked weed a day in my life or done edibles or anything like that. So not really doesn't necessarily have an association with that. But weed, I will admit, is a gateway drug. I never did any other drugs until I felt safe enough to smoke. I mean, my understanding is not like a ton of good evidence that it's like a gateway drug in aggregate or whatever. But I'm pro weed legalization for sure. It seems like if anything, legalizing it would make it less of a gateway drug too, at least for other illegal drugs. Now maybe it makes you more likely to do, if it's legal, maybe it makes people more likely to do weed, and that also makes people more likely to do other legal drugs. But it seems unlikely it would have at least a big effect on making it more likely to do, illegal drugs if it was legal. Ella, are you just a big fan of Columbine or the mustache? I honestly don't know. It's not a reference to anyone's birthday. Okay, Darko, don't worry about that. You're celebrating the birthday of a guy who, the guy who unalived the mustache guy. Right, obviously. I don't really know. I don't think the 420 really came from anywhere specific. It's just, I don't have non-fawn on Twitch. Someone else does. And 420 is a set of numbers that is easy to remember and stuff and is recognizable. So, I also don't have non-fawn on Instagram. Some old lady bitch does. I know where 420 came from, really. If you actually look at this lady's post, I've commented on her Instagram, on her last Instagram post a few times. This was posted in 2014. I commented 118 weeks ago, 52 weeks ago, and 37 weeks ago to give me non-fun back. We gotta add another comment, you know. Can you just give me non-fun, please? You know, gotta like my own comment as well, obviously. Yeah, she's not don't think she's active anymore, so don't think she sees my comments, but honestly, I don't even think I would. I don't even think I don't really want non-fun back on Instagram unless I can also get non-fun on Twitch. I could have non-fun on Kick, but I feel like it's better if I have to have it on, you know, Twitch and Instagram anyway, to just commit to the sort of I don't want to say secondary platforms, but you know, kind of secondary platforms to be non-fun 420, the live streaming only platforms or the supplemental platforms or whatever. I also don't have non-fun on Twitter. So it's like, you know, kind of more convenient to have Twitch, Kick, Twitter, and Instagram be non-fun 420. And then like YouTube can be YouTube. I'll keep as non-fun because that's, you know, that's YouTube. That feels more permanent, more established, more important, whatever. A group of high school kids used to smoke. Well, yeah, sure. Wow. I'm saying, you know, I don't know where 420 came from with regards to putting in my name. Okay, full sample, triple difference. In choosing a preferred sample for this analysis, we face a trade-off between sample size. In targeting, using smaller, more targeted samples, building on the findings for the high participation sample. Here we use a full sample adults, but use a triple difference specification to account for different probabilities of being affected by food stamps in particular. We estimate, okay, blah, blah, blah. To capture the varying risk of being treated, we multiply FSP by group level food stamp participation rate. Group participation is defined for 12 groups using, okay, blah, blah, we calculate participation rate in the same fashion discussed above. Addition to the variables in a model, we add a main effect for food stamp treatment, fixed effects for each group. Coefficients in a main effect for food stamp treatment represent the impact for participation rate is 0, therefore we expect coefficient to be 0. In a triple difference model, the maintained assumption is that there are no differential trends for high participation versus low participation groups with the early versus late implementation counties. Results of the specification are presented in Table 9. Note that the main treatment variable, FS share, IU5 is interacted with the participating rate, and therefore the coefficient represents the impact of FSP exposure on health and economic outcomes for someone who takes up the program. Thus, the treatment on the treated estimates should be compared to the inflated estimates in the high participation sample. Results in Table 9 show that full exposure of food stamps through age 5 leads to a 0.4 standard deviation reduction in metabolic syndrome and about a 30 percentage point increase in reporting good health. Economic self-sufficiency is improved, but not significantly. The magnitude are similar, but somewhat smaller than the comparable treated on the treatment results for a high participation sample. Further, as expected, the main effective food stamp exposure effect implied for a group participation rate 0 is very small and insignificant. Okay. So I'm a bit of a weed nerd. I'm also a nerd about Soviet Union and other weird things. Like, and I see crack prices in the Dust Bowl base. I don't know. Seems like your mother might have had a little title. Seems like we might. Are these what do you call these special interests of your? I'm joking. Okay. Putting the effect size into context, animal lab experiments can provide proof of concept for biological plausibility, presenting effect magnitudes not typically focused on studies, e.g. standard deviation. Okay. Nonetheless, when the canvas says effect size is quite large, for example, in a laboratory study of 30 pregnant rats, because it'll reduce the nutritional intake of the treatment group by 30%. The offspring's adult weight increased 80% of the control group. Standard deviation will impacts on length, fat measures, and kidney and liver sizes were over one standard deviation. We'll review its closest evidence, both in the quality of the design and broad similarity to food stamps treatment, comes from the handful of high-quality evaluations of early life policy interventions into California. Saying, we need dark lips around true. Lol, it's not. What it's not, huh? MC project, children were randomly assigned to a cognitively and socially stimulating environment for 8 hours per day. During their first 5 years of life, children were also given 2 meals and a snack at the childcare center, along with primary medical care. In their mid-30s, no males in the treatment group had metabolic syndrome, compared to 25% of the control group. There are also significant and large, over 40 percentage point declines in hypertension, improvements in high-density lipoprotein, cholesterol, vitamin D deficiency. Fewer results were statistically significant among women, though the point estimates also suggest very large effects in outcomes such as abdominal obesity and the Framingham cardiovascular risk score. Another influential strand of evidence considers an experimental nutrition supplementation in Guatemala in the 1970s. Children up to age 7 were given access to a protein drink that increased average caloric intake by 10% and protein intake by almost 30%. In adulthood, women had increased educational attainment of more than 1 grade, and males who were exposed to the treatment between birth and age 3 saw their wages increase by 46%. Alphon looks like a baseball fan. I'm not a baseball fan. I'm not really a sports fan in general. I did play baseball, well, t-ball, as a kid. That's about it. Treatment between birth and age 3 saw their wages increase by 46%. Men showed a significant, approximately 30% of a standard deviation decline in metabolic syndrome and body mass index, and 40% of a standard deviation decline in waist circumference. And some policy differences that improve early childhood environments can generate large long-term effects, frequently the same magnitude or larger than what we find for food stamps. Well, great. JK, I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, I could look like a baseball fan, but still not be a baseball fan. Presumably this is possible. Okay, does the timing of treatment matter? The results thus far measure food stamp treatment as the share of time between conception and age of 5. The food stamps in place in a county of birth. There are 2 reasons to explore alternative specifications for exposure to food stamps rollout. First, as discussed above, the nature of our treatment is such that the policy turns on and does not turn off. Therefore, when a child is treated in early life, 0 to 5 years old, they are also treated in later childhood. Our estimates, therefore, also reflect exposure beyond age 5. Exploring the timing of impacts may help interpreting magnitudes of the effects. Second, the biological and economic literature is not clear on when exposure to the safety net matters. Thus, exploring alternative specifications for food stamp exposure can provide new evidence on this important issue. We explore this using an event study model, for which we return to the high participation sample. The event study model allows us to explore the timing of food stamp exposure more systemically to evaluate the validity of the research design. In particular, these estimates allow us to explore non-paradigmatically the relationship between age and initial rollout and adult outcomes. In addition, we can use these results to rule out the presence of pre or post trends that could lead to spurious findings. Specifically, we allow for the impact of FSP program to vary with age at FSP introduction in their country of birth. For example, individuals born in 1970 and a county that implemented food stamps in 1975 would have an event time of 5. They would have an event time of -5 if FSP was implemented in their birth country in 1965, and thus they were exposed during their entire childhood. We estimate a version of Model 1 where the FSP effect is replaced with a series of dummies based on 2-year intervals of age at FSP introduction, with age 10 to 11 as the omitted year. The endpoints are open brackets, 5 or more years prior to the birth on the left, or 12 later on the right, which helps reduce the collinearity between event time and birth year. Because the sample is unbalanced in the event time, we focus on the event study coefficients inside these unbalanced endpoints. Don't make me read more, Scott Cunningham. We present results for metabolic syndrome and syndrome index in figure 3 and for economic self-sufficiency index in figure 4. For economic self-sufficiency, we estimate the event study for a woman, given that we find zero impact on economic self-sufficiency for men. Note that these, okay, hold on, kill me. Note that these are the reverse of a typical event study graph, in that negative event time is the case where a person was fully treated, food stamps was in place in the county of birth, prior to birth. Further treatment, exposure to the program, increases as we move from the right, treated later in life, to the left, treated early in life. Finally, as we said before, once the treatment turns on, it does not turn off. While we do not have a strong prediction about the precise shape of the treatment effects, our hypothesis is that the impact of FSP treatment should decline as age at initial exposure increases, or to state the reverse, the younger the initial age of the exposure, the larger cumulative effect of FSP. If exposure in later childhood does not matter, then the event study coefficients should be flat to the right end of the graph, suggesting no pre-trend. Eventually, once we hit the point in early childhood where exposure matters, a movement left towards earlier initial exposure should reduce the metabolic syndrome index or increase economic self-sufficiency. Eventually, the event study should be flat once exposure is complete, exposure prior to conception, or an event time of -1 before. The results in figure 3 are highly consistent with these predictions and quite encouraging for our research design. They show the largest effective food stamp treatment. In this case, a reduction in metabolic syndrome is good, and so a beneficial effect is represented by a negative impact. Are to those who treated in utero in early childhood. The improvement in health is steepest with additional exposure between conception and age 4 to 5. The results suggest that the adult health impacts of FSP are minimal if the child is exposed after age 5. It is notable that for our negative event time fully exposed, the line is flat and similarly is flat across older ages. This is an important result that can rule out that our estimates are identified by cohort trends within counties. The event study figure for economic outcomes for women is provided in figure 4. The event study shows that results consistent with the positive effect of FSP on economic outcomes. Again, with the most beneficial effects in early life, in utero age 2 or 3. There's also some evidence that increasing exposure between ages 8 to 9 and 4 to 5. We note that the theory linking FSP to economic self-sufficiency is less well developed in the literature, and we do not have strong priors on what the graph should look like. On one hand, increased resources during the in-utero period or early life may improve brain development and yield a larger gain to long-term economic outcomes. On the other hand, to the extent that improved nutrition during school years increases the child's ability to pay attention in school or even attend school, we would expect to see positive impacts even if the program was induced at a later age. It is important to interpret the coefficient by age with some caution because we do not have an experiment where the older children receive treatment, but the younger ones do not. The event study results are consistent with positive estimated impact in Table 5, and the results suggest that positive effects are not concentrated in utero. Conclusion. In this paper, we present new evidence that expanding economic resources in utero and early childhood development leads to significant improvements in our adult health and for women economic outcomes. In particular, we used a rollout of the most important cash or near cash safety net program in the U.S., the food stamp program. We find important access to food stamp in utero and childhood is significant reductions in metabolic syndrome conditions, obesity, high blood pressure, heart disease, and adulthood. Blah 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 blah. I read the study. Trump sounds like Joe Biden? Oh no. In a good or bad way?
She is a registered Republican all her life. She voted for you 3 different times, but she is not happy about how her prices have not come down that she sees. And she said this, quote, "I want the Republicans to keep control of Congress in 2026, but something has to be done fast. I don't see the best economy right now. Wall Street numbers do not reflect my Main Street money. Please do something, President Trump." So I guess what do you say to Regina and people like her?
Well, I do say this. Beef we have to get down. I think of groceries. You know, it's an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word. Beef we have to get down, but we've got prices way down. And think of this. Energy. She drives a car, probably, and her energy prices are way down.
I feel like Joe Biden never I don't want to say never, but did not do
Energy is
this.
so all-encompassing. It's so big that when energy goes down, everything comes down. Everything follows it. And I have energy down to 5-6 year lows now.
You think prices are coming down from this?
I believe that. Yeah, I think they're coming down, but I think they're down already. I think the biggest problem is Republicans don't talk about it. They don't talk about the word affordability, and the Democrats lie about it. Look,
There were times where like Joe Biden said our economy was strong, but it was always pretty, like, the Democrats in general are always pretty sympathetic to like price increases and stuff. Joe Biden said he defeated inflation. Joe Biden did not, like, the messaging. Okay, so Joe Biden, like I said, at times said our economy was strong, that inflation was coming down. I don't think Joe Biden ever like said, though, with regards to people not, with regards to like voters' concerns over inflation or whatever, that like prices have already come down. Like we're epically winning already. Like his messaging of that was like, I don't think it ever reached that level, but okay. You can find a clip of Joe Biden eating ice cream saying our economy is strong as hell, but like that's about it. Further, we provide new evidence on when exposure to additional resources matter, the gains are large and increasing with exposure to age 5. Beyond that point, the additional resources do not translate into improved adult health outcomes. These results pass several robustness tests, including controlling for other county year birth controls for the Great Society period, alternative ways of targeting a population that is highly impacted by the program, various perceivable test and event study models. Given the near cash nature of food stamp vouchers, the exact biological mechanisms that lead to a long-run improvement in health and human capital is not clear. The availability of food stamps leads to more food consumption. And thus, one clear channel is through an increase in nutrition in the critical in utero and early life period. Additionally, recent work suggests that additional income can lead to reductions in cortisol in mothers, reducing biological harm due to persistent stress. Our analysis finds strong long-term improvements in health and, for women, economic outcomes from increasing the economic resources to low-income households with young children through transfers via the food stamp program. The results suggest that a robust safety net ensuring young children against low levels of income is an investment in their long-term human capital with internal and external benefits that, to date, have not been quantified. The past 4 decades have provided strong productivity growth for the U.S., yet earnings and family incomes have fallen in real terms for the bottom third and quarter of the distribution. More families will be relying on food stamps, the Earned Income Tax Credit, Medicaid, to counter these trends. Advancing our knowledge about the short-term and long-run effects of these programs is critical in light of their growing importance. Okay. Yippee. I gotta run through and take notes on this, but I might do that off stream, honestly. And then on stream we'll do this, which is relatively short. And maybe this one that I know Nicholas Decker did a thread on. Maybe some of the stuff cited in this, maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. Haha, I can send you my notes for Wick panel if you want. Give me the most important stuff though. I mean, I in the kindest possible way. I would imagine there's not much I don't have. Some of these are this is the non-font confirmation bias way of taking notes, okay? For Twitter accounts that I know post good papers and stuff. Sometimes I'll just go through I know James Medlock talks about Snap. And I was like, I'll just go through his Twitter and like search Snap or whatever and find any of the papers he's linked on it. But yeah, maybe we might go through this. But if you, I mean, you should send them to me. Like, I don't know what it is exactly, but like any articles or links you have, I would still like them, but. My notes are half annotated, but everything half rhetoric, haha, but I already did a few. Need content. Okay, base. Thanks. Yeah, okay, thanks. How many members do you have? Like 12 or something, but only like 2 of those are not gifted. Not that many. I don't remember how to check. Communities. Oh, memberships. I have 34, but most of those are gifted. I don't know if there's a way to, I don't think it breaks down if it's gifted or not. If I gave you $1,000 to invest and I could get 30% of all, if I gave you $1,000 to invest in, could I get $30 of all your profits going forward? Invest in what? Like stocks? Like you want me to be your fucking investor? Because I'm not the guy for that. I'll probably lose you money. I'll probably make negative returns on that. Base Shark Tank moment. Are you trying to take equity in my channel, or you're trying to be a financial? You want me to be your financial, not just advisor, but manager, I guess. I don't. I mean, use your channel. I'll give you $1,000 to improve your content. I don't think $1,000 for 30% of my profit going forward would be worth it. I don't even make much profit. Like I said, those are gifted. They're not like recurring or anything. They're not like actual sustainable monthly income or whatever. It's just like a one-time payment, basically. Well, It represents the sum of a few different one-time payments. So it's not all 34 gifted. We're gifted in one thing, obviously, but. Okay. New David Splinter little paper thing or comment on paper. My goat, as always. The distribution of capital gains in the United States, a comment. National income is estimated based on consistent treatment of economic income flows. Research on the distribution of income, Piketty, Sayas, and Zuckman, Austen, and Splinter, 2024, uses these agreed upon national income concepts. Notably, national income excludes accrued capital gains, as income is only generated by an underlying asset when it contributes to current year production. Capital gains, in contrast, are based on volatile asset price changes and are not meaningful measures of economic income. Adding capital gains to national income breaks the consistent approach to income measurement, shifts capital flows forward in time, and exaggerates top income shares. This comment reviews the Campbell, Robbins, and Wild 2024 approach to incorporating capital gains into national income, challenging their analysis, conclusion, and contributions to the literature. Real. In the IRS working paper, Campbell, Robbins, and Wild 2024 combine prior estimates and capitalization methods to estimate accrued capital gains and the implications of allocating these gains for income inequality and the progressivity of the U.S. tax system. This comment highlights three main issues of their estimate. One, the accrued capital gains inclusive income measures shift capital income forward in time relative to internationally agreed upon national income standards. Two, it is not a Hyde-Simmons income measure as claimed because of its failure to remove taxes or add transfers. And three, there are significant problems with CRW's underlying national income and tax rate estimates. As a result of these issues, CRW overestimate income inequality and underestimate tax progressivity. By adding accrued capital gains to national income, I think I'll just do this. By adding accrued capital gains to national income, CRW shift capital income forward in time relative to standard national income concept. Will CRW remove corporate retained earnings from capital gains? This only partially addresses the problem. Their approach still implicitly shifts forward capital income relative to pass-through business income and imputed rents from housing. This issue is evident in CRW's main result, where adding accrued capital gains produces a measure of income that exceeds national income by 20%. But as capital gains represent changes in wealth tied to expectations of future capital income, rather than the resources available for current year consumption and savings. As a result, as set out in the U.S. National Income and Product Accounts in the System of National Accounts, 2008, capital gains are revaluations, i.e. price changes of existing assets, not current income. This treatment goes back to the founding of national accounts. Kuznets, Epstein, and Jenks, 1941, say that capital gains and losses are not increments to or drafts upon the heap of goods produced by the economic system for consumption or for stock destined for future use, and they should be excluded from national income. CRW also incorrectly claims to measure the Hyde-Simmons income. It equates factor income plus accrued capital gains with the Hyde-Simmons income definition of consumption plus change in wealth, but the two are not equivalent. CRW's measure exceeds potential consumption due to forward shifting capital income. Also, Hyde-Simmons income is necessarily a post-tax and post-transfer measure, as you can't consume taxes paid and can consume transfers received. But CRW measure is a pre-tax and pre-transfer, even though Larry Moore et al. 2021 clarified Hyde-Simmons income deducts taxes and adds transfers. The underlying national income data used by CRW also has limitations that exaggerate top capital incomes. The deficiencies in those national income data, which come from Piketty, Sayas, Zuckman, have been raised in various papers. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if he cites himself. Splitter 2020, Austin Splitter 2019, 2024, and 2025, but go unmentioned by CRW. Additionally, CRW uses a non-standard measure of tax rates. Splinter to 2020B deviates from its own accrued gains approach for fixed income assets and overstates the contribution of the heterogeneous returns methods. Okay, Okay, 2. Capital gains are forward shifts of capital income. Oh, this is still okay. Adding capital gains to national income shifts capital income forward in time, even after removing corporate retained earnings, as done in CRW. National income is designed to avoid double counting and to attribute income to the year during which the underlying economic activity occurs. To explain why national incomes exclude capital gains, the Bureau of Economic Analysis notes that capital gains are volatile and not always positive. Moreover, capital gains represent changes in the price of already existing assets, but only an expansion of the real stock of assets via investment represent an increase in the wealth of society. The Canberra Group report on national accounts explained another issue with adding capital gains to economic income. If the value of a share increases because of the increased performance of a company concern, the increase in the share will be related to the increase in dividends expected in the coming years. To count both the income, to count both as income will count the same income flow in 2 periods. The accrued gains essentially bunch profits, losses from other years into the current year and usually represent future expected capital income that is shifted forward in time. 2 examples show how accrued capital gains reflect expected increased future profits, effectively pulling income from later years in the present year, or drop in discount rates, which values future profits more highly. First, consider a new firm with net zero profit and zero value. If profits increase to $1 per year starting next year and the discount rate is 0.2, the present discounted cash flow valuation increases to $5, producing an accrued capital gain of $5. But that gain reflects the capitalization of future profits of $1 in all the following years. This issue occurs not only in real income valuation changes, but also from discount rate changes. Continuing the example above, assume the discount rate falls from 0.2 to 0.1 and the present discounted value increases to $10, another accrued capital gain of $5. The valuation change is from a larger inclusion of future profits in the present. This discount rate also represents forward shifting in capital income. Valuation change. For related discussion, see Mull 2020, Cochrane 2020, Greenwald et al. 2023. These people. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Oh my God. Gotta click not on the people's names. Okay. CRW mentioned these issues regarding real income changes. CRW page 7 note that if all changes in asset prices were changes in expected returns, it would not be appropriate to include capital gains as an income measure. Regarding discount rate changes, they say a rentier owning a console that yields a real income stream of $100 per annum who does not plan to sell is neither better off nor worse off if the decline in interest rates increases the security market's value. The income effect of a change in interest rates may be completely independent of a change in the value of in asset value for the holders. Thus, real income and discount rate changes are both recognized issues. The examples above highlight how changes in estimated wealth, i.e. accrued capital gains, do not give a meaningful measure of annual income. Accrued capital gains can be thought of as paper income resulting from timing shifts, not economic income like national income. National income combines real economic flows from labor and capital and therefore parallels actual consumption. But CRW creates an accrued gains inclusive measure that since 2000 exceeds national income by about 20%, which breaks the link between income and consumptions. Americans can consume an that additional 20%. Instead, accrued capital gains represent future income being pulled forward and will only be realized or possibly lost in future years. Following Kuznets et al. 1941, in the first footnote, these paper capital gains are therefore excluded from national income because they are not economic income. The extreme volatility of accrued capital gains also demonstrates its failure to measure real economic income. Even after averaging capital gains for 5 years, the red line of figure 1A shows that from 2005 to 2007, accrued capital gains inclusive income fell by about 30% of national income, far more than any reasonable measure of changes in living standards. The 5-year averaging, however, shifts losses from 2008 across surrounding years. Without averaging, accrued capital gains become even more volatile and clearly diverge from real measures of real economic activity. That would make sense. While CRW does not reveal their annual capital gains estimates, annual measures are available from Lemur et al. 2021, which use a similar estimation approach and data as CRW. Lemur et al. 2021 estimates that annual accrued capital loss in 2008 of about 80% of national income that year. That annual measure emphasizes that capital gains are not meaningful measures of real economic income. Americans did not produce or consume 4/5 less in 2008 than in surrounding years. 3. High consumption income requires removing taxes and adding transfers. CRW asserts that high consumption income is measured as consumption plus change in wealth, or equivalently as the paper factor income plus capital gains, but those two measures are not equivalent. As explained in Lemur et al. 2021, high consumption income is necessarily post-tax and post-transfer measure. This is because, in theory, it equals what a person could consume in a year while maintaining their wealth, and taxes reduce one's consumption, while transfers increase them. Consider someone who, with no market income or wealth, who consumes only from transfers. This person's consumption far exceeds their factor income plus accrued capital gains, which is 0. Now consider someone with no wealth and $1 million of labor income, half of which is paid in taxes and half of which is consumed. Their consumption plus change in wealth is only about half of their factor income plus accrued capital gains. In the first example, high Simmons exceeds CRW's factor income plus gains measure. In the second, high Simmons income is less than CRW's measure. These examples show that CRW is not measuring high Simmons income. Additional issue is that wealth can be pre-tax or post-tax. The accrued capital gains estimated in CRW are pre-tax except for wealth in Roth retirement accounts. These gains would need to be converted to after-tax amounts to measure changes in potential consumption, the goal of high Simmons income. Issues with baseline Piketty-Saya-Zuckman 2018 PSE income estimates. CRW extends the estimates of PSE. Austin Blenner 2024 discussed the limitations of these estimates. For example, PSD conflate pension flows with pension wealth and allocate misreported income proportionally to positive reported income, which allocates much more misreported income to the top than seen in the audit studies used to estimate misreported income for national accounts. Therefore, the CRW estimate piggybacks already inflated top income shares. The embedded assumptions in the underlying PSC data also magnify CRW's estimate to high income accrued capital gains. I think I have that from earlier, really. What's up, guys? Would it not matter how the money is made, though? For what? The average tax rate estimates in CRW, average tax rates estimates from standard measures. From a standard approach, standard measures include, hi, yes, welcome back. Standard measures include transfers and income denominator and account for refundable tax credits in the tax numerator. Estimates from the CBO, Joint Committee on Taxation, Tax Policy Center, Treasury Department, Austin Blenner, all follow a standard approach using expanded pre-tax income plus transfer to better reflect the potential tax base. In contrast, the CRW approach following PSE ignores transfers and refundable tax credits, which by construction yields flatter tax rates over the income distribution. However, this deviates from conventional approach, which includes transfers to reflect actual resources and includes tax credits to reflect the full impact of taxes. Figure 2 presents two standard estimates, Austin and Splinter, and the Congressional Budget Office, both in red, which show that the total federal, state, and local tax system is highly progressive. In 2018, Austin and Splinter estimates of the average tax rates increased from 3% for the bottom quintile to 46% for the top 0.1%. The CBO estimates with state and local taxes added show that average tax rates increased from 4% for the bottom quintile, income quintile, and 46% for the top 0.1%. I've seen these graphs before, or at least very similar. Personally, I believe I literally have seen a graph on the left before. I don't believe I've seen this exact graph on the right before, but seen very, very similar graphs. It's almost like I've read this guy's other work. So it does not include sell-offs and capital gains. No, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Not talking billionaires, training folks, 401k. So that is included in, like, if you actually have a realized capital gains, that's included in everyone's estimates who we're talking about here. The issue is for the study that, or the paper that Splinter is critiquing here, they're essentially trying to account unrealized capital gains as like realized income. Like they're adding it to national income. If you had a realized capital gains, and they're also looking at pre-tax, that pre-tax accrual too. But the other estimates we're looking at look at the post-tax actually realized income from capital gains. Okay. The PC approach, however, shows nearly flat tax rates that only increase from 25% to 38%. You look punchable. Well, welcome in, I guess. Okay. Shows a nearly flat for low-income tax groups. PSE taxes are overstated because they include sales tax in the numerator, but omit the transfer income used to finance sales purchases in the denominator, and also fail to account for refundable tax credits. Wow, where have I heard this before? Furthermore, CRW only presents the bottom 50% as one aggregate group, which obscures the issue. This issue for high-income groups. PSE tax rates are understated due to their inclusion of excess imputed income. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. So the realized income is what's taxed. All G, with that for me, even as a conservative cock. Okay. Well, CRW uses real rates of return to convert certain capitalized wealth and income, fixed income assets, and removing inflation. It's not fully remove inflation from the income measure for fixed income assets, e.g. interest-bearing bonds. Instead of capitalizing them and applying real rates of return, CRW retains nominal interest income. CRW notes that the approach used for other assets, applying real rates of return to capitalized wealth, leads to negative real accrued capital gains for fixed income assets, but these appear to be real losses for compensated for by lower risk among these assets. Instead of adding these estimated capital gains on fixed income assets, one could instead retain interest income, but remove the inflationary component of nominal interest income from the baseline data. Steruli, 1985, which was set up by CRW, makes the same point and was used by Austin Blader for 2004 to motivate the removal of inflation from nominal interest income. CRW uses the net national product price index to adjust accrued capital gains for inflation. This is not an appropriate measure of inflation for indexing accrued capital gains because the gains result from asset price changes. Those changes should be reflected in the measure of inflation, but the index used in CRW ignores them. For example, ignoring asset price changes for the inflation adjustment is problematic for housing. If my house price doubles, but all the other nearby houses to which I may move also double in price, my real purchasing power is unchanged, implying an effective inflation rate of 100%. That is my real housing wealth, i.e. my real flow of housing consumption would be unchanged and real capital gains would be zero. Seven, heterogeneous returns and property taxes in prior work. The prior literature has explored capitalization factors that deviate from equal returns assumption. The equal returns assumption. Heterogeneous returns for fixed income assets were discussed by Bricker, Not Gonna Try, in Hansen 2018, Smith, Zatter, and Zwick 2023, Lemore et al. 2021, and Smith, Zadar, and Zwick 2023 applied heterogeneous property tax rates. Prior papers also use heterogeneous returns for private business assets. Given that CRW approach mimics the main heterogeneous return approaches in Lemore et al. 2021, it's unsurprising that the two papers' results are nearly identical, as seen in Figure 3. That is CRW's estimates, just reproduce what we already knew from Lemore et al. 2021. Finally, for residential home value, CRW discussed why higher income household owners may enjoy lower assessed value to market ratios, but Lemore et al. 2021 pointed out that there are reasons for the reverse outcome. Tiered property tax rates, e.g. fixed dollar exemptions from property tax values, benefit lower wealth individuals and lead to richer individuals facing higher, not lower, ratios. They also discussed tenure-based horizontal inequities in assessments, such as those arising from California's Proposition 13. I'm a little, maybe I don't fully understand what this thing is talking about. W vegan streamer based. Welcome back, Amphibious Orca. I went vegan all day. Sorry, I went all vegan today. Based. Ate nothing but strawberries, carrots, cucumbers, and PB&J. Well, I mean, based. Then I crashed and had a $1 cheeseburger. Cringe. Horrible. Horrible. I will say, oh shit, my camera's fucking lagging. I think my phone's probably about to die. I will say, oh wait, think we're back. Probably it's easier to be vegan than if you don't just eat strawberries and carrots and cucumber. there are legitimate foods you can make. not that I have any issue with the choices on their own. Maybe that's what you like, but you can make real food. I know I need to figure out why my body crashed when it doesn't have enough protein. Yeah. Okay. Discussion. National income definitions based on consistent counting of economic income flows to provide a comprehensive measure that prevents double counting and captures income in the year it's generated. Adding capital gains to national income shifts capital income forward in time and exaggerates top income shares. This comment discusses Campbell Robbins in Wild 2024, which adds accrued capital gains to national income, less corporate retained earnings. Additionally, this comment highlights that High Simmons income is a post-tax, post-transfer measure that standard average tax estimates show the U.S. system is highly progressive and that prior papers already use heterogeneous returns and property tax rates. Accrued capital gains are a volatile measure, both at the individual level and over time, and the macro level over the business cycle. This makes capital gains distribution difficult to interpret relative to standard measures like national income. While Americans faced many paper losses from asset price declines in 2008, we did not produce or consume 80% less in 2008 than in surrounding years, as suggested by measures combining accrued capital gains with national income. This is because capital gains reflect volatile swings in asset prices, not a meaningful measure of real economic income. Well, separate measures of inequality for economic income flows and wealth stocks can be informative. Combining them yields a misleading measure. Real. Base. All right. Who do leftists hate more, Pete or Trump? I mean, depends on how leftist you go. Like there are plenty of like hardcore. Like I bet the fucking Squirrel Girl Twitter leftist like hates Pete more than Trump. But I think most people who would call themselves leftists would still hate Trump more than Pete. Because I think most people who call themselves leftists are still like pretty normal people. They're not like super brain rotted. Okay, we'll go back in a second maybe, but at least probably want to read the. Do I have? Okay, we're good. Thing that Darko linked for. What he read, but it is a rigid-minded person who wrote a lot of the papers on Snap that we were just looking at. Pros and cons to restricting Snap purchases. Oh my god, this is a testimony. Snap is a highly efficient and effective program. It lifted nearly 5 million people out of poverty in 2014. Most recent data available. Snap is target. When was this? 2017. I think we have more recent data. Snap is effectively to families who need benefits the most, reduces the likelihood of families have trouble affording food, and serves as automatic fiscal stabilizer in times of economic downturns. It's extremely low rates of both error and fraud. Snap also has long-term benefits to children. My own recent research study found that those who had access to Snap benefits during childhood were more likely to graduate high school, grow up healthier, and one in particular were more likely to become more economically self-sufficient due to childhood access to Snap benefits, as shown in Figure 1. We read that, basically. OG part of the Hamilton Project. Are you familiar? I mean, I know what the Hamilton Project is, but we just read like something that she was cited in a lot. Oh no, I think she was the author of it, or one of the authors of it. But if she wasn't, she was one of the. No, yeah, she's cited here, or one of the authors of this, and she cites a lot of her own studies in it too. And I'll look through these citations as well later on. Generally, economists advise policymakers do not interfere in the private market unless there's a compelling reason to do so, such as market failure or another inefficiency that would be improved through government intervention. In the case of SNAP, the fundamental problem this program is meant to address is not a market failure, but instead a lack of resources available to purchase food, government assistance. Indeed, because some families, generally temporarily, do not have adequate resources to purchase enough food to sustain an active, healthy lifestyle. When they receive SNAP, participating families have more resources they can use to purchase groceries. One of the fundamental problems of resource adequacy is addressed. Recipients can interact with the private market to obtain the food they need. A key reason for SNAP's success is it relies on private sector to provide efficient access for food through grocery store and other retail outlets. The reliance of the program on the free market system has been a feature of SNAP since the beginning. With few restrictions, recipients have been able to optimize which items to purchase from what retail stores, subject to prevailing prices and their own taste preferences and nutritional needs. In my opinion, additional restrictions on SNAP purchases will undermine the effectiveness and efficiency of the program. In particular, based on my research on SNAP and food consumption, I believe SNAP restrictions will be difficult to structure in practice, will be inefficiently targeted, and in many cases, the proposed ban of the purchase of soft drink or sweetened beverages be unlikely to change consumption patterns. What's up?
Where did you get? You have a paper that apparently, or that you know of, says that price discrimination is good.
I feel like there are probably a number of papers that you can find that says price discrimination is good, but I don't like how many that come to mind.
Which one were you referring to?
When?
Months ago, it just randomly popped into my head again, and I couldn't be bothered to ask you over DM.
I have no clue.
I was saying something like universities use scholarships to price discriminate, and then you said, "Isn't this a good thing?" And I was like, "No, not in the case when it's a government monopoly." But you said it was a good thing.
I don't know if I even cited I don't even know if I cited a paper for that, but it might have been. No, there's no way it could have been this. Never mind.
What were you citing then?
Probably vibes. I don't know.
Probably sample text.
True. I'm just citing a King of the Coast tweet
what
that
were
I saw
you doing?
once. Not a ton. I'm reading some bullshit about Snap, and then, yeah.
You know, Snap's weird. Technically, they should do cash benefits because then they'll be easier to cut, and in the meantime, they get more utility out of them. But also less of a disincentive effect because you know that thing where you have a marginal tax rate if you take away people's benefits and taper them?
Yeah.
That's less prominent if you give people SNAP benefits.
I mean, yeah, but you can just do a slower phase out if you did cash benefits still, but
no, because then we'd have to raise more money.
I mean, like, just do good taxes.
There's no such thing as good taxes.
So many good taxes. So many good taxes.
They just waste money anyways. You know what a headline for ABC is that the National Disability Insurance Scheme was no longer gonna allow their benefit money to be used to hire prostitutes in Australia.
Horrible. Unbelievable. Why are they anti-gooner?
I don't exactly want my tax dollars going towards this. I wasn't aware of this. So kind of violates the principle people should only pay taxes on things that are benefiting them. And this doesn't exactly benefit me. So I think there's sort of a moral obligation to not pay taxes. In general.
I mean, I think you should. I mean, I just think generally. Probably some obligation to pay taxes if it funds generally.
In 1981, the New South Wales government expropriated all the coal mines in the state without paying the owners compensation. Because in Australia, we don't have an amendment which says that you have to make compensation. It just says that they can acquire property and it has to be on just terms. And the New South Wales government decided that just terms was no compensation. So I'm not going to pay any taxes until they've fully compensated those people. Because I'll just send my money to them. I'll send my money to the 1981 coal mine owners.
I don't know. This seems like a rather small grievance by, at this point in time. I don't know.
It is an enormous grievance. I spoke to sample text about this, and I was like, your evidence that Nazi Germany was socialist is that they got rid of the right to compensation when the state took things for their own, which he said was an abolishment of private property, which it is. And so I cited this case and I said, well, then in that case, Australia is socialist. And you have a moral obligation to not pay taxes to socialist countries, especially if they're Nazi Germany. And I don't see any difference between the Australian government and Nazi Germany
I think
in
there
this
were
case.
other probably worse things the Nazi government was doing with the money they raised. So
Yeah, but this is like the 1930s. They're building up to it. They could be. They might use the money for the wrong thing in the future, and I'm expecting them to do that. They recently just blocked Polymarket from Australia, so I can't log in there and view prices. Well, I can because I got around it. They're deliberately preventing me from getting a public good, which is information about certain events and their probability of happening.
Well, can't you? Like, it's banned to bet in the U.S. Can you not? You can't even go to the website at all.
The website is blocked by internet providers. Yeah. You know, in Australia, we're not even allowed to. The government just cancels visas of people they don't like, so they can't come, like Candace Owens or Kanye West.
We basically do that now, anyways. But
they're both U.S. citizens. You can't ban from your own country.
Well, we can't ban. We don't ban U.S. citizens, but Trump. If someone, we've deported people for their speech on Israel, for example. Trump is not very friendly to anyone on a temporary visa.
Yeah, both cases are bad.
Real.
Yeah. So
and he also took stake in he didn't totally steal them, but he took stake in some of like lithium mining companies and aluminum companies.
At least he paid the owner's compensation.
Yeah, I guess.
What was I going to say? I forgot. All right, bye.
All right, thanks.
Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Best. Okay. Snap restrictions will be difficult to structure and practice. There are a few broad types of restrictions that have gained policy traction. One set involves narrowly targeting commodities that can be purchased with SNAP. Another involves restricting the purchase of unhealthy food broadly, or sodas, or sugar-sweetened beverages in particular. Another proposes banning purchases of luxury foods. How's a neoliberal going to compete with someone giving the people free stuff? I mean, there's ways to message on neoliberal policy that are maybe not better than like the optimal give person free stuff messaging, but it certainly can still be appealing. You can play into a pseudo populist, messaging campaign or whatever, and still be a neoliberal, still do neoliberal policies, and obviously, insofar as the free stuff, give people free stuff, leads to bad outcomes, you would hope that the neoliberal will stand a chance in the next election. I see no difference either. We should invade Australia. This is true. Okay, each of these will be difficult to implement in practice because all the complexities involved in determining which items fall in the ban. In addition, restrictions would increase the administrative burden on private businesses, in particular small establishments. The complexities arise in part because of the sheer number of products that would be classified. Consumers have vast differences in their tastes and preferences. In a market response by providing variety, there are more than 650,000 food and beverage products in the market today, and 20,000 more introduced annually. The complexities multiply because there's no clear standard for defining foods as healthy or unhealthy or as luxury goods. Creating such standards would be difficult at best and would entail substantial administrative cost to categorize and track nutritional profile of each good to produce a SNAP-eligible food list. What? This is the December review of posted from 2016. The narrative one is from 2024 and has a bunch of more recent studies. Okay. The narrative one? No. Narrative review. Okay. Yeah. Furthermore, items should not be classified in a manner that suggests particular. Sorry, I don't think the list would have to be maintained continuously, communicated to retailers and consumers in real time. My prediction is that additional bureaucracy to support such an undertaking is not likely to save taxpayer money. Furthermore, items should not have to be classified in a manner. How do they respond? Like, what were their general responses to this stuff, by the way? Was it just like, oh, well, Snap people have worse diets according to that one thing, and then they raise healthcare costs, so because of the healthcare costs, it's worth it or whatever. I would imagine that would be the thing they say. Okay, items should not be classified in a manner that suggests a particular food is always good or bad. The Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the largest organization of food and nutrition professionals, has adopted a position statement that the total diet or overall pattern of food eaten should be the most important focus of healthy eating. All foods can fit into a healthy diet if consumed in moderation and with appropriate portion sizes. And as a result, no particular food should always be banned. SNAP improves diets. By focusing on the descriptive question of what SNAP participants buy, the USDA study did not address a more fundamental question, namely, how does SNAP change the type of groceries participants buy? Economists have strong predictions about the impact of SNAP by increasing families' resources available to purchase groceries. SNAP is expected to increase both the quantity and the quality of goods, foods purchased. Sorry, it has. When SNAP increases, low-income families' grocery purchasing power, they're able to buy more nutritious foods than they otherwise could afford. Well, this is surprisingly hard question to study empirically. A recent study found that $30 increase in monthly SNAP benefits would increase participants' consumption of nutritious foods such as vegetables and healthy proteins, while reducing food insecurity and consumption of fast food, as shown in Figure 2 below. Similar impacts were found in a randomized control. Modi and Bailey banning soda and restricting only to staple foods based, which would be determined by common sense and vibes. Let's go. Similar impacts were found in a randomized control trial, a summer EPD program that gave families $60 per month in benefits per eligible child during the summer months to offset the loss of school meals. The study found that children assigned to receive additional benefits improved their diets, consuming more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and dairy products, and fewer sugar, sweetened, and beverages. SNAP and non-SNAP households have similar consumption. There's been much media discourse of the November 2016 USDA report on typical food purchases by patterns by SNAP participants and non-participants. The top line finding of the report is that SNAP and non-SNAP households have extremely similar food spending patterns. Out of every dollar spent by SNAP families, around 40 cents went to what is classified as basic items such as meat, fruits, vegetables, eggs, and milk. Around 20 cents went to salty snacks, sugar, candy, sweetened beverages, 5% going to soft drinks. The remaining 40 cents were spent on other goods, including prepared foods, cereal, rice, beans, and dairy products. The USDA findings are consistent with my own published research using the consumer expenditure survey that also found similar spending patterns across food categories for SNAP and non-SNAP households. Public health advocates rightly point out that sugar-sweetened beverages are the largest source of excess calories in the average American diet, and they provide no nutritional benefit. The obesity epidemic has hit Americans across all income levels, and public health advocates are right to call attention to the excess consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages as a probable cause. USDA study indicates that it is an issue across income distribution, and there's no need to single out SNAP recipients for their consumption of soft drinks. Among the spending observed in the USDA study, about 5 cents every dollar went to purchase soft drinks. This rate is similar to the non-SNAP households, which spend an average of 4% of their groceries on soft drinks. Grocery dollars on soft drinks. soda ban will not reduce soda consumption. Tennessee attorney unironically pulled the definition of nutrition because it's in the name and said to ban anything does not fit that definition base. Another option that has been proposed is to disallow only the purchase of soft drinks or sweetened beverages with SNAP benefits. These proposals exaggerate the potential impacts on consumption such bans would have because the rationale for the bans is based on a false understanding of how SNAP benefits work. SNAP benefits are modest, approximately $4.50 per person per day, and as a result, nearly all families supplement the SNAP purchases with grocery purchases on cash income. This occurs by design. That's why the program is called Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It is intended to, in most cases, extend a family's food purchasing power, not to cover 100% of food purchases. Estimates suggest that 70 to 80% of participants, perhaps even higher, supplement their SNAP spending with cash. What will happen if soft drink purchases are banned using SNAP benefits? Take a typical family spends an average amount, $12 per month on soft drinks, and supplement their SNAP spending with spending out of cash resources. Our best prediction is that there will be no consumption change as a result of SNAP restrictions. Such a family can continue to purchase the same basket of goods, but they would have to make certain to pay for soft drinks out of their own cash instead of their SNAP benefits. In other words, a ban will likely increase the administrative cost of the program to both the USDA and retailers, and increase the stigma faced by recipients when they use benefits, but not have the benefit of inducing any behavioral changes. Recommendations. There are better policy options that are more likely to improve the diets of SNAP recipients, particularly when you consider that over the past decade, fresh fruits and vegetables have become relatively more expensive compared to foods that are considerably less healthy, as shown in figure 3 below. In response, market-based policies can increase the affordability of healthy foods and provide incentives for low-income families to purchase them. One approach that merits consideration is USDA's randomized control trial Healthy Initiatives pilot in Massachusetts. The program gave SNAP recipients an immediate 30% rebate for every dollar they spent on narrowly defined fruits and vegetables. In response to this price rebate, consumption of the targeted healthy foods increased by 25%. In recent years, many local areas and even a few states have taken a similar approach by awarding bonus dollars for benefits used at farmers markets, allowing recipients to stretch their food budgets further when they buy fresh produce. To date, programs have been successful. Exploring ways to replicate these or scale these types of programs nationally would provide a more constructive and effective path toward achieving the goal of increasing healthy food consumption by SNAP recipients. Strengthening SNAP and reducing food insecurity in the more than 22 million U.S. households that receive nutritional assistance on a monthly basis. It's a smart public investment that will improve both public health and economic growth. Banning certain foods will raise the administrative burden and cost of the program, but it's unlikely to change consumption. By contrast, policy changes that strengthen the purchasing power of SNAP benefits can allow markets to function without undue interference, are more likely to improve dietary choices of SNAP recipients, and reduce food insecurity. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have. Wow. I'm just curious, has she been posting? She's not. All right. I got schoolwork to do. I got shit to schedule. It's 3 a.m. It is indeed 3 a.m. Oh shit, I just realized I got fucking rated be a good student. Wait, maybe I shouldn't then. I just got okay, you know, I'm assuming it was food shops. So, you know what? Well, maybe we'll watch that SNAP debate, okay? Maybe. you schedule your shits. I don't schedule my shits, believe it or not. Avocadorable. I simply have shits to do in the future.
Be slightly more educated on what food is best for them
Kick, bruh.
and for their family, right? Like
Why is your camera not on?
Around like
there's
Done and yet end at 3:30. Read the Hanania Graver. I'm not reading the Hanania Graver right now. Okay, check this shit out. Look. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Screen. Whoa, and look, I can. The game. She turns it on halfway through. Yeah, I just didn't know if it didn't start. And now be educated. I mean, my schoolwork's not like. It's not like due right now. Technically, I think I might have something due at 11:59 today, but I'm only going to do that later. Okay. We will check out, I guess, this debate on Snap. Apparently,
or something else.
Really only about whether we should ban certain fruits from it. I'm not really. I wish there was a broader discussion about like just whether it's like good overall, despite the fact that maybe we really hate that poor people get fucking cookies and soda, or like some discussion about whether it's okay to freeze the funding. But you know, whatever. I'll take what I can get.
Education, but that restricting people is the way to go. If you want people to make healthier choices, the way to do.
Did it start all the way back here? When is it actually?
So take your time. I'm just introducing the topic, and Gen Z isn't here yet. Hopefully he will be in a second, and then we'll just kind of get started. But yeah, there's been a lot of talk about whether or not the SNAP program is a good program, whether or not it needs reform, and how to reform it.
I mean,
and
if you
also whether
want
or not
company, I'm
things
looking
like
on
cookies,
fucking
soda,
FBI
juice,
stats.
etc.,
I'll let you know.
snacks of various kinds should be SNAP eligible. Should the government and the tax money pay for people on federally funded assistance programs to be able to buy a cookie or to buy a soda or something like that?
Oh, Star and Gen
or
Z
should it
relate?
be more strictly
Yeah,
regulated? Why or
I've
why
noticed.
not? We got some great guests today, which are still setting up, and one of them's going to be here hopefully soon, so I can stop stalling. And then we'll kind of get into the discussion at hand. But I guess we can start by getting some intros from the people who are here. So let's start with Dr. Darko. Tell us who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, and what are your initial thoughts on SNAP and the benefits it provides. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Darko. I'm a biochemistry and math nerd. Also like to do politics stuff. I think SNAP is one of the best federal programs that has ever been rolled out. It's super efficient. There's like relatively low fraud. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think we should be restricting purchases in there because it would not be practical or effective.
Okay, well, we will get into it as we go. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to the arguments. Next up, Deej, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Deej. I follow Wick, occasionally come on these panels. You can follow me on Twitter. I always am planning on making content for my YouTube channel, but then life gets in the way, and I also lose motivation. Very ADHD brained of me. As far as SNAP is concerned, I agree that it is an effective program. I agree that fraud, I mean, I guess it depends on what you classify fraud as, is not rampant by any stretch of the imagination. That doesn't mean it's perfect, and I also do believe
How does it depend on what you
it
classify
would be
fraud as?
a moral good to restrict what SNAP funds can be purchased for. The data on what SNAP participants purchase is pretty damning as far as them making choices for their own personal health goes. It's not about being able to buy the occasional cookie. It's buying the 12 packs of soda instead of the liters. It's buying individual snack bags of chips. It's also everything from the rate at which they consume sugary drinks, high fatty foods, just as a whole. The US sets a very low bar for food health, and SNAP, unfortunately, somehow manages to slide well under that. We have lots of data on it. We can get into those if we want to.
Okay, well, thank you for being here.
How about panning the ingredients to make
hear your
cookies?
Arguments on the topic, and we'll
I don't
get
even
into it as we
know.
go. Next up, Stardust.
Soda's
who
okay
hopefully
with
will have her camera on
cookies.
soon.
I don't even know actually. If like any of the proposals to restrict stuff would ban the ingredients themselves. Now, obviously less people are gonna make fucking shit themselves and would just buy it, but. He's also pulled some studies that super misrepresented low. He said they were controlled for geography, but it was 2 studies in 2 counties.
I will soon, shortly. Sorry. So yes, hi, I'm Stardust. You may
like I've
know
never
me
done.
as somebody who used to be.
I haven't done like a deep dive on all that nutritional stuff. It just seems like relative to the counterfactual not having SNAP, there's nutritional benefits, and like that, that's good. Probably should not be defunding SNAP at all based on concerns over nutritional outcomes if the counterfactual is worse. If you just want to, like, I understand it's not about the current stuff necessarily, but like if you want to say like we should have some restrictions at time for me, well, thanks for stopping by, Tesco Johnson. I appreciate it. Be good, maybe. Like I don't understand like saying you want whatever restrictions, but does that justify the current freezing of funds? Doesn't seem like it. And yeah, like I think the restrictions are probably bad, but
quite active in like the streaming space, but I haven't been recently, partly because I just took a break, and then also because I've been editing for other people. So you can find my stuff also youtube.com/StardustIRL. And my stance on this is I tend to agree that I think SNAP is one of these really beneficial programs for a lot of people. Obviously, there are going to be some people who slip through the cracks, who take advantage of the system, or using SNAP benefits or selling their SNAP benefits, whatever, right? But on the whole, I do think it's a good program. I don't think that restricting people is the way to go. If you want people to make healthier choices, the way to do that is education. But I would remind people that this SNAP is a supplemental.
I think people say next week government shutdown going to end because of Dems wins. How likely? I don't think the Democrats won enough to end the shutdown, right? I don't. I've not been following the day-to-day developments of the government shutdown super closely, but my understanding is that's not particularly likely. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
a total food program. It is a supplemental one, and I don't think it is within. I don't think it should be within the government's purview of what those people buy with their supplemental nutritional assistance funds. I don't think that that's a right thing. I think that people should be able to make their own choices in what they choose to put in their bodies, and hopefully with the right education, they make better choices.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We will get into it as we go. Our last guest is a minute out, he says. Hopefully that's true. But until he gets here, let's I'll give you my thoughts on this, and then we'll kind of open it up if he's not here yet. So my thoughts on this.
It's an off year. Didn't we vote for federal stuff, just like state things? There were a few like House representative races, right? But I think that's it. I don't think there were very many. I think the shutdown depends on Republicans because polling shows people blame them. Oh, well, that's true. But Republicans are more willing now. They want to make it any worse for themselves. I mean, maybe I just have less faith in you, but to me, it still seems like their Republicans are pretty unified in their bullshit. But
this is, I understand.
Comes the loss of the supermajority. They never. Do you mean on a state level? In the state level, that was true for Mississippi or whatever, but that's not federal level. That doesn't have any effect on the shutdown.
Some of the people who are on these programs are going to make poor decisions with their EBT, with their SNAP benefits, that they're going to buy more cookies or snacks or what have you than they should. That will happen. I think that's fine. That's just a price we pay for allowing people the dignity to be able to make their own purchasing decisions. It's not just about keeping them fed and alive. It's also about helping them to maintain their dignity. And I think that that's a very important part of the process. But we will get into it as we go. With that, we're going to open up the floor until our friend gets here. Go ahead.
Yeah, one question I have is if this is about like dignity and people being able to use the tax dollars that they're given by the government for this purpose, if it's about dignity and it's not about nutrition, why have any restrictions like at all? Why don't we just, instead of having EBT at all, just give them a $9 a day stipend to spend on whatever it is that they want?
Hey, oh my God! Please give them a $9. What? We're already at the cash transfer. Let's go. Yes, please. Cash transfer. Yes, please. Obviously, I don't know necessarily what Star or whatever is gonna say, but presumably there's gonna be some trade-off. Is it like everything is made at the margin? There's gonna be some trade-offs between these things. So we may find it acceptable to grant humans or grant people, recipients the dignity to be able to buy certain goods that are unhealthy, but for full tobacco and alcohol or whatever, the considerations for health might outweigh the still valid considerations we have for their dignity or whatever. But yeah, I would, now they can buy alcohol and drugs. I mean, it like the evidence from cash transfer pilots just shows people just do not spend money that they get from cash transfers on alcohol and drugs. And people like you're gonna sell the food that you get with Snap and buy alcohol and drugs with it. People already do that.
I think that
Go ahead.
this is specifically made for nutritional assistance, right? I do think that that we specifically designate for nutritional assistance so that people at least do the bare minimum with that, right? We don't want people spending their money on like gambling instead of like feeding their kids.
So what's
right?
wrong
I
with
think that's
Snap?
a
You
fair
need to
enough,
replace it with
barrier that
cash.
you
I
put
mean,
there.
it's probably just more administratively efficient. You can have a slower phase out. You can have I guess you could phase out Snap slower too, but just broadly it's more administratively efficient, and it obviously has the benefit of letting people buy whatever they need instead of restricting it to one kind of benefit, one in-kind food benefits they can buy. If they need housing, they can buy housing instead.
There, but as far as like choosing for people what they put into their bodies, I don't think that that's right. I don't think the government should do that. I think the government, again, this is a supplemental thing. As far as like feminine hygiene products, I would totally support like supplementing feminine hygiene products for low-income people, but I think that would still be that would be something separate, right? That would be through the state healthcare whatever thing, right? So
They might having like restrictions, but like to define like what is like healthy food or what is unhealthy food is a pretty like big task. Like there are nearly 700,000 food and beverage products in the U.S.
I wonder where he read
A whole
this.
commission to classify each of those into healthy and unhealthy, to keep that list updated, and then to pass that list down to like an administrative burden to all of the like grocery stores. Like putting an extra cost on them, which is going to disproportionately affect small business owners who are just going to stop participating in SNAP and like cut people off who need food the most.
yeah, and that would probably cut into the SNAP benefits themselves, right? That are available for people who need them.
So to be clear, we're all aware that SNAP is not like blanket for any and all food items. Like not every food item is eligible. We already have essentially commissions that determine what is SNAP eligible or not. So we already have the mechanisms in place to dictate what foods are SNAP eligible or not.
Or what do I mean? Like hot prepared foods are the only like going out to a restaurant to eat to get like served food is pretty much the only restriction, and even that kind of varies state by state. So I guess I don't quite know what you mean by that.
Not entirely. So there are grocery food items that are still not SNAP eligible as well, or EBT eligible.
Foods, yeah, prepared.
It's like it's pretty isn't it? Like literally just like alcohol and like actual crazy shit that's banned. This is a lie. Like I don't know. Like I could be wrong, but I think it's basically RFK asked states for ban lists. Oh, they did not. Alcohol and hot food. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like other than. I'm pretty sure basically just fucking alcohol is banned. What items are banned on Snap? But obviously, we might already have like just because there is some mechanism in place or whatever. Yeah, alcohol, tobacco, prepared hot foods, non-food household items, pet food, vitamins, and medicine. Obviously, the more expansive the list you need to ban is or whatever, probably the more administrative burden it is, and at least keeping up that list and stuff. Interesting.
And
I mean, yeah, I think this is what basically the stuff we were citing earlier, right, or whatever. This is the USDA thing, which doesn't find that SNAP households were any worse than regular households when it came to buying like unhealthy foods. I've seen stuff that's the opposite, but I haven't done like a deep dive into that yet. I will, but I just I don't know. It's just a part I just don't care about that much, honestly. It's like I'm like way more inclined to view it as just like holistically America has an obesity problem and like an unhealthy foods problem, and like we should address this problem. And also America has like any country ever has a problem with the market doesn't get enough income to people to buy food, especially disabled people, children, non-workers, essentially. And we need to solve this problem, and we do that with SNAP, right? Like, I'm way more inclined to view it as like just two holistic problems that we need to solve than like we need to really focus on this subset of people who are on SNAP and also buying unhealthy food. It seems like it'd be better just to address both holistically. I guess like you can't buy stuff from restaurants that it's just prepared. Probably only in LA. I know SNAP is primarily for like grocery stores. I think it works at like convenience stores too or whatever. But like, my understanding, we don't have a mechanism for like within grocery stores categorizing which foods are really eligible or uneligible, other than like full on like drugs and alcohol are just not are not permitted. It's a matter of access. If you live in a super urban area of a car, and basically you get everything from a corner store, your diet's gonna be bad. Sure.
Also,
to be honest.
one at a time. Let's go Stardust first, and then we'll let
No,
Deej
you
go.
speaking first. I interrupted. I'm so sorry.
Okay, Deej first, then
Yeah,
Stardust.
so and we do have exceptions as well for the hot foods for like homeless people and people that don't have the ability to refrigerate or bake, which I think is honestly.
But that's just like you don't let restaurants enroll into SNAP, right? Like that's what that means. Like it's not like SNAP is going through and categorizing at every restaurant whether like what food you can or cannot have. It's just like restaurants which serve prepared hot food are not eligible to enroll in SNAP. Have a paper that checks HCI scores for people with better access. Obviously, if you live across Whole Foods, your diet is better. Yeah, sure. I would imagine.
Fine. We could take care of the homeless that way. But I guess the
restaurants can enroll in SNAP. I mean, there might be some restaurants that could enroll in SNAP, but I'm assuming establishments which only serve hot food or whatever are not able to enroll in SNAP. There might be like some exceptions, but
premise kind of comes down to me of the point of this program is to make sure that we have a nutritionally like balanced population and that poor people are able to be properly sustained. I think that is a good thing that we should do in developed societies. We're not living in medieval Europe anymore where we just accept starvation as.
There are in my county. Restaurants can enroll in SNAP. The program called a restaurant meals program, which allows eligible restaurants to accept SNAP benefits for hot food intended for immediate consumption. This looks like an entirely. Is this even a federal thing?
A like price of the human condition. But I guess I would challenge
be in a state that has RMP. So this is a state. It's not a federal thing. This is a state thing. Yeah, that's crazy. Avocado. I'm pretty sure it's a state. That's only a state thing. I don't think it's I don't think it's a federal thing. I'm pretty sure it's only states. It's not by default that this exists.
This notion that it's undignifying to limit what you can
I thought
purchase,
SNAP is a
especially
funding
because
mechanism.
SNAP is supplemental. It's not
I don't know what you mean by
designed
that.
to be your only source of money to purchase foods, even though $9 a day, you definitely can live on that without having to supplement it. This isn't a matter of being like, no, poor people can't have cookies, right?
It's a state thing, yeah.
Number one, like nobody I think that is on my side of the aisle is arguing that they shouldn't be able to buy granulated sugar, flour, and butter and make their own cookies. I think what is the concern that a lot of people have is that we have, statistically, this is not an outlier, this is very, very widespread. When you compare SNAP eligible non-participants, which means people that would qualify for SNAP that choose to not participate, and SNAP participants, the quality of food that these two individuals, and this controls for geographic locations, age, sex, gender, etc., when you control for all those factors, they consume sugar sweetened beverages at massively higher rates.
They give it to states to decide how to implement it locally. Yeah, that's kind of. So my understanding, like SNAP is federal funding. It's administered through states, but when states do extended programs, like some of that money comes from the state, right? Like it is like some of the money, like when California gives out expanded SNAP benefits, that's not all federal government money. Some of that money is from the state of California allocating it to whatever expanded benefits they want. The SNAP money is also doubled at USDA markets in my state. Yeah. That's another. Yeah.
Like it's all USDA data. If we want to, I can link you 7 different articles directly from the USDA that goes
7.
Over this. They consume much unhealthier food when left to their own devices. And it, like
where they live.
Yes.
Okay.
Geographically located. Generally, what they do is they also solve self-selection issues. They take a group of people that live in geographically similar areas. They find people that are like SNAP qualifying that don't participate and SNAP qualifying that do participate and look at both the foods that they purchase, how much fruit, vegetables, high fatty foods, high sugar foods, the rate at which they buy sugar-sweetened drinks, stuff like that, as well as measuring things like obesity, diabetes, a lot of the health problems that come with eating unhealthily. And SNAP participants, they just are a lot less healthier than the base population.
Okay.
Could that not be a result of like education?
After you're done, Stardust, I want to get Gen Z in here. So finish your response, and then we'll get to Gen
Well, I
Z.
said it was comparing to
Yeah, could that not be
comparable
a result
people,
of like
right? But-
education, right? I would assume that somebody who is much more proactive and wants to, maybe not participate in SNAP for whatever reason, that they might be slightly more educated on what food is best for them and for their family, right? Like I just wonder like what is the reasoning behind this, and like could it not just like I don't think that the reason why people on SNAP buy unhealthy food, it purely boils down to them being on SNAP, right? And we all acknowledge that, right? So.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that there's individual factors, but statistically, the numbers bear out that if you are on SNAP, you are statistically more likely to make worse food choices than if you were not on SNAP, even if you have the same income between those two groups.
I do want to give the mic to Gen Z, who has made it. Hooray! And hopefully Stardust will get her camera on soon, so we can all see her lovely face. But Gen Z, why don't you introduce yourself? And you've been listening in, you say, so just jump on in with your thoughts on the matter. Go ahead, please. I'd like to give you that space.
Appreciate you having me once again. Good to be here as always. For those who don't know me, I'm Scotty O, aka Gen Z attorney. You can call me any of the above. I do work as an attorney in North Carolina doing criminal defense litigation, as well as
North
family law litigation
Carolina?
and really anything else
That's where I
civil.
live.
But I am also part of a project coalition we're calling The Reasonable Right, working with Ryan Mullally. We got a podcast, the Ordered Liberty podcast, every Sunday night, 8 p.m. I'd love to see y'all there. And when it comes to
I
SNAP,
looked up restaurant meals programs federally funded through SNAP. It's not in it might be. It's not a program it's not a, like states have to voluntarily implement that program, right? It might be the case that sometimes federal funding goes to the state expanded program or whatever, but it's not by default the federal thing. The state is the one in that case, like the point, the state is the one making like that list, making the decision, to like allow restaurants to enroll in a SNAP, right? On the federal level, there's not like a mechanism for determining like which foods, or like which foods by like categorizing whether or not it's like hot or prepared food or whatever, to enable or disable like SNAP benefits to be used. Is that states are allowing restaurants to enroll into SNAP in their state, right? And presumably they have whatever qualifications they add. They have whatever administration they add or whatever. That's what I'm saying. It's federally funded but state administered. But you reckon avocado door. But there are like states do provide extra funding to SNAP too as well. You acknowledge that, right? That is the thing that states do voluntarily for many of the state funded state like added programs or whatever. But that's the point that any state can decide to do it. Sure. Okay. I just want you to acknowledge that states add their own extra funding as well. It brings up how calling voter ID racist is bigotry of expectations as a lawyer in North Carolina. Yeah. Essentially providing emergency SNAP fund. Yeah, exactly. Like they're like, I'm pretty sure California is paying out partial SNAP benefits, even though federal money is not going out. Like that's the state providing its own money. States do that, right? And again, the point here is not the funding; it's the mechanism. Oh my God! I'm gonna kill you. Sorry, I'm gonna crash out. I can't say I'm gonna kill people on Twitch. Okay, Twitch will get mad. Okay. I just want the acknowledgement. States do provide their own funds for many of their expanded SNAP programs, not necessarily this specific one in California. That's fine. I just want the acknowledgement that generally speaking, oftentimes the expanded programs are funded by the state themselves and not the federal government. There's no state funding for that. I'm gonna ban you, Avocado Doral, if you don't answer. So I'm not talking about the California program. Okay, forget about that. That was never mentioned. Do we just acknowledge that right now, for example, there are states paying out SNAP benefits despite the fact no federal money is going out. That's coming out of the state's pocketbook, right? That is the state funding those things. I just want the acknowledgement that like is a thing that can happen. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page there. Like yeah, this is. I was only talking about this program. Okay. Please tell me if I about this program. Can we just okay? Any state can use their funds for anything. That's a meaningless statement. I can also. I don't think a state can fund free. I understand. I'm trying to get you to recognize many, do you disagree with that many, I don't know if it's most, but I don't know how you measure most or not. Many times when a state extends SNAP benefits to whatever things, that is coming out of the state's pocketbook. I just want like that. I want to make sure we're on the same page with that. Maybe it's not even the majority. I don't even know. You want to recognize that states have, okay, avocado roll, please. This is so, I don't care anymore. This is so agonizing. It's so agonizing. Like, it's not, okay, buddy.
That I did text him, said I was listening in. Deej has been holding down the fort. Pretty much everything he said, I've largely been in agreement with. No, not largely, entirely. Sorry, Deej. Sorry to do you like that. I think my basic premise here, my basic gist is, it really just comes down to the title of the very program. It's the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. Yet the entire debate that's been being had surrounding SNAP is that people are going to starve without SNAP. Well, if they're going to starve, then that means that it's not being used as a supplemental assistance. So there's 2 of the 4 letters that are knocked out. And if we're talking about whether or not whether or not what people are using it for, and whether they're allowed to just get whatever they want. And as Dee is pointing out, the data does reflect it's being used poorly to get unhealthy foods, soft drinks and sodas being the number one thing. Then that completely takes away the nutritional part. So 3 of your 4 letters are being knocked out by the way SNAP is currently being used. So that's why I think there is a lot of ground for major reform, and also too whether that
what programs have that for SNAP, not including temporary shortfall funding to shut down. I would have to look it up. Okay, I don't, like I said, I don't even know if it's the majority. I don't know. I guess you can measure it either by like majority of the spending or majority of like the set of programs that exist, like what % of the programs get federal funding or not, and then, or you can measure it, like I said, based on like of the set of like state spending or like state level programs that require funding. Like what is the largest of those programs and how much federal funding is to get? You could do most that way. But I would guess that probably something like at least 30% of those stuff is like almost entirely state funded. So why was it important to acknowledge something that you have to look up to? It's not that okay, avocado. It obviously, I know it exists. I'm not going to be able to name every state level SNAP expanded program that receive or that like doesn't receive federal funding. But you recognize I am able to know that those things exist without being able to list every single one of them for you. Like,
in local level, I think that's another big issue we've got here. And beyond that, there was a point made about, well, it's not really about nutrition, it's about dignity. And I got
name a single one funded by the state that is SNAP. Okay, wait, just to be clear, do you think those don't exist at all? Do you think there's not any state level program for SNAP that is state funded?
I'll leave that, and we can just kind of continue the discussion from there.
Okay, go ahead. Floor's open.
Yeah, I don't know what data you're looking at, but yeah, I looked at a systemic review of the consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages across like 10 different studies. 4 found there was a significantly higher thing, but 6 did not. Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily true. Also, over time, like that hasn't necessarily held.
It's all gonna be the recent government shutdown shit. Kill me.
I think based on the consumer expenditure survey, like 5 cents of every dollar for SNAP beneficiaries are spent on like sugar sweetened beverages, and 4 cents for people and
it's all gonna be government shutdown stuff.
people who are income eligible but not participants are spend like 4 cents. So yeah, I don't think it's.
I mean, if we want, because this is probably going to be a major contention. I have 8 different studies like listed out that we can go through if you want to dispute and look at them.
Yeah. I don't know if you mind dropping Jimmy somehow.
Yeah, let me actually share an Excel.
Both of you pick one, and I can screen share. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't know how useful it is to go comparing studies, really. Like, I'm more interested in the arguments here. But I mean, like, even if I were to, okay, I do see this also, that there are studies that show that in general they tend to purchase the same amount of sugar. But at the same time, even if I give you your argument that somehow like they're buying more sugar in SNAP households than non-SNAP households, I still don't see why that would make a difference, and why, like, whether they should be allowed to buy that. It's a personal choice, right? And I would say that in opposition to what you're saying about this supplemental.
Spoiler: he never screen shared. Oh man.
Supplemental.
Wait, do you guys just go like study or whatever? Again, I've never done the deep dive on the actual diet shit.
program.
so
It is not a total
stupid.
nutrition program. It is not something that we are like imposing on people and giving them like a guide. It shouldn't be that, right? Like it shouldn't be like we're putting all these restrictions on people when it is a supplemental program. I just don't understand the logic there.
So what is the issue then with if the design of it is to be supplemental? What's the issue with SNAP being a program that is targeted at your base nutritional needs? Remember, supplemental nutritional assistance, your base nutritional needs, what you need to get through either a week or a month, and leave the extra stuff, the more personal choice, personal convenient stuff. That's stuff that you can buy with your own money. What gives you the moral right to go into my wallet, take my money, to go buy yourself cookies and soda? Like what?
Well, I mean, for one, like you don't get to. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, for one, you don't get to like give you don't get to give your stamp of approval on every single line item that your tax dollars are spent on. Like, I don't want 40 billion of my dollars being sent to Argentina to float up their peso, so Javier can keep his fixed exchange rate. But like, no one asked me about that. And
Francis,
secondly,
going by
if we're
study by
actually concerned
studies
with
to
changing consumer
autistic, I mean, for OIC panel, it to some extent kind of is, but
behavior, then like just banning it on Snap and making them spend their own money, like it's all fungible. Like they're just gonna move stuff around. It's not actually gonna change anyone's habits. So if you actually care about people's health, then
Not necessarily though.
As soon as they get off Snap, what's to say that they won't go and participate in bad spending habits again, right? If they're not being educated and there's only restrictions on them.
So the reality is like when you look at the number of SNAP participants that are employed, it's only around like 34%. So it really isn't actually supplemental. Like for most people on SNAP, it is their only source of like food income. But to the point of like,
it's not true. The thing we were just looking at or whatever, it's like 70 to 80% of people on Snap, supplement it with their normal income, even if you're not working. Like a lot of people on Snap are like retirees, like they have Social Security income, they have pension income or whatever. It's just not enough to get them above the federal poverty line. Or I think you'd be on Snap at like 130% of the federal poverty line or whatever. I don't know what the cutoff
they
is.
could spend their own money on whatever they wanted.
You are pressing kick. Metro. I'm not oppressing kick users. There's nothing I can do to I legitimately have no clue what the issue with it is. It's not an intentional thing on my part or anything. It's just a thing.
No one is saying that they're not allowed to buy the foods that they want, but it's that we have this amount of money that is earmarked to make sure that they're getting proper nutrition, right? So like, if we're setting aside money to give to them so that they're getting the nutrition that they need, why is it wrong for us to say we're giving you this money while also having safeguards in place to make sure that that money is being used appropriately for staple foods and is not going towards junk and processed foods and sugar sweetened beverages for the most part? Or also even things like why on earth, like it's one of the most frustrating things like about seeing someone pay with EBT at the grocery store, and I try not to judge, but it's like when you're on EBT and you're buying a 12-pack of soda instead of a liter bottle, it's kind of frustrating. Like it's just one of those things that you look at it and it's like, why are you buying a 12-pack? That is such a waste of money compared to purchasing large liter bottles.
Sure, because like portioning stuff is a lot easier when you have a. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Well, we know they're not portioning their foods. Like they're not doing that. So it's not.
Sure, but if you want to send like your.
I mean, maybe obviously the same reason anyone would buy a 12-pack over a 2-liter bottle or whatever. It might obviously it's portable. What's going on with Kick? The chat just it doesn't show up on stream from time to time, and I don't know why. I really don't know what the issue is.
For kid, with a soda for lunch for some reason because you suck at being a parent. I mean, yeah, doing that with a liter, you can't just. I mean, I guess you could just pour that into a water bottle and ship that with them, but that seems kind of unhinged.
Well, I mean, that's what my family did when I grew up. We did put our drinks into water bottles. We didn't buy containers of juice. We bought from concentrate. We mixed it ourselves, and then we poured them into bottles if we wanted it to be portable. And that's a sacrifice we had to make. And I wouldn't say that that's undignifying in any way. In fact, I kind of take it as a mark of dignity that, we were on hard times and we figured out how to be frugal with the money that we had.
I'm all for frugality, but I think again, I think that education is a better way to incentivize people rather than restriction, right? Because again, that it's not like they're going to get off of SNAP when they finally do get a job, when they finally do get enough income where they don't need SNAP. Does that how they're not educated on making better decisions? They're just going to view it as I don't have these restrictions anymore. Let me buy all this junk food. And I do believe there were studies on habits that non-SNAP households buy more, they might not buy as many sugary drinks as SNAP households, but they do buy more of other junk items. So unless there's education there, they're just going to go back to those habits.
See,
they're also.
Let's get to Gen Z and then we'll go to Darko.
I just, Stardust. Well, first, nice to meet you. Glad you're here. You keep making this point about education, and I think I just have to push back strongly on that. So, because I used to be a prosecutor, and in court, I mean, you can think of the typical profile of a criminal defendant, and it's like you're kind of saying it's not.
my family did that. Bailey equals during hard times. Yeah. The weirdest thing I found about Snap, because it's shut down, is that they can't lower prices for Snap customers. Who is they? Like grocery stores? What do you mean?
Not educated, and it's people who make poor life decisions. And this argument that like, oh, we just need better education to help
Austin
these people
Sorhan's
out.
grocery stores. Haven't I told you before, Metro? I don't know. It seems stupid, but I don't imagine it'll be like particularly consequential if he's even able to do it.
Like, that argument was just used basically over and over again by a criminal defendant saying, well, look, if you just cut me a break on this one, I promise I'll go get help. I'll go, maybe education's not like the exact mapped on comparison, but like they always promise that they're going to do what they're supposed to do, and then they never actually do
We're
it.
not talking about criminals here. We're talking about people who are
No,
supplementing.
I'm making the
their food,
comparison
right?
between people who make poor life decisions. And I think if you're getting to the point where your entire sustenance, your
I
entire
think there's a huge difference between people who are making poor life decisions when in their eating habits versus people who are making poor life decisions and committing crimes. There's like a huge, massive fucking difference there, is there not?
Yeah, arguably you could say the poor eating habits is even worse, because if you're talking about if you're poor and you have terrible eating habits and you get completely unhealthy, what kind of medical program are you going to be on? Medicaid, right? And so now not only are you government subsidized.
The people committing crimes are in federal prisons where the state also pays for their medical care. What do we mean? What do you like? What? Not only are they paying for their medical care, which to be fair, I bet the medical care of the average prisoner is like lower per person than the average like obese person, but you also have to pay for their, food and living expenses when they're in prison. Yeah, grocery stores have to charge the same price for Snap customers, non-Snap customers. Oh, that makes sense as far as not letting them raise prices for Snap. Why prevent grocery stores from lowering prices? I mean, I don't know. I would assume. I would assume there's no incentive really for grocery stores to lower prices for Snap consumers, I guess. So it's probably just people did not consider it when they were writing the law. I don't know.
It's food, but now you're also on government subsidized healthcare, which, I mean, if you want to look at our national debt, it is 2/3 of it is mandatory welfare programs. And so if we're talking about how we can actually have solutions to some of these problems, I get what you're saying, education, but I just don't, I mean, until we actually see that borne out in some data.
On one thing that you just said. You just said that like arguably making poor eating habits is worse than being a criminal. I'm going to just disagree with you there, because that criminals are often in and out of jail, right? They're often not contributing members to society. Sorry to say it. I
can't believe Zorhan is really the mayor of NYC. Doesn't feel real. Well, not yet, right?
Not until people who are
January
gainfully employed
1st.
all the time. They might be people who are not making enough, but like they still have children and family members who will go on to be contributing members of society. So
$5 from Gregio to say, yeah, $5 from Gregio to say,
I'll let you go first.
Yep, not knowing how to cook is not similar to being a criminal. What was Gen Z's point? And I'm going to toss it to Gen Z to answer that question.
As someone who probably has the most experience out of the five of us dealing directly with criminals, I can tell you for a
God.
fact that when we talk about the net drain on society, I know I sound like a woke snowflake here, defending the criminals, but when I compare it to the point I just made, which is government subsidized food, you spend poorly, you get completely unhealthy, and now you're on the government subsidized dime for healthcare. I mean, can you actually address that point directly as to whether or not you think that's a drain on society and that's something that should actually be changed?
I mean, what people on welfare are a drain on society?
The point he's trying to make is that there's a direct correlation of we give them money that kind of gives them carte blanche the ability to purchase unhealthy foods. They purchase those unhealthy foods at greater rates than the base population, and then they have higher rates of health issues than the greater population. And because they're on Medicaid, the amount of money we spend on the Medicaid is actually even more than what we end up spending on SNAP to help, obviously, take care of those health issues that they end up having because of the food that they're eating.
Ironically, should have been so good faith.
Prisoners. So that's
always the hindsight
we
view.
spend more money when we can look at like the objective, like which one is objectively worse for society. Somebody like killing people or somebody like committing violent crime, I'm sorry, is just worse for society. I don't mind more of my taxpayer dollars going towards.
I think there's actually a point where the number of kids with diabetes is worse for society than the number of murderers that you're putting in prison.
Obesity rate going down for the past 3 years in the United States.
But before we even go down that rabbit hole,
there's no incentive to altruism. Unfortunately, the healthy food is more expensive than the crap.
It is not.
I don't even know. That might be transparent. I don't know how true that is. It feels like you can probably. I'm pretty sure you can get healthy food for basically the same price. It might take more time to prepare, and I'm sure the poorest families are the ones least able to have the time to prepare their food properly. But I don't know.
Violent criminals and murderers that make up the majority of the process. It is nonviolent misdemeanor defendants, whether it's traffic infractions, whether it's
okay, I'm not talking about them.
Okay, well that's exactly what I'm talking about, because that's like 90% plus of people who go through the court system. And so if we're talking about the cost that we're incurring based on that, and I just Googled it, cost of incarceration yearly is between 81 and 182 billion. Cost of Medicaid expenditures each year is almost $1 trillion. So the point I'm making still stands. We're spending way more money.
Yeah, we have
1% of Medicaid expenditures go to SNAP recipients. I would imagine a lot of Medicaid expenditures go to, well, yeah, I mean, it might, well, Medicaid is probably going to correlate because, Medicaid and SNAP recipients are both probably poor on average. But, I would imagine a lot of Medicaid recipients go to obese people who are not on SNAP, and obese people who are just obese because America has, unhealthy food, unhealthy lifestyles in general. Do you do grocery shopping? So I would prefer like looking at actual like papers and stuff compared to like just anecdotal experience. But I occasionally grocery shop for myself. But usually it's just me buying my vegan food.
Aging population as well, right? Like
that's Medicare. That's Medicare. Don't make
Also,
that
monthly
inflation.
payout encourages binge eating behavior, which causes linked to poor health outcomes.
Okay, sure. I would still, I wasn't even referring to people who do nonviolent offenses, right? Like, obviously, I would say, I think when I'm referring to people who are a net drain on society, I was specifically referring to people who commit violent crime, right? Or people.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you there. Those people are complete drains to society.
Do R's hate Indians? Well, they hate a lot of immigrants. I don't know.
I disagree with you. Actually, I won't disagree with you on that one. I'm not like an anti-incarceration person, but I do think that like there is a trade-off, right? Like for people to be able to make their own personal decisions, I think they should be able to do that. I think we are not. This is like, I don't know. We're not a nanny state, really. I don't want to be having the government telling people what to do. Obviously, you hope that people will make better decisions with their spending, but like. At the end of the day, like
we subsidize it. We do subsidize unhealthy food through farm subsidies. That is true.
Part of the
reason corn syrup is very cheap is because we subsidize corn.
$5 from John Keeley to say why are companies not paying
but
their employees
that helps the
for not being
farmer,
on
so it's
welfare?
worth it. Clearly,
And then I just did a quick Google search, so maybe the numbers are incorrect, and you can correct me. But average annual cost for an inmate is $44,000. The average annual cost for a SNAP beneficiary is about $188 per month.
Well, they're talking about Medicaid, so
sure.
Yeah, so it's the
then why don't
SNAP
we
and
just
then also
restrict?
the health effects
Hold on,
they have.
but then if that's your argument, why don't we just restrict that no one can buy sodas or anything like that? Surely the price will go down.
Well, so the point is that if you're on SNAP, you're also on Medicare or Medicaid, whichever it is. Like if for instance for me, right, if I get into
Do you think immigration will ever happen in the U.S.?
right, I'm either paying out of pocket or the insurance that I'm getting privately because like any of that money due to my.
I mean, I was memeing about it being worth it. I don't think most farming subsidies that the U.S. has are worth it, especially because I'm against animal agriculture, and obviously a decent amount of our subsidies, to my knowledge, not most of our subsidies, but a decent amount of our subsidies do go to animal agriculture shit, or at least we like a lot of the plants we grow go to feed animals as well. So like for example, if you subsidize soy, well, that might help people who eat soy, but it also means that animals that eat soy, and most of the soy we grow goes to feeding animals. It's going to be cheaper as well, as you're probably going to get more animals being killed, and that's bad in my opinion.
A health.
I don't know if the correlation between the two, but I definitely eat more when I have food. Wow.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I have a question. Like, how do we know that just because people are on Medicaid, right? How do we know that they are specifically costing more because of their poor food choices necessarily, right?
Well, it's because obesity is like
well, obviously obese people cost more.
Obesity, sure, but obesity has been falling for the past 3 years, right? At least. Also,
I mean, now that USAID is gone, most of our subsidies are stupid. Yeah.
Regardless, we also have we know that people who are lower income live in environments that are more likely to have bad health effects on them, right? We know that people who work in low-income jobs also are going to have like less free time to take care of themselves. So that, like, this is a
So, are you a vegan?
I
am.
We can address it, but it is like a multiple. There are multiple reasons for why it's an issue, right?
So I have to push back on the time factor. Most people that are on SNAP are either unemployed or underemployed, either as like full-time caretakers, dependents, or people that even like ages 18 to 59. I believe that it's only 34% are employed at all. And those that are employed are usually underemployed, which means they're working less than 40 hours a week, which means they do have time to meal prep. They just do. We know poor people have time to do things. They're not like busting their ass working 2 jobs and 60 hours a week. There may be some people that are, but that's not the average SNAP recipient.
Right?
Sorry,
I'm sure. I mean, to be fair, a decent number of other people on SNAP who are unemployed are also either disabled or children. But I don't know. Those people probably are not particularly good at meal prepping.
Did you not just mention caretakers though?
Yeah, but if you're a caretaker, that means you're taking care of somebody who's also getting SNAP benefits, and you're getting.
Oh, we
SNAP
should have
benefits,
debated
so
destiny veganism at an event. Well, dude, so many people go up there to talking about veganism. It's just not. It's not. Listen. Obviously, I think Destiny's very wrong about veganism. I think he's even given like in the old vegan debates he had of like ask yourself and stuff or whatever. Like I think he's given pretty like cringe, contradictory statements on stuff and whatever. I just don't think there's much value I add by being another fucking vegan that goes up there to debate him on a tour that's really supposed to be about debating MAGA people. Okay, you know, I just don't feel like that's necessary.
To make meals because you're taking care of somebody else that's disabled.
It's
I don't think
funny.
that you
I don't even
understand how
know.
like intensive like caretaking is then, because like that is probably
No,
like,
I understand.
it's one of the most high stress jobs in the, like in that you can have. Period.
Yes, but you are, and by the way, it's not like an employed caretaker at like a nursing facility.
He admits
or
it
anything.
is
It's
wrong
like you
role.
living in with your
I mean,
mother
he
and helping
has.
take care of your mother as she
Taking
ages.
care of a disabled person that ends up taking up all of your time. It just does.
Not so much that you can't make meals. I've taken care of my grandparents before. You have time to make meals. They're not constantly demanding your attention for 40 hours a week.
You're talking about meal prepping, right? And actually, I would push back on that. There are a lot of people that you are taking care of that do take 40 hours a week or more.
But usually in your own home.
Yes, yes, they can be in your own home.
Okay. If you factor in like sitting down and like watching a movie with them as your time taking care of them, you're not changing diapers and making food for more than 40 hours a week. But if you consider like being on call, like you're on call for 72 hours a week or whatever, right? You're on call the entire time, but that doesn't mean you're actively working the whole 72 hours.
Okay, I think this goes back though to my point.
I'm gonna let you
where-
reply, then I have a super chat to read, and I want to give it to Darko.
Okay, even if let's say your what you're proposing is true, right?
Okay, honestly, okay, you know what? Okay, okay, I might not. Okay, maybe we'll get back to it tomorrow. Oh my god, I don't. Give me some real Snap haters, all right? Or let me do the deep dive into the fucking nutrition stuff first, all right? Goddamn. I have fucking schoolwork to do. I got shit to do tomorrow. All right, I got reading to do off stream. Okay, opportunity cost. If the shit is too high, okay, I'm just gonna do my schoolwork. I'm gonna read more about inequality. I'm gonna read more about shit, and then we have I'm gonna check my calendar real quick. It's like arguing with grid, speakeasy, Andrew Wilson. Yeah, kill me. Either later today, technically, / tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. One of those 3 days, I'll be talking to one of the Jubilee MAGA boomer people. Didn't I, I think I've said, we've rescheduled that debate like twice by now. Okay, but this time for sure. Okay. One of the times was him. He had to reschedule. The other time, was me, I guess. But you can blame Isaac actually, because I wouldn't have rescheduled if it weren't for Isaac saying that he was gonna come over before we went to the UFA tour together. So, but then Sunday, I think Sarah has like a welfare debate between people or whatever. There's an open panel afterwards. I imagine I'm gonna watch the welfare panel and probably do the open panel debate shit with them afterwards to defend Snap. Okay, because I am Snap and welfare's greatest warrior post O'Connor Boy's retirement, apparently. And then on Monday, I have a 2v2 debate, me and Pisco against Ryan and Gen Z Attorney, about whether the left has abandoned America's moral prospect, I think is the prompt. The left has abandoned the American moral proposition. Okay, so that'll be fun. Yeah. That'll be so fun. But yeah, love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Make sure if you want to watch any of that stuff, you subscribe. And obviously, hold on. Obviously, all debates, everything on the YouTube channel. Go check out all of that stuff. I guess on Twitch, if there's any even on Twitch, I don't really think there is. You can head over to Casey. On YouTube, you guys can head over to Tomfoolery. But yeah, love streaming. Love you guys watch your stream. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like. Make sure to share watch all the old debates on YouTube and stuff like this. It is really cool that I can stream, I get people watching, can get people to, I can fundraise to, you know, do cool things like go to the Unfuck America tour and see Destiny debate people IRL and stuff. That stuff is really fun. It's really cool that I'm able to have enough ability to do things like that. So yeah, I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. Join a Discord server too. Okay. Anyway, see you guys. Love you guys. Appreciate it. See ya.